Picking up from the last chapter, Yu Tianzheng personally seeks out Gu Changge. Harboring his long-nurtured ambitions, seizing the opportunity of the hunting competition, he plans to eliminate the second prince and Yu Tianhe, paving the way for his own ascension to the throne. However, he clearly understands that relying solely on his own power won't be enough to withstand the ensuing chain reaction. Because once Yu Tianhe falls, those loyal to him, led by Tuoba Yuntian and old eunuch Zhu, will undoubtedly rise in rebellion. Therefore, he needs Gu Changge to take action, quell the turmoil, and eliminate future threats. In exchange for this assistance, Yu Tianzheng promises a condition that would tempt anyone. After the grand plan succeeds, he's willing to offer the entire Great Yu Immortal Dynasty for Gu Changge to rule. Truly an irresistible offer, albeit one steeped in the scent of blood and treason. Soon after, the two secretly begin to act. Gu Changge secretly sends people from Bai Liangri to infiltrate the hunting competition, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The prelude is opened by the infamous ancient, undefeated assassin of the Xuan Feng Bu Tower, the one known as the shadow without form, the laughter without trace. Yu Huang observes the situation inside the hunting competition through the Lungling mirror, thinking, if it really is that guy causing trouble, then the target must definitely be aimed at our royal family. No way, it can't be him. Around, everyone is in confused uproar. Just who is so bold as to dare plot against the Tuoba general's mansion? Yuntian is extremely bitter, cursing, son of a biscuit. Just then, Gu Changge pretends to speak up, that such people can infiltrate the hunting competition. Doesn't your majesty have any countermeasures? Should we send people to rescue them now? Yu Huang replies, young Master Changge, you don't know this, but in the past, a royal son died during the competition. But that is originally a tradition of our Great Yu. Even we cannot interfere in this hunt. Now, we can only rely on the other sons of General Tuoba to see if they can arrive in time to provide assistance. After all, those participating in the competition all carry communication stones, which is considered a precautionary measure. Young Master Guy's expression darkens, showing pain. Sigh, what a pity, hopefully, that young Miss Tuoba can be safe and sound. But inside, young Master Gu is secretly smiling, a forced smile full of pretense, thinking, if that's the case, then Yu Tianzheng's plan might still have a chance. Suddenly someone shouts in panic, it's bad, the second young miss of the general's mansion seems to be in danger too. Yuntian curses furiously, what the fudge, who's plotting against my Tuoba family now? Inside the competition, Tuoba Lingqiang's communication stone is constantly glowing. She is slightly worried, Xing Yu is in trouble, but she's also struggling to fight off the strange attackers. Before Tuoba Lingqiang are several heavenly geniuses. She shouts furiously, who are you guys? Why are you pestering me so much? The chubby one replies crudely, you gotta be kidding me with that dumb question. At the same time, in another location within the hunting competition, Tuoba Xiaojiao has also sensed the danger to his family. He grinds his teeth, thinking, what happened? Even second sister can't escape. If I go to save Xing Yu, my hidden strength of all these years will be exposed. Moreover, Gu Changge is still watching out there. It would be no different from repeating the tragedy of the previous life. If that's the case, wouldn't this rebirth of mine become a joke? No, I can't save them. Thus, Tuoba Xiaojiao is constantly struggling internally. One is to continue to hide, the other is to go save his younger and older sisters. Can he really just watch them die? Outside the competition, the group of elders stand and observe the situation inside, discussing in whispers. It seems the third young master of the general's mansion really doesn't intend to save his younger sister. Another person sighs. Sigh, it's useless even if he goes. With that weak strength, he'd just be throwing his life away. Yu Huang speaks up. How about we make an exception for the general just this once? As soon as he finishes speaking, Yuntian hurriedly clasps his hands, panicking. Your Majesty mustn't. This precedent must never be set. Great Yun tradition cannot be destroyed in this old servant's hands. The elder statesmen chime in one after another. That's right, Your Majesty. A million times no. It can't be like this, Your Majesty. Yuntian tries to suppress the worry in his heart, continuing seriously. If there really is no other way, then that is Xing Yu's fate. Gu Changge hears this, and smiles coldly, thinking, that old fox wants to make an exception. Who can stop you? Amazing, knowing how to please people. Thinking this, he speaks up. Actually, Your Majesty and the general don't need to worry too much. In my opinion, that third young master of the general's mansion is probably not simple. I'm afraid there will be a surprise later. Yuntian appears uncomfortable, saying, what does young Master Changge mean by this? Gu Changge replies nonchalantly. It seems General Tuoba doesn't understand his son either. Think about it. Shouldn't a normal person be furious or despairing right now? But everyone, look at him. Tuoba Xiaojiao's expression is just full of hesitation, conflict. Although I haven't seen countless people, I still have some ability to judge. This third young master is a hidden dragon in the deep, a latent dragon in the abyss, not yet emerged but already causing a stir. Suddenly, someone shouts in panic. Look! Tuoba Xiaojiao is moving. Inside, after a moment of hesitation, Tuoba Xiaojiao, who has been fighting his thoughts, has made a choice for himself. He suddenly stands up, gaining momentum and shooting away, thinking in his heart, no matter who is causing trouble, that kid Xingyu must be saved. Although she always looks down on me, she has never been unconcerned. Moreover, surely few people outside pay attention to a cripple like me, right? Just need to conceal things a little when I take action. At the same time, on Xingyu's side, Zhiyu Wudi is beating the crap out of her. He gives a satisfied smile, delivering a merciless sky-splitting kick to his opponent. Zhiyu Wudi's teammate suddenly grabs his sword and jumps forward, shouting, "Holy fudge, dare to resist, big bro!" Looking for death, Zhiyu Wudi quickly reminds, "You idiot, don't use weapons. If you accidentally kill her, messing up the young master's plan, I'll kill you too." Hearing this, he continues to kick Xingyu with his palm, shouting, "Beat her until she's half dead, so big bro can have some fun first." Thus, Xingyu is ganged up on and beaten like a dog, without any care for her beauty. After the kick, she collapses far away, spitting out blood miserably. He lunged forward, swinging his sword high menacingly, and croaked, "If no one comes to save her, I'll chop off all of the fourth Mrs. limbs." Xingyu endured the pain, but still grit her teeth resolutely. "Even if I die, I won't." Just then, someone's voice rang out. Xingyu. Hearing that voice, she was a little taken aback. This voice, immediately, a burst of sword energy surged forth, slashing directly towards Zhiyu Wudi's group. As a result, one person was injured. But Zhiyu Wudi quickly activated a barrier of protection and remained safe and sound. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, he grinned triumphantly, thinking, he finally showed his face. The fish has taken the bait. None other than Tuoba Xiaoyao had come to Xingyu's rescue. He gently rushed over to support her, his voice full of concern. "Xingyu, are you all right?" Xingyu was extremely surprised by Xiaoyao's current strength, stammering, "Third brother, your aura." Then she panicked in surprise and shouted, "Third brother, run! That blonde Scarface is really strong." Xiaoyao calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Zhiyu Wudi swung his sword and charged forward, yelling, "What's with all the posturing? You think I don't exist or what?" Xiaoyao replied clearly, "Damn it, you dared to hurt my little sister, you're asking for death." With that, Tuoba Xiaoyao summoned a gleaming sword from his hand, coldly snorting in his heart, "HMPH, his strength is only at the Great Saint realm. I don't need to use my full power, just control it a bit, so as not to be too flashy." Behind them, seeing the trash third brother's strength suddenly change, Xingyu seemed to be in complete shock. Bewildered and unable to believe her eyes, she could only widen her eyes in stunned observation. Instantly, the two charged at each other. Two shining sword energies darted towards each other, resounding with clanging sounds. Outside the arena, watching through the lens, everyone was extremely surprised. Are we blind? This strength is already comparable to the prince's? Xiaoyao hit it this well? Even I didn't know. He really is patient. He's been hiding his strength all these years. Gu Changge smiled nonchalantly and said, "A dragon in hiding will eventually emerge from the depths," Yu Huang continued. Young Master Changge truly has a discerning eye. But in his heart, Gu was extremely satisfied with his performance. His intention of probing Tuoba Xiaoyao's strength was partially successful. Hiding strength isn't rare, but I'm afraid he's hiding something else. He hasn't revealed everything yet. Inside the battle, the fight was still fierce and tense. The two opponents were evenly matched. Zhiyu Wudi had yet to reveal his full strength, and was secretly probing his opponent. In his heart, Tuoba Xiaoyao thought in confusion, WTF, that's weird. No matter how much I increase my strength, he can still fight on equal footing. What's going on? On the other side, Zhiyu Wudi smiled coldly, thinking smugly, the superior's only instructed to probe his strength. I have to be careful. If I accidentally kill him, I'm so screwed. After fighting for a while, Tuoba Xiaoyao gradually lost patience, opened his mouth and roared, "I don't have time to waste with you anymore." Zhiyu Wudi sneered, "HMPH, what can you do?" With that, Tuoba Xiaoyao decided to show off the new skill he had been hiding for a long time, Chaos Sword Intent. Powerful spiritual energy swirled around the sword in his hand. It grew bigger and bigger. Standing before the blade, Zhiyu Wudi became extremely small. Tuoba Xiaoyao shouted, "Sword Energy, Immortal Execution." Zhiyu Wudi confidently launched a move to resist, without any worry, excitedly laughing, "Ha ha, this is the third brother's true strength." With that, two great streams of power collided into each other. A loud explosion rang out, flashing brightly in the sky. Below, Xingyu struggled to stand firm against the invisible pressure from the battle of the two, her legs becoming unsteady. The pressure of the battle was extremely terrifying. The space seemed to be compressed violently. The clouds of dust gradually dissipated. Xingyu was completely stunned, her eyes widened in confusion, and she blurted out, "That's the third brother's true strength. I used to look down on him." Inside the battle, Zhiyu Wudi continued to provoke, forcing his opponent to unleash all his skills. He mocked and sneered, "Is that all you've got? Your strength is not worth a damn, just a mosquito?" Provoked, Tuoba Xiaoyao angrily shouted, "Son of a BTCH. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way, Celestial Chief Sword Intent. With that, the two swords continued to collide with each other. Space shattered. Just a second later, Gu Wudi's sword could not withstand it, and shattered into pieces in an instant. The blade darted towards him. Invisible pressure oppressed the space. Gu Wudi raised his hand to resist, finally having to exclaim, "Damn, that's some strong sword intent." Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiaoyao smiled triumphantly. "I can't beat Gu Changge, but surely I can deal with you." Suddenly, his eyes widened in confusion. On the other side, not only was Gu Wudi unaffected, but he still had a satisfied smile on his lips. From within his eyes, dark, demonic energy continued to emanate, as he blurted out, "Found you." That smile haunted Tuoba Xiaoyao, making him feel as if Gu Changge was standing in front of him. In the end, he still could not escape Gu Change's grasp. Not far from the battle between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Gu Wudi, Yu Fei looked at the terrifying change in the sky and was stunned, unable to speak, stammering, That's a phenomenon. One sword strike can cause such a celestial event. Could it be that someone in this generation of geniuses has reached that level? Could this be the assassination Xiaoyao mentioned? At the same time, in the center of the battle, Xiaoyao's slash left a massive, deep trench, the space cracked open, and Gu Wudi's figure had disappeared. At this moment, only Xiaoyao remained, muttering to himself. He ran. He was extremely confused. Why does his body have an aura similar to Gu Change's? Is it an illusion? Meanwhile, outside, observing through the lens, the elders were utterly shocked, standing frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. A waste suddenly became extraordinarily powerful. Turns out, Xiaoyao had been hiding his strength all this time. Everyone was incredibly surprised by that sword. This Tuoba Xiaoyao unexpectedly hid such a trick. Why did he conceal his abilities until now? Yu Tianhe was also extremely surprised, thinking to himself, even though his cultivation isn't high, that sword intent makes even me tremble. Has he been hiding his strength all these years to conceal that terrifying power? Is the general's mansion harboring rebellious intentions? Meanwhile, Yun Tian, standing behind, was extremely proud of his useless son. A bright smile on his face, a smile of pride. Suddenly, Gu Changge spoke up. "It's a pity those assassins got away," Yu Tianhe immediately shouted. "Seal off the entire area, hunt down the assassins, and strengthen the guards around the princes and princesses." Then he thought, "The hell, he even dares to remind me. Gu Changge doesn't seem like the type to order someone to assassinate my son at all. So where did Yu Fei get her information?" Gu Changge paid little attention to Yu Tianhe's expression at this moment, only pondering silently. "It seems the Azure Heaven Sword must be on him. It's just that my collecting the treasures in the upper realm isn't a secret." If he knew that and deliberately disguised himself, it's reasonable. But why did he pretend to be a waste from a young age? It's as if he knew I would come looking for him. Could it be that Tuoba Xiaoyao can predict the future? Or is like Yue Mingkong a reborn individual? No matter which possibility, the fact that he is the Azure Heaven Swordmaster cannot be changed. Beating him was the right thing to do, but if that's the case, he must have known about Yu Tianzheng's plot to assassinate Yu Lie. No wonder the Yu Emperor seems more cautious than before. Tuoba Xiaoyao must have revealed something. Yu Tianzheng's plan seems unlikely to succeed. At this time, the second prince Yu Li absolutely cannot die. If he really dies, Tuoba Xiaoyao's prophecy will come true. The Great Yu Dynasty will surely become a shield to protect him, standing against me. With that, Gu Changge pondered and then chuckled to himself. Behind him, Jiang Chu looked at Gu Changge's expression, confused, thinking, "Damn it, this guy has been secretly laughing lately? Is he going crazy?" Night fell. The moon rose high, emitting mysterious light. Somewhere within the Great Yu Dynasty, a group of people in cloaks, after receiving this signal, expressed their frustration. "The plan has changed. Cancel the assassination of the prince. We've prepared for this for years. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait." "Your Highness, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once it's gone, it's gone. I think that Gu Changge is strong but unreliable. Why do we have to?" The leader of the group furiously shouted. "Shut up! Who gave you the guts to discuss him? Remember, having chosen to cooperate with him means taking him as our master. Rebellion might not lead to death, but offending him is definitely a death sentence." Hearing this, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and obey, shouting in unison. At the same time, on Yu Fei's side, Yu Li had just defeated a giant beast. Yu Fei rushed over, worried. "Yu Li, are you all right?" Yu Li replied confidently. "Come on, Imperial Sister always likes to worry unnecessarily. Who would dare to harm me?" Yu Fei was still worried, asking, "Did anyone attack you?" Yu Li replied, "Imperial Sister, with my strength, who would dare to come seeking death?" Hearing this, she sighed in relief, thinking, "It seems that information was inaccurate. I must inform Father Emperor." Cut to the airship of the group outside the hunting competition. Eunuch Zhao ran over and whispered in the Emperor's ear, "Your Majesty, the second prince is safe and sound." Yu Tianhe sighed in relief, exclaiming, "It seems I was worried for nothing." Shen Lang sitting next to him feigned concern, asking, "Yu the Emperor, Your Majesty seems to still be worried about something." Yu Tianhe replied, I previously received news that there were assassins plotting to harm Yu Ye, so I was worried. He tried to turn on his acting mode, his eyebrows furrowing, appearing uncomfortable, and he growled, who's so bold? Daring to attack the second prince at this time, should Ji Yu take action to eliminate them? Yu Tianhe forced a smile, saying, I'm not sure who exactly. It was probably just false rumors, causing me unnecessary worry. Ji Yu Changge continued. You Emperor, your majesty must not be careless. The hunting competition has one more day to go. What if the assassins choose the last moment to strike? But in his heart, Ji Yu Changge was thinking, WTF, who informed Yu Fei? Could it be Tuoba Xiaoyao? Over here, Yu Tianhe laughed after hearing Ji Yu Changge's suggestion. Haha, young Master Gu's words are so true. At this time, someone was worried endlessly. It was Xiaoyao. After he revealed his strength, he couldn't help but worry. If that killing intent really was Ji Yu Changge's, then he's too terrifying, even stronger than in my previous life. Even a Dao realm expert, even Yu Huang, when using his full strength with the imperial energy, might not be his match. Suddenly, Sheng Yu, who was sitting next to Tuoba Xiaoyao, spoke up with concern. Third brother, what's on your mind? Are you okay? Tuoba Xiaoyao said. Second sister, you said you were also attacked by assassins. Tuoba Lingqiang replied. That's not important anymore, third brother. Have you been hiding your strength all these years? Xiaoyao chuckled. I know you guys are curious, but don't worry, I'm still me. That hasn't changed. The reason I didn't say anything was to keep you all safe. Sheng Yu was still confused. Protect us, third brother. We're the freaking general's manor. Who would dare threaten us? Lingqiang blurted out in shock. Could it be His Majesty? Xiaoyao calmly said. No, it's Ji Yu Changge. From now on, you guys need to be extra careful around him. He's extremely dangerous, like 10 times more dangerous than the Dayu royal family. He could wipe out our entire manor. Both of them were totally floored. What the actual FCK Ji Yu Changge? Damn it, I used to look up to him. Turns out he's just some fake goody two-shoes villain. I'm, like, so over him now, Lingqiang said, stammering in confusion. That assassin. Before she could finish, Xiaoyao interrupted. Most likely, Ji Yu Changge sent them to test me, Lingqiang still asked, puzzled. But why would he target us? Of course it's because I have something he wants. Have you guys heard of the everlasting fortune? The more they listened, the more confused they became. What, you have it on you, third brother? If it's so dangerous, why not just give it back to him? Sheng Yu chimed in. Yeah, third brother, keeping it is just asking for trouble. Your safety is what matters most. Xiaoyao burst out laughing. Haha, that's the problem. It's already merged with my body and vanished from this world. He can't get it anymore, but he definitely won't let me off the hook. Sheng Yu and Lingqiang could only look at each other, exchanging secret messages with their eyes. Then, suddenly, Lingqiang stepped forward and placed her hand on Xiaoyao's shoulder to reassure him. Third brother, we'll keep this a secret. No matter what, we're on your side, Sheng Yu said. That's right, third brother, we're family. Xiaoyao smiled. Good. When it's safe, we'll go to the rendezvous point together. 3 days later, at the rendezvous point, a large number of young prodigies had already gathered. The sounds of chattering filled the air. Oh, you guys from the Ice Whale clan actually made it through. Who are you looking down on? We're at least in the top 100. Xiaoyao quietly observed his surroundings, thinking to himself. The second prince isn't here. Could something have happened to Yu Nilai? Just then, Yu Ming's voice rang out. Oh, isn't this the master who hides his strength? Don't think that means I'll respect you. You're still not worthy of my imperial sister. Yu Fei quickly reminded her little brother to tone it down. Ahem, Yu Ming. Xiaoyao glanced back at the group, and they thought to themselves, the news finally got out. However, he asked with concern. Is the second prince all right? Yu Fei said. My imperial brother is perfectly fine. Nothing happened. Xiaoyao was gobsmacked. What? In his heart he screamed, how is that possible? Where did I go wrong? Seeing Xiaoyao's strange attitude, Yu Li felt displeased and scolded. Tuoba Xiaoyao, what's your problem? Yu Fei quickly intervened. You lie. But Yu Li continued to ramble on. Even if there were assassins, who do you think could do anything to me? You think you're the only one who's strong? The only one who knows how to hide your strength? Yu Fei said, enough. Xiaoyao was just worried about you. Don't blame him, Yu Li said unhappily. Imperial sister, you're too kind. You always take his side. Xiaoyao quickly transmitted his voice secretly to Yu Fei. Really, nothing happened. Did Ji Yu Changge find out in advance and cancel the assassination plan? Yu Fei transmitted back. I'm not sure, but don't worry, I'll report it to father myself. At that moment, a surge of dark aura erupted from the surroundings, its oppressive power causing the space to tremble. As soon as they saw the aura, everyone was terrified. His Majesty's absolute yin energy has erupted. This kind of power. Could someone from the absolute yin imperial court have emerged? Ji Yu Changge said smugly. Let's go, your majesty. Let's go see who it is, Yu Tianhe said. With young master Ji Yu accompanying me, I feel much more at ease. Isn't holy maiden Chu Chu coming? Ji Yu Changge said confidently. I alone am enough. The aura grew wider and wider, covering a vast expanse. The absolute yin energy suddenly spread. It's definitely someone from the absolute yin imperial clan. This time, the absolute yin storm is sweeping across the upper realm. It must be related to them. Yu Li said excitedly, I wonder which powerhouse has arrived this time. I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. Yu Feiya immediately reminded him, Yu Li, don't be careless. People from the absolute yin imperial court are never simple. Xiaoyao remained silent, still focused on observing, thinking to himself, could it be him? From within the aura, a voice rang out. So these are the prodigies of the various clans in this generation. How disappointing. His face became clearer and clearer, full of arrogance. He was the third prince of the absolute yin imperial court, Jialuo. He jutted out his chin and trash talk. Picking up from the last chapter, to save Xingyu, Tuoba Xiaoyao is forced to use the power he's been hiding all this time. Because of this, Yu Tianzheng and Yu Changge's assassination plan against the second prince, Yu Li, fails, and they have to wait for another opportunity. Suddenly, within the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, an aura of absolute yin explodes violently. From the middle of that dark aura, the third prince of the absolute yin imperial court, Jialuo, steps out, seething with murderous intent, with an arrogant expression, and a face that screams, I'm the main character. He says disdainfully, I thought the geniuses of the various clans were something special, so strong, but it turns out that's all they are. Then he introduces himself, I am Jialuo, the third prince of the absolute yin imperial court. Greetings to all you geniuses. As soon as they hear his name, a young hot-blooded genius blurts out, Dude, is that how you greet people? So what if you're from the absolute yin imperial family? Here, everyone's a genius from all realms. You think you can suppress us all? A girl standing nearby sighs in admiration at his brash attitude. No wonder they call him the little saber heavenly being. He doesn't submit to anyone. Not only that, he even dares to point his finger directly at Jialuo, without the slightest fear. Looks like he's got some skill, Jialuo smirks. Someone like you dares to speak to Prince Jialuo. As soon as he finishes speaking, a powerful aura slams straight into the guy, immediately sending him to meet his ancestors. Talk about mouth moving faster than the brain. Too bad the head has to pay the price. He departs this world so quickly. Witnessing that scene, everyone around shivers in fear, so fast that the naked eye can't even see it clearly. So terrifying. The girl who just praised him for being so outspoken also gets caught in the crossfire, but luckily she isn't killed as miserably as him, just chased away. Get lost. Jialuo laughs coldly. You've got guts, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. Standing not far away, Tuoba Xiaoyao thinks to himself angrily, It really is him. What's next in this mess? Just then, Yu Feiya speaks up indignantly. I wonder what reason the absolute yin prince has for coming here. There's never been any animosity between us, Tuoba Xiaoyao thinks to himself. Ugh, isn't he here because of you? Jialuo laughs and replies, So you must be Princess Feiya, of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. Your aura and appearance are indeed not bad. Truly a stunning beauty capable of overturning kingdoms, Yu Feiya retorts. Watch your tongue, Xiaoyao thinks bitterly. Sooner or later, I'll take you out with one sword, you damn lapdog. Jialuo sees Xiaoyao's expression at that moment and laughs. A super sly laugh. Princess Feiya hasn't even spoken, and the three little puppies behind her are already showing their displeasure. Respect. Only the strong are qualified to receive that. Finishing his words, a murderous aura erupts from his eyes. It's so shocking that it feels like countless cold, probing gazes are focused on them, gazes that make everyone shiver in fear. Just one glance is enough to threaten them all. Xiaoyao, Yu Li. Yu Ming is directly attacked by the power of the absolute yin imperial court, and is unable to resist. Seeing this, Yu Feiya speaks up. Enough, I think Prince Jialuo didn't come here today to provoke us, did he? Jialuo retracts his dark aura and says calmly, Alright, for your sake, I'll spare them for now. Behind them, Yu Li, Yu Ming, and Xiaoyao are in a terrible state, but Yu Li can't swallow this anger, so he opens his mouth to curse. You bastard, I will! Before he can finish speaking, Yu Feiya glances at him, scoffs coldly, and interrupts, Yu Li, don't act rashly. Just then, Jialuo smiles, steps in front of Yu Feiya, and says calmly, I am the third prince of the absolute yin imperial court, and this time I've come to the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. In fact, it's for Princess Feiya. Yu Feiya freezes for a few seconds, her face flustered and sweating, confused. For me, what do you mean? Before Jialuo can continue, Yu Ming interrupts. Did you come to propose marriage? Guessing correctly, Jialuo laughs loudly. Haha, you guessed right. The surrounding area is immediately shocked, everyone is stunned, not daring to believe their ears, and buzzing with discussion. What the hell? An absolute yin prince personally crossed the absolute yin heaven just to propose to Princess Feiya? Unbelievable. I thought he came to start a war. And some people are extremely bitter upon hearing this. Those who secretly admire Yu Feiya. Xiaoyao's eyes widen in anger, and he roars in his heart. Humph, it must be because of the princess's special physique. Yu Ming shouts from behind. You want to marry my imperial sister? On what basis? While Yu Feiya remains silent. Jialuo doesn't bother with Yu Ming, just smiles coldly. Just on the basis that after the absolute yin heaven covers the entire upper realm, it won't spread to the territory of your Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. How's that condition? The surroundings are shaken once again. This condition really is a disaster, the absolute yin heaven. I heard that only forces possessing immortal level power can be safe and sound. Xiao Yao grits his teeth and growls. Damn it, is this a threat? Yu Ming shouts furiously. Can the princess of Great Yu be traded like merchandise? Just then, a flying ship appears in the sky. 2 figures descend, accompanied by a cold voice. Is what the third prince says true? Following the direction of the voice, everyone turns their eyes towards them, excited. It's father, it's his majesty, the Yu Emperor. Without offering any greetings, Jialuo calmly takes out a piece of paper and says, "This is a letter personally written by my father, in which the conditions that the absolute Yin Imperial Court is willing to offer are clearly stated. Your majesty can take a look." Despite his attitude, the Yu Emperor is very annoyed but still tries to restrain himself. Then, he takes the letter and reads it, thinking to himself, if exchanging Feiya can get these things, it's not unworthy to consider. Thinking this, he speaks up. This matter is important. How about the third prince return to the capital with me to discuss it in more detail? Jialuo clasps his hands in response. Oh, of course, I also want to see your magnificent imperial capital with my own eyes. Yu Ming whispers anxiously in his sister's ear. Imperial sister, I don't want you to marry him, Yu Feiya replies. This isn't something we can decide. And Tuoba Xiaoyao is super bitter but can't do anything about it. Clenching his fist tightly in anger, he consoles himself. Calm down, absolutely don't act on impulse at this time. Galuo chimed in. Oh, who's this little bro? Yu Huang turned to Ji Yu Changge with a smile, introducing, this is my guest, the young master of the Ji Yu family, Ji Yu Changge. In his heart, Yu Huang mused. Neither of them is easy to provoke. If these two really clash, Princess Feiya might become even more valuable. This meeting sent shockwaves all around. The arrogant Prince Jueyin? Could he be trying to provoke young Master Ji Yu Changge? Judging by his earlier demeanor, this isn't going to be simple. But unexpectedly, contrary to everyone's expectations, Galuo clasped his hands respectfully and bowed his head politely to Ji Yu Changge. So this is the legendary young master Ji Yu Changge. I am Galuo, paying my respects. For such a proud person to humble himself before Ji Yu Changge was truly shocking. Living up to the name of young master Ji Yu Changge casually replied, no need for so much formality. Yu Ming, beaming, pointed at Ji Yu Changge and chuckled, sis, even he has to bow to young master Ji Yu. Then he whispered, see, I chose the right guy, hurry up and figure out how to snag him. Yu Feiya immediately cautioned, keep your voice down, watch your words. Ji Yu Changge then said, so Jilan is your sister? Galuo forced a smile and replied, she's my royal sister. If she knew you still remembered her name, she would be overjoyed. If you have the chance, young master Ji Yu must visit the Juyin Imperial Court. My royal sister and father would definitely be eager to meet you. Hearing this, Ji Yu Changge thought to himself, is he implying that the karmic ties forged in the reincarnation platform are still in effect? Thinking so, he replied cheerfully on the surface. Of course, Yu Huang added. So young master Ji Yu once had a relationship with the Juyin Imperial Court? Ji Yu Changge replied, I merely met Galuo's royal sister by chance before, as they headed towards the airship to return to the capital. Zhao Zhao watched their departing figures, secretly calculating. In the previous life, although this Galuo also became Ji Yu Changge's hunting dog, he was beaten into submission. What an advantage for him. A moment later, they arrived back in the capital, where magnificent and luxurious palaces stood. Inside, banquets had been prepared, with countless delicacies laid out before them. Yu Huang spoke. Prince Galuo is truly a talented and extraordinary young man. Feiya, offer the prince a toast. Yu Feiya replied. Yes, father, an elder then said. In this old man's opinion, Princess Feiya and Prince Galuo are a match made in heaven. If they could marry, it would be a beautiful union. That's right, haha, this old man also has good news to congratulate your majesty on. Oh, what is it? Yu Huang chuckled with excitement. The third young master of General Tuoba's family is now like a dragon emerging from the sea. Another talent for Day Yu. The future is bound to be prosperous, haha, good, grant rewards. Ji Yu Changge, sitting beside him, said, in my opinion, that third young master has great ambitions and will surely achieve something in the future. Why doesn't your majesty take this opportunity to bestow a marriage upon him? Young master Ji Yu speaks with reason. Tuoba Xiaojiao, I bestow upon you the marriage to the fifth princess. How does that sound? Yun Tian quickly signaled to his son, Xiao Jiao, quickly thank his majesty for his grace. Then, turning to Ji Yu Changge, he said, I thank young master Ji Yu and thank your majesty. In his heart, Yu Huang thought, leaving Tuoba Yun Tian aside for now. Tuoba Xiaojiao alone has considerable potential. Maintaining a good relationship with them wouldn't be a loss. Thinking this, he cheerfully said, General Tuoba is loyal and devoted. I am very pleased with this marriage. Unexpectedly, Xiaojiao spoke up. I am extremely grateful for your majesty's kindness. Huang was somewhat surprised, and those around him were astonished. What? Tuoba Yuntian hurriedly reminded his son, Xiaojiao. Do you know what you're saying? Xiao Zhao continued. Your Majesty, the fifth princess is indeed a rare beauty of unparalleled grace. But Xiao Zhao already has someone in his heart, and truly cannot accept anyone else. You lie, sitting nearby, said unhappily. How insensible. Yu Ming then transmitted his voice to Yu Fei, sis, he still remembers you. Gu Changge awkwardly spoke up. It is I, Gu, who has been too presumptuous. If I had known earlier that brother Xiao Zhao already had someone in his heart, I would absolutely not have suggested this marriage, so that your Majesty would be displeased. Yu Huang sighed and waved his hand, saying, How can this be blamed on young Master Gu? It was merely a good intention. Gu Changge chuckled, saying meaningfully, But I am very curious. What kind of woman could make the third young master of the Tuoba family dare to refuse the imperial grace of His Majesty Yu Huang? Xiao Zhao felt extremely resentful at being mocked, thinking, Damn it, this guy is totally messing with me on purpose. Yu Huang said, Since young Master Gu has said so, I am also very curious. Gu Changge immediately followed up with a suggestion. How about this? If the person that third young Master Tuoba is in love with is a woman of Yu, then why doesn't your Majesty go with the flow and make a match for the young couple, also allowing me to offer flowers to Buddha on your behalf, as an apology for my rudeness earlier? The more Gu Changge spoke, Tuoba Xiao Zhao became angrier and more frustrated. Unable to explode, he cursed helplessly in his heart. Damn you, Gu Changge, how dare you, Yu Huang continued. All right, speak. If it is a woman of Yu, I will personally arrange the marriage for you, considering it a reward. Xiao Zhao remained silent, thinking to himself. There's no way to avoid it now anyway. Thinking this, he gathered his courage and stood up, saying, Reporting to His Majesty, Yu Huang, the person that Xiao Zhao admires is none other than the current Princess Fei. What was coming finally came, and Yu Fei, sitting and listening, was drenched in cold sweat. Following the previous episode, Tuoba Xiao Zhao received endless praise upon returning from the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. Yu Huang, having gained another talented young man, was even prompted by Great Yu Changge to say, Why doesn't your Majesty, Yu Huang, seize this excellent opportunity to bestow a marriage upon him? Xiao Zhao then declined His Majesty's good intentions, and plucked up all his courage to say, The one I secretly admire is Princess Yu Fei. Tuoba Xiao Zhao, completely disregarding the expressions of everyone around him, took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Reborn into this life, he used to be timid and fearful, cautious beyond measure. Today he wants to raise his head high for once, displaying the magnanimity of heaven and earth. He no longer wants to conceal his feelings, nor pretend for fleeting illusions. The atmosphere suddenly turned terrifyingly cold. Just then, Jia Luo, holding a wineglass, said coldly, HMPH, are you trying to usurp my position as crown prince, third young master of the Tuoba manor? Aren't you insulting my face? Hearing this, Tuoba Yuntian's face turned ashen with anger, and he turned to his son with fear and scolded, You rebellious son, what are you saying? All eyes were now focused on Xiao Zhao. Ling Qiang and Xing Yu, who were sitting next to Xiao Zhao, also turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Huang's face was now ashen with anger, his eyes flashing with golden light, as if containing scenes of the destruction of the universe. An astonishing pressure spread around him, causing even the starry realm in the sky to tremble. The myriad stars flickered and dimmed as if about to fall, and dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sun. That was the rage of the master of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, directly affecting the realm within the starry domain. All emotions of joy, anger, love, and hate seemed to resonate with the fortune of this place, affecting heaven, earth, and all things. Today, Yu Huang has been provoked for the second time, and this time it's likely to be more serious than before. Everyone knew that Yu Huang intended to marry Yu Fei to the Jueyin imperial court to form an alliance, yet Tuoba had previously disregarded it, as if he didn't care. This made his words and actions before the court even more provocative. Yu Huang couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, You truly have no fear of the heavens. Don't even dream of me marrying Fei to you. I have no intention of bestowing Fei upon you, so discard that thought immediately. Today you dare to deliberately provoke me. He gave an angry order, his voice like thunder. Guards, seize Tuoba Xiao Zhao and take him to the dungeon. However, facing the pressure of Yu Huang's rage, Xiao Zhao remained unafraid, thinking in his heart, Fei, in my previous life, you disregarded life and death for my sake. In this life, I am willing to risk everything, and I will never fail you. Tuoba Yuntian tried to stammer something. Your Majesty, this rebellious son. Before he could finish, Yu Huang shouted to interrupt him. Shut up! And so he had no choice but to silently watch his son being escorted away. Whispers rang out around. Sigh. Tuoba Xiao Zhao is truly foolish. His future was clearly limitless. He has refused bestowed marriages twice, and he even dares to dream of marrying Princess Fei. The third Prince Jia Luo and young Master Changge are both present. Isn't his action just making His Majesty lose more face? Yu Fei glanced after Xiao Zhao, feeling a faint sadness in her heart because she couldn't deny that she also had some lingering feelings for him. The pain of watching the person she loves being taken away without being able to do anything. She was also completely powerless. Just then, Gu Changge burst out laughing, breaking the cold atmosphere. Haha, Princess Feiya doesn't seem surprised by Tuoba Gongzi's decision. It seems that the princess and the third young master of the Tuoba Manor truly have a relationship that is not shallow at all. Yu Huang immediately glared at Feiya, and Yu Feiya, being struck where it hurts, didn't know how to deny it for a moment, stammering, I don't. Yu Huang finally regained his composure and said casually, Feiya, it seems you're hiding many things from father. He wasn't stupid. Just by looking at Tuoba Xiaojiao's attitude, he could tell that the relationship between the two of them was definitely not just a simple social one. However, Yu Feiya had never breathed a word about it to him before. This made Yu Huang feel a little disappointed. In his eyes, Yu Feiya had always been a gentle, intelligent, obedient, and considerate daughter. Yet now, she could hide so many things from him for the sake of a man. Since when did his daughter learn to conceal her feelings like this? Yu Feiya lowered her head slightly, her face a little pale, her voice soft but trembling. Father, I didn't intentionally want to hide anything from you, it's just that… Before she could open her mouth to explain, Yu Huang waved his hand, interrupting her, his tone cold and authoritative. No need to explain. From today on, you will stay in the palace. Without my imperial decree, you are not allowed to step out even half a step. Hearing this, Yu Feiya's face grew paler and paler, and her whole body trembled as if struck by lightning, hardly believing her ears. From a young age, this was probably the first time she had been placed under such strict house arrest by Yu Huang, clearly indicating that he was truly angry. Yes, father. Feiya's voice grew softer, with a hint of trembling, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Her eyes drooped, and her gaze gradually became gloomy, like a lamp that had just been blown out by the wind, thinking in her heart, what exactly is going on today? Everything that just happened seems to have been orchestrated. Then, Yu Huang turned to Gu Changge and sighed. I've made young Master Changge laugh. I really didn't expect such an embarrassing thing to happen today. Gu Changge smiled and replied, Tuoba Gongzi's behavior is truly astonishing. Originally, I had some pity for his talent, but now it seems that this person is probably difficult to make use of. Yu Feiya's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling fearful of Gu Changge's words full of hidden meanings. On this side, Yu Huang stood up and continued. As for the matter of the marriage alliance proposed by the third prince Jialuo, I need to consider it carefully. I will give an answer in 5 days. I am tired now. Let's end here today. Everyone is dismissed, Jialuo replied. As your majesty commands. After the banquet ended, Yu Huang quietly left. Suddenly he spoke softly, asking the eunuch behind him. Have you brought him under control? The old man replied. Reporting to your majesty, everything is under control. No matter how skilled he is, he can't escape. It's just that I don't understand why your majesty is so angry. After all, that Tuoba Xiaojiao… Not letting him finish, Yu Huang interrupted. HMPH. During the hunting convention, the strength he displayed was definitely not commensurate with his current cultivation level. I haven't had a chance to question him yet, but now is a good opportunity to see if we can extract any secrets from him. Switching the scene to Gu Changge's residence, he was walking and whistling happily, looking up and seeing Jiang Chuchu sitting alone on the roof. Without hesitation, Gu Changge immediately rushed behind her and greeted her. Oh, what's wrong, Jiang Laonyang? Jiang Chuchu said indifferently. Oh, it's the successor of the ancient immortal Jiyu family, young Master Changge. Weren't you just happily eating and drinking with the prince of the Juyin imperial court? And you're already done so quickly. Gu Changge sat next to her and said softly, Oh dear, are you angry? Jiang Chuchu lowered her face sadly and replied, I wouldn't dare. I'm not Yu Mingkong who dares to disobey you. Gu Changge then put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her. The disaster of Juyin can't be solved by force alone. This matter must be resolved slowly. Being impatient is useless. Do you believe me? Jiang Chuchu only sighed softly without saying anything. Jiang Chuchu looked up, as if remembering something, and asked suspiciously, You couldn't have known about the affair between Yu Feiya and Tuoba Xiaoyao beforehand, which is why you repeatedly… Gu Changge interrupted with a smile. She's so smart, I'm not free enough to arrange marriages for others. Chuchu continued. Then why target him? You shouldn't have known him before coming here, right? Gu Changge said. Because the Azure Heaven Sword is on him, Chuchu exclaimed in surprise. The Azure Heaven Sword. Gu Changge said. That's right, he hid his abilities for many years to avoid detection. Unfortunately, I still recognized it during the hunting competition. If he obediently handed it over, I might have spared him. But he insisted on resisting, Chuchu said. You really didn't need to tell me all this. Seeing her sulky tone, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, I never intended to hide anything from you. You even know my biggest secret, so what are these little things? Besides, aren't we like an old married couple already? Jiang Chuchu said. Who's married to you? Isn't your fiancé Yu Mingkong? Gu Changge feigned confusion. Yu Mingkong, of course, but don't you want to marry me? Jiang Chuchu blushed and said. Would you marry me? Gu Changge said. Why, you want me to ditch you halfway? I do. Jiang Chuchu was so moved that tears streamed down her face, and she threw her arms around Gu Changge. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Changge gently kissed her lips and reassured her. That's right, Just listen to me and don't overthink things. I'll take care of everything, Jiang Chuchu said shyly. Ada is watching, Gu Changge said nonchalantly. It's just a kiss, what does he even know? A dam below had rosy cheeks, pretending not to see anything with a silly smile. Kinda sucks for him, but oh well. Scene change. Sometime later, it was already getting dark. In the room, Yu Tianzhang came to see Gu Yu Changge. Faced with his appearance, the male lead said calmly, "This isn't a good time for you to see me." Yu Tianzhang said, "I need an explanation." Explanation for what? I came to Changyi for cooperation, but you didn't give a reason and forced me to abandon the assassination plan. Have you forgotten our agreement? Or do you want to become Yu Tian's son-in-law? Pressed with questions, Gu Yu Changge said coldly, "Are you interrogating me?" Yu Tianzhang was very bitter, but didn't dare to retort. "I wouldn't dare, I just want an answer." Answer. "It's really nothing big. I just want you to stop the operation because it's interfering with my plans." Yu Tianzhang was completely shocked. WTF? What could be more important than an assassination plan right now? Gu Yu Changge said coldly. "You don't need to know, wait for my orders." The more he heard, the angrier he became. HMPH. Then, excuse me, I'll carry it out myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave but was helpless. The door was blocked by a magical barrier. It was easy to enter, but whether he could leave was another matter. He said furiously, "WTF, what do you mean by this?" Gu Yu Changge slowly stood up and said calmly, "Oh, did I allow you to leave? Now that you're on my ship, you dare to disembark without my permission. Do you look down on me, Gu Yu Changge, as a nice guy?" Yu Tianzhang frowned and said, "It seems I've been too humble all along, making you think I'm easy to control." Gu Yu Changge, I don't want to offend you, but that doesn't mean I don't have a temper. Do you think I'm afraid? Even Yu Tianhe isn't necessarily my match. The room was filled with killing intent emanating from both sides. Gu Yu Changge said coldly, "I thought you were smart." Just like that, the door creaked shut. No one knew what was happening inside, only that cold auras from Gu Yu Changge enveloped everything. And when the door opened, Yu Tianzhang was still standing there, but his face was bruised and battered, a complete mess. Too bad for him for messing with Gu Yu Changge. The result couldn't be more tragic, Gu Yu Changge said coldly. "I don't like people who think they're smart. Go back and wait for orders," Yu Tianzhang replied helplessly. Yes. Scene change. To the prison camp, where Tuoba Xiaoyao was imprisoned. Red blood splattered everywhere, showing that the interrogation here was extremely cruel and brutal. Xiaoyao sat in the prison cell, continuously practicing to restore his body. He sighed. "Phew. My injuries are finally about 70 or 80% recovered. It's just that I was too impulsive. I'm afraid I've brought trouble to Feiya. If I had said in public that I liked Gu Yu Changge, would I have been able to deceive everyone? Maybe Yu Huang wouldn't have continued to make things difficult for me, and I could have also provoked Gu Yu Changge. Why didn't I think of that then?" At that moment, Gu Yu Changge tore through the void and appeared, saying coldly, "If so, I would have chopped you into pieces on the spot and thrown you to the dogs. Haha, dream-shattered little dog." Picking up where we left off, Gu Yu Changge suddenly ripped through the void to arrive at the prison where Tuoba Xiaoyao was being held. This sudden appearance shook him up, and he stuttered. Gu Yu Changge coldly chuckled. "It's me. Looks like you've gotten quite used to this place." Xiaoyao's face paled as he cupped his hands in a flustered manner, saying, "Young Master Changge, please forgive Xiaoyao's rudeness just now. I don't know why you've repeatedly targeted someone as insignificant as I am." Gu Yu Changge chuckled and said, "Come on, don't play dumb anymore. If you know what's good for you, hand over the thing to me, and maybe I'll spare your life." Upon hearing these words from Gu Yu Changge, Xiaoyao immediately guessed what Gu Yu Loach, alluding to Gu Yu Changge's cunning nature, wanted, and he said through gritted teeth, "You really found out?" Gu Yu Loach coldly rebuked, "Stop rambling and cut the crap. You should understand that that thing will only bring misfortune to you. Give it to me, and I'll exchange it for your life." "How does that sound, bro?" Tuoba Xiaoyao burst out laughing. "Haha, how ridiculous. Even if you kill me, you won't get the Azure Heaven Sword." Gu Yu Changge curled his lips into a disdainful sneer and said, "You're pretty tough, huh? I can sense your determination to die for your conviction. It seems you anticipated today's events. It's just that you really don't care about the lives of your sisters? What's more, there's also Yu Feiya. She's about to marry a prince of the absolute Yin royal court. What the heck are you keeping the Azure Heaven Sword for?" Seeing himself being threatened, Tuoba Xiaoyao was incredibly annoyed, his eyebrows furrowed uncomfortably, and he said through gritted teeth, "Gu Yu Changge, if you want to use them to scare me, you better drop that idea. When that time comes, I'll destroy my sword embryo, and you'll never be able to gather all 7 Azure Heaven auras." Gu Yu Changge chuckled. "Oh, is that so? You should know that I have 100 ways to make them wish they were dead. Just because you're being stubborn today, do you think they won't resent you? How about we start with your 4th younger sister?" Hao was so angry that smoke practically came out of his head. He clenched his fist tightly, squeezing out each word with difficulty. "You." But he still pursed his lips tightly, determined not to reveal a single word. After calming himself down, Tuoba Xiaoyao gradually composed himself and blurted out, "The Azure Heaven Sword is one with me. I can borrow its power, but I can't separate it from my body. There's no way to solve this in the upper realm, not even for me." Gu Changge went ballistic. His murderous aura surged, and he waved his hand violently, shouting, "Are you kidding me?" Without further ado, Gu directly lunged forward, grabbed his neck, and slammed him against the wall, his eyes filled with rage, saying, "You son of a BTCH, you think I really don't dare to kill you? Not getting the Azure Heaven Sword is just a slight loss of opportunity for me." Tuoba Xiaoyao struggled to breathe, his face turned purple, and sweat poured down like rain, but he still stubbornly said, "If you don't believe me, I can swear by my Dao heart, there's not a single lie in these words." Gu Loach smirked and replied, "You think I'm a child? I've never believed in that crap. Let's see, how many more secrets are you hiding on your body?" In that instant, Gu Loach seemed to sense a terrifying crisis approaching. A dazzling light erupted, spreading throughout the space. A brilliant crimson aura radiated outwards, and the top of Tuoba Xiaoyao's head shone brightly, the light penetrating to the point where one could clearly see the bones and blood vessels flowing inside. Within that light, a sword talisman the size of a palm slowly appeared. It was less than an inch long, but it emitted an astonishing sword intent, producing resounding echoes, carrying an aura that could cleave through all things. It turned out that he had refined the Azure Heaven Sword and his primordial spirit into one, which was the sword embryo. Gu Changge observed carefully for a few more times, and then realized that the sword talisman had a life connection with Tuoba Xiaoyao, and it also carried the unique mark of the Azure Heaven Qi. But in his heart he thought, if I force a soul search, not only will this kid die, but the sword embryo will also self-destruct. It's really troublesome. I wonder if Zhao Ruoyin has a way to separate the Azure Heaven Sword, like separating the Creation Immortal Boat. At that moment, Xiaoyao gasped for breath, rubbed his neck and said, "Now you probably believe what I said, right?" But Gu Changge paid little attention to his words, only coldly saying, "I don't care how you do it, but if you don't hand over the Azure Heaven Sword in half a month, whether it's Yufeya or your sisters, they will pay a heavy price for you." Hearing this, Tuoba Xiaoyao was shocked to the core, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "What the hell? Half a month?" But Gu Changge had already turned and left, regardless of whether Xiaoyao could accept it or not. He bitterly thought, "Facing Gu Changge, I have no power to resist. If it weren't for the fact that I had refined the Azure Heaven Sword and my primordial spirit as one, I would have been soul-searched just now. What should I do now? There's only half a month left." At the same time, outside, Xingyu was straining her ass and tightening her glutes, frantically training her strength, and the opponent she was training with was also a top-tier hottie. A strike carrying a shocking pressure caused earth and rocks to explode with a boom-boom sound, and dust filled the air. "Blown away," she said in a panic. "Miss, let's stop here for today, okay?" Xingyu replied. "I must quickly increase my strength so that I can save third brother. The person I'm facing is Gu Changge. You continue," the hottie said helplessly. "All right, then I'll teach you my top skills. Later, if you encounter Gu Changge, even if you can't win, you can still give him a couple of moves." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately started waving her arms and legs to teach. Before the extravagant dance of feathers could be taught for long, she was suddenly ambushed by someone, a direct stab wound, and red blood spurted out like a fountain. A cold voice rang out, "HMPH, still want to exchange a few moves with my master? I'll see if you're tired of fighting me." Xingyu was moved to the point of being stunned, her eyes tearing up as she cried out, "Cease!" It was Jiyu Wudi who made the move. He showed no mercy, and attacked without hesitation. Xiangyu quickly realized this and growled, You're that scarred-faced guy? This is the territory of the Tunyuba family. How dare you act recklessly here?" Jiyu Wudi licked the blood on his hands in a perverted way, exclaiming, "Oh my, compared to playing house back in the Nine Mountains, I like this job much better. Are you going to come with me willingly, or do I have to beat you to a pulp and carry you away?" Xingyu, her face turning pale with fear, quickly channeled her spiritual power into the command tablet in her hand, desperately calling for help. In her mind, she thought, Third Aunt was almost a supreme paragon, yet he killed her with one move. His strength is not to be underestimated. I must call for father's help. Jiyu Wudi, seeing through her intentions, immediately rushed forward and kicked her in the stomach. The command tablet flew out of her hand as he smugly yelled, "Nah, that ain't gonna work." Then, he grabbed Xingyu by the hair and dragged her away, saying casually, "Sai, it takes 2 hits for you to learn. When you meet someone stronger, you better kneel quickly, or you might lose your life. Why don't you people understand this?" "Oh yeah. Might as well add another hit for good measure." He heard the girl who had been lying motionless on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly jolted up, her eyes wide with terror. But perhaps it was all too late. Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion rocked the forest, causing the space to tremble violently. At the same time, in the Jiale Palace, Yu Huang continued to meet with Jiale. Yu Huang said, The matter of Fei Ya, which concerns her fate. We need to think about it for another 2 days. As for the third prince, there is no need to rush. He then turned to the eunuch and said, how about you arrange for her to take a stroll in the city with the third prince? Jia clasped his hands and replied, thank you for your grace, your majesty. With that, he scurried away. Inside, Yu Huang watched his retreating figure, muttering to himself. Tell me, Fei Ya is dignified and virtuous, with unparalleled beauty. How is she inferior to Yue Mingkong? Even as a concubine, she would be more than capable, so why is Ji Yu Changge not interested in the slightest? The old eunuch replied, it seems your majesty is leaning towards Ji Yu Changge, Yu Huang responded. Of course, Ji Yu Changge's own strength is enough to contend with great sects, plus he has the immortal Ji Yu family behind him. Although the Juyin royal court is strong, it is not a righteous force. Oh yeah, I heard that the young daughter of the Tuoba family went missing. Yes, your majesty? It's still unclear, fine. Since we couldn't get any secrets, release Tuoba Xiaoyao. No need to make Tuoba Yuntian worry too much. A moment later, at the Tuoba mansion, Tuoba Xiaoyao was quickly released. But he received shocking news. Xiaoyao was shocked, and exclaimed, Xingyu has been kidnapped. Tuoba Yuntian stared blankly at the command tablet in his hand and said, when I arrived, only this was left at the scene. Now, I don't even care about restoring the reputation of a prestigious family. I only hope my children are safe. Things have come to this. Perhaps I can only beg His Majesty, hoping he remembers my past service, and helps the Tuoba family. In the next few days, don't wander around. Just stay in the mansion. After speaking, he quickly turned and left. Tuoba Lingkun turned to Xiaoyao, asking worriedly, what's wrong, third brother? Xiaoyao bitterly replied, it's Ji Yu Changge. He's warning me, telling me not to play any tricks. Lingkun sighed. What now, facing that kind of monster? Is our Tuoba family doomed? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoyao quickly placed his hand on her shoulder and reassured her. Second sister, don't worry. As long as I haven't given that thing to Ji Yu Changge, Xingyu is still safe. I will rescue her. All right, second sister. I heard that an ancient, unexplored world appeared on the border before. Big Brother is guarding it now. Is that true? Ling Kun replied. Big Brother is currently guarding the spatial gate there. The news from Big Brother says that the fate there is quite deep, and the Kia is long-lasting. Before it opens, the Great Yu Dynasty will definitely try every means to seize the opportunity and swallow the tastiest morsel. Hearing this, he thought to himself, did I regress to the Great Yu Dynasty because the world on my side is adjacent to this one? If so, maybe I can find a way to separate the Azure Heaven Sword. More importantly, if I can freely travel between the two worlds, wouldn't I have a solid foundation? Then, contending with Ji Yu Changge wouldn't be impossible. Truly, heaven never seals off all paths. At the same time, Ji Yu Changge was still hand in hand with Jiang Chuchu, enjoying the blissful moments of life. Looking at Jiang Chuchu sleeping soundly in his arms, Ji Yu Changge pondered, the Eridao fruit is about to ripen. It's just that I still need a suitable place to set up the inescapable net for the upcoming hunt. The inner universe within my body is still unstable. I need to refine more of the Juyin source energy, and then perform a sacrificial refinement. Now my strength has also reached its limit. If I can't obtain a large amount of source energy from those who have attained enlightenment, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through further. As he was contemplating, a dame's voice came from outside. Master, the third prince Gla is here again, Ji Yu Changge replied unhappily. What the hell does he want now? Adao scratched his head in confusion outside and continued. He said he wants to acknowledge young Master Changge as his big bro, willing to wholeheartedly serve you and live or die by your side. As Aindang spoke, he recalled the moment when Gla excitedly uttered those words so naturally, and even Gla's own henchman was shocked by his decision and stammered, Your Highness, this isn't very appropriate, is it? How can a prince of the Juyin royal court? Gla laughed excitedly. What do you know, heh heh. The more Ade thought about it, the more confused he became. He scratched his head and said, bewildered, Master, I suspect he wants to steal my credit. Continuing from the previous chapter, Ji Yu Changge arrives at the prison where Tuoba Xiaoyao is being held, and threatens him if he doesn't hand over the heavenly sword within half a month. The lives of those around him will pay a terrible price. No sooner said than done. Ji Yu Changge first sends Ji Yu Wudi to capture Zhao Xingyu. When Tuoba Yuntian hears that his daughter is missing, he's pissed but can't do anything about it. At the same time, Jialuo comes to find Ji Yu Changge. Adai says that he wants to recognize Ji Yu Changge as his big bro, constantly brown-nosing him. The door slowly opens. Ji Yu Changge steps out and says, Prince Jialuo, what brings you here this time? Jialuo respectfully clasps his hands and replies, Yes, big bro, young master, the second Prince Yu Li is organizing a game in hopes that you and I will participate. The little prince specifically came to invite young master to come along. Hearing this, Ji Yu Lun thinks to himself, a game. This second prince is young but his heart is really dark. After thinking about it, the male lead happily replies, Prince Jialuo is so kind, then it wouldn't hurt to go take a look. Great. As young master wishes, Jialuo continues. Suddenly, Jialuo gently turns to Adai, smiles, and whispers, "Big bro, we must get along well in the future." Adai's face instantly turns cold, and he doesn't even bother to say anything. A moment later, behind the royal palace, in the hunting grounds, Ji Yu Changge, the second prince Yu Li, the peerless Yin prince Jialuo, and the eldest princess Yu Feya, the four leading figures of the younger generation of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, along with many other young geniuses, gather in this place. They stand in a magnificent pavilion, gazing into the distance, where the hunting grounds are filled with a lively scene. Ji Yu Changge steps forward, his eyes calm and gentle like water, exuding an elegant and natural air, and says, "I wonder what kind of game the second prince is organizing that's so lively." The appearance of Ji Yu Changge and Jialuo immediately causes a stir around them. Ji Yu always acts surprised. "Oh, even Princess Feya is here? You're free to move around now?" Yu Feya steps forward, clasps her hands, and replies, "Thanks to the blessings of Big Bro Young Master and the third prince." Yu Lai interrupts. "Young Master Changge, you guys came just in time. The reason I invited everyone here today is just to find some fun in our free time." Coincidentally, a new batch of prisoners has been brought back from the border, so I want to set up a small game. Hearing this, Yu Feya glances at Yu Li and gently reminds him, "Yu Li, you must use honorifics with Big Bro Young Master. His status in the upper realm is no less than that of Father Emperor." Yu Li indifferently replies, "What's the big deal? We're all young people." Jialuo stands there without saying anything but secretly sneers in his heart. "How foolish." Ji Yu Changge expresses interest and exclaims, "Prisoners." Yu Li immediately waves his hand and shouts, "Bring them up." Yu Feya can only sigh helplessly behind him. Very quickly, the prisoners are brought out, their clothes torn and ragged, and their hands are bound by a magic formation. From above, Yu Li excitedly says, "These are all prisoners captured at the border, and among them are many holy sons, holy daughters, and elders of major forces who dared to oppose the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, so this is the fate they brought upon themselves." Just then, a soldier below shouts, "Run!" But they still refuse to cooperate. Yu Li says, "Since you refuse to submit, then today this prince will give you a chance to survive." The young geniuses around are impressed, and someone exclaims, "Oh, the second prince is so merciful." But the prisoners don't feel that way. An elder opens his mouth and shouts, "You Yu are tyrannical and plunderous, despicable. If you want to kill us, then just do it. Why talk so much?" Hearing this, Yu Li is furious, his eyes bulge out, and he grits his teeth and says, "You're tired of living, huh?" Immediately, Yu Li erupts with power and sweeps it straight down at the prisoners below, threatening them, "Obey and live, resist and die. Here's what you get for opening your mouth and barking." Seeing this scene, the remaining prisoners are horrified, their faces pale, and they don't dare to say a word. A girl among them is teary-eyed and trembling, thinking to herself, "I must live to find my father." At the same time, from above, Ji Yu Changge observes the prisoners below, and suddenly notices something unusual. In his heart, he thinks, "The aura on that girl's body is similar to Tuoba Xiaoyao's aura. Could it be that they come from the same world?" Suddenly, Yu Li waves his hand and excitedly shouts, "The mountain in front of you is where you will be running to. If you are still alive after 3 days, I will spare your lives. Start now, run." Hearing this, the prisoners below frantically run in all directions, each trying their best to escape. Excited voices shout, "Kill! Haha! Let's see who can kill more." Hearing this, the prisoners are pissed. "Bastards, do they see us as livestock?" Very quickly, after only a few steps, the first unlucky ones are caught. The scene below is now like a chaotic battlefield. The young geniuses are happily slaughtering to their heart's content, each and every one of them being brutally killed. Above, Yu Lai says, "Young Master Changge, aren't you going to participate?" Ji Yu Lun replies, "It's enough for me to stand here and watch. I'm afraid that if I make a move, there won't be any game left for you guys to play." "Haha, then I'll see you again in 3 days. With that, Yu Li flies away. Seeing Yu Feya still standing there, Ji Yu Changge gently asks, "Princess Feya, why aren't you participating?" Yu Feya replies, "I don't like this kind of killing game. Princess Feya is indeed a kind-hearted person, just like me." Hearing this, Yu Feya suddenly recalls what her father once said. "It is said that Ji Yu Changge is cruel, but he is very gentle to his women." I don't care what feelings you had for Tuoba Xiaoyao in the past, but now, as the Great Yu eldest princess, your mission is to win Ji Yu Change's heart, and if that's not possible, then consider Jialuo. While she's lost in thought, Ji Yu Changge suddenly continues, "Oh right, are these prisoners all people from the upper realm?" Feya replies. "Some of them seem to come from an ancient world, a place next to a spatial rift, but it doesn't seem to be anything special." Ji Yu was like, "An ancient world, huh? That explains the sword intent on Shibei Xiaojiao. If I could refine that world, it'd be stronger than countless lower realms around the upper realm." Thinking that, Ji Yu Changge immediately used his aura to scan around, breezing past the deep bedding. Ji Yu Changge could sense the girl's footsteps as she frantically ran deeper into the bedding. Fear and panic were written all over her pretty face. Ji Yu Changge couldn't help but chuckle. How interesting. Yu Fei was confused. Interesting, Gu Changge continued. Looks like I'll have to make a trip myself. Why don't you come with me, Fei? Immediately, Jialua waved his hand, interrupting. No need to trouble the princess. The little prince can accompany me. Yu Fei was completely dumbfounded. Her good opportunity to get closer to Gu Changge was as good as gone. Afterward, Jialuo turned to two of his subordinates and said, The two of you don't need to come. Those words made them extremely confused, stuttering, Your Highness. Suddenly, Agda stepped forward and grandly announced, What's it to you guys, my lord? Let's go. Jialuo was now utterly dejected, his face pale. As he stood there dumbfounded, Gu Changge decisively said, All right, Adane, come with me, Yu Fei. Seeing Jialuo's reaction, sighed inwardly. Seriously, are you really here to propose to me? At the same time, deep within the forest, the girl, after running like crazy for a while, was exhausted. She plopped down on the ground to rest, tears welling up, screaming in her heart, Father, where are you? In this world, even the invincible sword immortals of the continent could fall just like that. These so-called extraterrestrial demons, aren't they just cultivators from this world? That day, a crack appeared in the sky, constantly spewing out terrifying gales and chaotic currents, like a giant door leading to another horrifying world. Even the most powerful sword immortals on the continent, those hailed as the supreme beings of the cultivation world, didn't dare to easily step through. They feared that a single misstep would get them caught in the chaotic currents, their flesh torn apart, never to return. In their world, sword immortals were beings who could live for 10,000 years. Their power beyond imagination, plucking stars and capturing the moon under the mountains and seas, were just minor feats. Yet, facing the giant crack in the sky, even they were completely helpless, unable to find a way to mend it or pass through it. Then, something even more terrifying happened. Over time, many strange and terrifying creatures poured out of the crack. Their power far exceeded imagination, carrying a sky-high killing intent. Some old folks recounted that ancient books recorded the existence of extraterrestrial demons, creatures from the distant edge of the universe. From collapsing regions of space, once the space walls shattered, they would take the opportunity to invade. These extraterrestrial demons wielded countless bizarre and terrifying weapons, their forms hideous and extremely cruel. They flooded into this world, constantly slaughtering, destroying everything, plotting to take over the entire world of humanity. Although the people of that world had fought many times, repelling each wave of attacks, after each battle more powerful monsters appeared, their strength becoming increasingly terrifying. In the end, even the sword immortal, known as Invincible, was severely injured, on the verge of death before the power of those powerhouses from beyond. Although they had helped with all their might to repel the first invasion, the world also suffered heavy losses. Countless creatures died, and the land was ravaged. Knowing that the next time the extraterrestrial demons returned would be even more terrifying, the major sects and all the clans realized that they could not resist for long. Therefore, the leaders of all the sword sects, the Shu sect, Sword Mountain, Wu Mountain, gathered together to discuss how to deal with the situation. In the end, they agreed on only one plan. If they couldn't seal the crack, then they had to send people through it to find the source on the other side and destroy the root of the disaster. That was the only way to stop the world-ending catastrophes. Since the previous generation of Shu sect's old sword immortal had fallen while transcending tribulation, no one in that world had the power to break through space anymore. Therefore, this mission was extremely dangerous, almost a journey of no return, and her father was one of the sword immortals, who had volunteered to step into the crack, leading the team to eliminate the source of the extraterrestrial demons. And before parting, the girl sadly said, "Father, do you really have to go?" Her father gently stroked his daughter's head, comforting her. For the peace of this world, someone always needs to step forward. Besides, with your father's strength, what are you worried about? But months had passed, and her father, a continental sword immortal, seemed to have been swallowed by the spatial currents, never to return. So I stepped into that crack too, setting out to find my father. Only then did I realize that the thoughts of my father and them were laughable. The world outside was much wider than we imagined. We were no different from frogs in a well. This world was vast and boundless, the center of all realms, where powerhouses were as numerous as the trees in the forest. Countless adjacent worlds frequently conquered and annexed each other. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "So you were hiding here?" The girl jumped up, terrified, looking around in panic. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight down at her feet, and she immediately collapsed. Kneeling down before her were the young prodigies of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. He stepped forward smugly. "Oh, another girl this time. What? You're not willing to attack because she's a girl?" "I'm just thinking about whether I should skin her alive or not." "Hehe. What a pity. She has ordinary looks, not worth collecting." The archer behind him impatiently urged. "If you keep dawdling, I'll shoot 2 more holes in her." He smiled slyly, his face becoming depraved. "Hey now, what's the rush? Isn't watching your prey struggle between life and death a rare pleasure in life? What's more fun than playing with and torturing the weak? As soon as he finished speaking, without understanding what was happening, she only saw the place in front of her where they were standing suddenly explode. Rumbling, 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 the ground shook violently, and smoke filled the air. After the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Ada's huge and colossal body, his two hands clutching two of them tightly, one lying flat on the cold ground. The girl, as if she had returned from the brink of death, confusedly and slowly opened her eyes to observe. A hand reached out to help her up. This made her extremely confused, stuttering, "Who are you?" It was none other than Gu Changge. The male lead smiled coldly and replied, "Me. Of course, I'm a good person. Isn't my acting convincing?" Continuing from the previous chapter, Yu Li organizes a bloodthirsty hunting game, using the prisoners captured at the border as prey for entertainment. Suddenly, Gu Changge senses a strangely familiar aura from a female prisoner below, somewhat similar to Taba Xiaojiao. The inexplicable sense of familiarity makes him suspicious. Could they be from the same place? As soon as the game starts, the prisoners fall one after another before they even have a chance to run. Only those who are truly quick on their feet manage to seize a slim chance of survival. But before long, that girl is also caught by the group of young prodigies. In the nick of time, Gu Changge suddenly appears. He leisurely approaches, pretending to be a hero saving the damsel, flashing a smile as bright as a spring breeze, but deep within his eyes lies a cold glint of interest, as if he's just found a new toy for himself. No matter what the situation, the girl remains silent. Her eyes are full of alertness, not taking the hand offered to her. She only frowns slightly, enduring the intense pain, forcing herself to stand, screaming in panic, "Don't come any closer, don't come any closer." But after only staggering a few steps, she collapses to the ground, the wound on her body constantly bleeding. Suddenly, her eyes widen in astonishment, because Gu Changge isn't killing her but is actually healing her wounds, which rapidly recover. While healing her, Gu Changge gently reassures her, "I might not be a good person, but I'm not exactly a bad one either. I just happened to see this and felt pity for you, so I decided to help." The girl is still somewhat frightened, saying in confusion, You're not here to kill me." Hearing this, Gu Changge chuckles, casually replying, "If that were the case, why would I bother saving you? You're heavily injured and can't run far. If you still try to escape, I'm afraid the only outcome will be becoming food for some ferocious beast." At the same time, behind him, Agide is still diligently digging to bury the bodies of the three unlucky guys from earlier. Meanwhile, upon hearing Gu Change's words, the girl also knows she really can't continue running. If she tries to escape further, she'll likely collapse from her wounds before the hunters behind her can catch up. But in her heart she still has many worries. She hasn't found her father yet, nor can she return to bring peace of mind to her mother. "She can't die here, can you help me?" Gu Changge smiles smugly. She took the bait, but he gently helps the girl up and asks, "What's your name?" "Ching, Chen Ching," she replies. "Ching, a nice name. If you want me to help, that's fine, but what can you give me in return? We're strangers, not relatives. You can't possibly expect me to do good deeds without any reward, can you?" Ching says in confusion, I. Before she can finish, Gu Changge cuts her off. "Then to repay me, Ching, tell me stories about your world." Seeing through her identity by Gu Changge, Ching is shocked as FCK, and fear grows on her face. She stumbles back, speaking up. How did you know?" Gu Changge casually replies, "What's so strange about that? I can sense that the aura on your body is completely different from the aura of this world. Besides, I've met people like you before. I'm just curious. If you don't want to talk, then let's just consider this a meeting between strangers." "Ade, stop burying them, let's go," Ade replies. "Yes, young master." Having said that, Gu Changge resolutely turns around to leave, but after only a few steps, her voice suddenly rings out, "Wait, I want to trust you. Even if you don't admit you're a good person, my gut tells me you are." Gu Changge smiles slightly. "Oh, why do you think so?" Ching says, "Even though you look refined and not skilled in killing, just by looking at the strength of your subordinates, if you wanted to harm me, you wouldn't need to beat around the bush like this." In her heart, she thinks, this guy has such powerful subordinates, he must be someone of noble status. Gu Changge smiles in response. He, you're pretty smart too." Scene changed to the next day. The hunting game finally comes to an end. Ching quietly follows Gu Changge as he returns to the place where they were imprisoned, which is the pavilion next to the prisoner area. There, the second prince Yu Li, Yu Ming, the absolute Yin prince Jia Luo, and many other young nobles are already waiting. They returned earlier and were surprised to hear that Gu Changge had also entered the forest after they left, so they waited here for him to return. In fact, this hunting game is just a way for them to kill boring time. It doesn't have much meaning. However, if they can take this opportunity to get to know or understand Gu Changge better, that would naturally be too good. Young Master Changge is back. Gu Changge speaks up. "I didn't expect the second prince and you guys to be back so quickly." Yu Li casually replies, Indeed, this prince didn't expect these praise to be so weak. Ada turns to Jia Luo, not forgetting to stick out his tongue in a teasing manner. This makes Jia Luo feel so salty that he grinds his teeth in annoyance. Meanwhile, the girl Qing sits nestled in Ada's arms, feeling like she's turned into a tiny person. In her head, she is like, "So his name is Young Master Changge." Very quickly, everyone's attention shifts to the girl Ji Yu Changge brought back. Yu Li asks curiously, "And who is this girl?" Ji Yu Changge casually replies, "Oh, I saw she was pitiful and remembered my own little sister, so I softened my heart and saved her. The second prince wouldn't mind, would you?" Yu Li says, "Of course not. For the one who is taken by young Master Change's eyes, considered that she is so lucky." Qing at this time cannot help but worry. In the eyes reveals a sad look. Suddenly, right at that moment, a subordinate runs in a flurry. Reporting! Several prodigies from the Scarlet Flame sect have gone missing. Everyone is shocked as FCK. What? The talks rise up. What? Isn't Zhao Kang the great-grandson of the Scarlet Flame sect's master? This is big trouble. Yu Li angrily snaps. Who has such guts? If I find them. Hearing this, Qing becomes even more frightened in her heart, because to save her, Ji Yu Changge directly eliminated them. Thus, she is filled with trepidation, sweating profusely. Seeing this, Ji Yu Changge gently strokes her head to reassure her. It is also this action that is keenly noticed by Yu Feiya. Perhaps she has understood the situation. If Ji Yu Changge has taken action, who would dare to utter a word anymore? Yu Feiya quickly steps forward and pats Yu Li on the shoulder, saying, "There are dangers in the hunting grounds. Accidents are normal." Yu Li is still annoyed, but those prisoners have had more than half of their spiritual powers sealed. Like yo, before he could finish, Du Feiya frowned, gritted her teeth and cut him off. If there are pack animals among those fierce beasts, their half-assed strength is nothing. Seeing her eyes, Du Feiya suddenly stopped talking. Everyone around seemed to understand the situation, but no one dared to snitch. They chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, yeah, the forest is full of monsters, right? Or maybe Zhao Kang was just unlucky." Then Du Feiya waved her hand and said, "Someone, quickly release the seal on this girl. Take her to rest, bathe and change her clothes." Qing was mind-blown, thinking, they all saw it, so what? Then she looked up at Ji Yu Changge. Maybe she was curious about Ji Yu Changge's strength, so strong that everyone was afraid of him, even though they knew, but no one dared to speak up. Cut to a scene later. After being taken aback, Qing didn't see Ji Yu Changge again. A maid came and gently helped her change her blood-stained and muddy clothes, then gently applied medicine to her wounds. Qing didn't resist, just quietly sat still and let the maid do it. As the misty steam rose, Qing said shyly, "Thank you for bandaging me. No, it's nothing. This is what we should do. Moreover, it's young Master Change's order." Hearing this, Qing muttered to herself, "Young Master Changge, is that his name?" The maid accidentally heard her words, shocked and speechless. You really don't know young Master Change's name. Can you tell me about him? I know he's a good person. I owe him a big favor this time." The maid said, "A good person? Actually, figures like the young master can't be simply judged by the two words, good or bad. If you really want to know about young Master Changge, I'm afraid it would take days and nights to finish. But one thing you must remember, young Master Changge, whether it's power or cultivation, stands at the very top of the upper realm. Now, as long as you go out and say you're a person of young Master Changge, no one, whether it's an supreme grand sect or an undying lineage, will dare to make things difficult for you." Qing was absolutely mind-blown. The very top of this world. In her heart she thought, no wonder he can kill people publicly without anyone daring to pursue it, in order to release my seal. This person probably possesses power that I can't imagine. If I rely on him to find my father, wouldn't it be easier? At the same time, outside Ji Yu Changge's residence, Jia Luo stood outside the door, wanting to see Ji Yu Changge. But Anda blocked the door. Not allowing him in, Jia Luo said helplessly, "Brother, have I offended you in any way? And you're just a subordinate. I'm here to request an audience. Shouldn't you inform young Master Changge?" Seeing this scene, two of Jia Luo's subordinates shook their heads in disappointment and looked at each other, whispering, "Your Highness, aren't you afraid of losing the prestige of the Juanian Imperial Court by doing this?" The other could only sigh helplessly. Inside the residence, someone was pouring a cup of hot tea, and the person pouring the tea was Ji Yu Wudi. He respectfully offered the tea to Ji Yu Changge. "Master, please have some tea." Ji Yu Changge said, "HMPH, it seems you're quite familiar with life here, aren't you?" Ji Yu Wudi replied, "All thanks to young Master Change's nurturing. How's the investigation I asked you to do?" As you predicted, a stable spatial crack has indeed appeared at the border of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, and has existed for nearly a year. The Immortal Dynasty has sent a large army to guard that area, ostensibly to defend against enemy forces. But in reality, they are hiding the entrance to an ancient world. Ji Yu Lun continued. The Great Yu Immortal Dynasty is deliberately hiding this matter. It seems they have already infiltrated that world. There must be many secrets inside. HMPH, the water isn't muddy enough yet. Let's spread this news so that other forces can join in the fun. Gu Wudi nodded in agreement. Yes. In his heart he thought, as expected, the master is still the most despicable villain. I've learned it. Hee. Thinking this, he continued. Oh right. The fourth miss of the Tuoba family has been clamoring to see you recently, and even said she knows you're the one behind it. Do you need me to? Before he could finish, Gu Changge cut him off. Let her clamor. Keeping her around for now is still useful. Then, Gu Changge used his spiritual power to take out a jade and held it out in front of him. You've been doing very well recently. This is a jade pearl, a quasi-emperor treasure from your 9 great mountains. I'm passing it on to you from now on. Cultivate diligently in the jade pavilion. Don't disappoint me. Gu Wudi immediately knelt down. Not only that, but also kowtowed deeply to the ground, respectfully receiving it. Thank you, master. Your subordinate is willing to die for your loyalty. Even if my bones are shattered and my flesh is torn, I will not hesitate. Gu Changge continued. Holy crap, you broke the floor. Are you not going to scram? Or are you waiting for me to keep you for dinner? In Gu Lun's heart, he sighed softly. Hee, this kid is really born to be a villain, but I like it. 2 days later, while Gu Changge and Jiang Chuchu were having dinner, Anu Qing entered and said, Benefactor, you called me. Jiang Chuchu understood and said, Then I'll go first. Gu Lun smiled. Thank you, sister. Then he turned to Anu Qing and said, Oh right, Anu Qing, please eat. Qing said in confusion and shyness. Are these dishes all prepared for me? In her heart, she thought, besides my parents, no one has ever treated me so well. Gu Changge said happily. It's just the two of us here. Don't be shy. Eat and talk. Yes. Then she confided softly. In our world, everyone practices swordsmanship. Everyone is followed by a sword spirit at birth. Because of this, since ancient times, people have divided sword spirits into heaven, earth, profound, yellow, spirit, and god levels, in all grades. People with strong talent cultivate quickly, and their future achievements are also higher. But god-level sword spirits haven't appeared for many years. I possess a spirit-level sword spirit, which various sects have been vying for. Perhaps that's because my father is a powerful continental sword immortal. In our world, continental sword immortals are almost at the peak, only one step away from breaking the void and transcending the tribulation to ascend. But breaking the void and ascending is extremely difficult. The last person to achieve that level was the old sword immortal of the Shu sect. Unfortunately, he failed the tribulation, his soul scattered, his dabio extinguished, and his spirit died. Since then, no one has ever heard of anyone reaching that realm again. Hearing this, Gu Changge asked, Are continental sword immortals that weak? In his heart he thought, perhaps the so-called continental sword immortal realm is not enough to attain the Dao Hao. At most it's just a quasi-emperor. Picking up where we left off, Qing is still recounting the story to prevent the invasion from beyond the realm, or more precisely, from the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty and their allied forces. My father and the other seniors entered the space rift. Since then, they never returned. I also embarked on my journey from there. Suddenly, Gu Changge cuts in. Are you full yet? His warm voice resonates. Didn't expect you to have such a big appetite. Did I prepare too little? The truth is, Qing is eating like she hasn't eaten in days. The food piled on the table has completely vanished, leaving only a lonely stack of plates. Qing blushes, embarrassed. Enough, I'm full. Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely find a way to repay this kindness. If everyone in this world was as kind as you, that would be great. Gu Changge can only smile at that. You're celebrating a bit too early. But damn, with that sly smirk, this naive girl's got the wrong idea about him. Qing is startled, her eyes wide with confusion. Realizing he scared the poor girl, Gu Changge continues. No, what I meant was, it's getting late, Qing. You should go get some rest. I see you've been practicing swordsmanship since you were young. Tomorrow, I'll have someone take you to reforge a sword that suits you better, okay? She quickly refuses. I can't. You saved my life, benefactor. I already can't repay that. How can I trouble you again? Gu Changge casually continues. It's just a small matter. My mother taught me that I can't keep receiving favors from others. Is that so? Indeed, your mother is a great teacher. Just stepping outside, Qing sees many airships floating high above, and stutters in panic. Benefactor, lately I've seen the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty massing troops at the border. Are they about to invade our world? Gu Changge says nonchalantly. I think that's probably the case. Qing says, Really? What about your forces? Are they participating? Gu Changge replies, They're not interested in that. That's great. Then, if you were on the enemy's side too, I really wouldn't know how to face you. Gu Changge thinks to himself, They aren't. But I am interested, little one, hehe. Thinking this, he speaks up. What about you? What do you plan to do next? The girl thinks for a few seconds before speaking. I have to go back. My mother must be worried. I also have to stop this disaster with my compatriots. Saying that, Qing turns to Gu Changge, bowing deeply with respect. Benefactor, can you help me find my father? I'm afraid I can't repay this favor in my whole life. Gu Changge puts his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. Actually, have you ever thought that you are the one who can solve this disaster? Qing is utterly confused. Me. But my strength is too weak. I have a plan. Want to hear it? Scene change. At the same time, in the hall of the young emperor, he says angrily, "Find the one who leaked that information." Steward Zhao immediately obeys. Yes, this subordinate will go find them immediately. Then the young emperor mutters, "Could it be that brat Gu Changge? No, he doesn't know about this." The more he thinks about it, the more uncomfortable he becomes, his heart full of annoyance. Could it be Tuoba Xiaoyao, who just arrived at the border a few days ago? HMPH, that must be it. The border is guarded by the eldest son, Tuoba Feiyun. His whole family knows the news. That damn trash, the Tuoba family. At the same time, on the side of the space rift, Tuoba Xiaoyao stands blankly in front of the space rift, his heart filled with mixed thoughts. Is that space rift the passage to the world I lived in my past life? It's been decades since I reincarnated. I didn't expect there to still be a chance to return. I wonder if time flows the same there as it does here. Suddenly, someone cuts off his train of thought. Third brother, this matter can't be rushed, Tuoba Xiaoyao says. Big brother, I don't have much time left. From observation, I'm sure that the world over there is connected to me. I have to go there to find a way to save Xingyu. Tuoba Feiyun, standing beside him, sadly says, without the Yu Emperor's decree, even I can't get close to that space gate. We have to wait for all the armies to arrive. You said that Gu Changge still needs something on you, so he won't dare to do anything too extreme. Let's go back first and wait for my news. Xiaoyao has to accept. Yes, I will prepare. Very quickly, the battleships swarm from behind, and Gu Changge is also present. Jiang Chuchu says, then I'll depart from here. I've been outside the ancestral hall for too long. I have to go back, Gu Changge says softly. Well, be careful on the way back. Take this for self-defense. Saying that, he hands her a magic treasure. As soon as she sees it, Jiang Chuchu's eyes light up. This is an emperor artifact, Ji Lun replies. Yes, it's what I promised you before. It's enough for minor troubles. If you encounter a great disaster, just say my name. After receiving it, Jiang Chuchu happily scampers off, her heart filled with joy. Witnessing that sentimental farewell scene, Qing couldn't help but blurt out curiously, "You're so nice. Is that fairy who's always with you your wife?" Gu Changge says, "Children shouldn't ask too much." But looking around, Qing wonders, are those people all going to conquer my homeland? Using the word conquer is too heavy. They're just going for training. Qing gives a forced smile. Training. While we risk our lives resisting, it's just a training session for them. Gu Liang replies with a cold smile. That's why I told you to think carefully about what I said. The girl is even more worried. If we gather all our forces and bury those invaders, can we really do it? With my ability, can I really do it? Gu Changge said. Many hands make light work, and unity brings hope. If we just sit tight, we'll die meaningless deaths. Suddenly, Qing exclaimed in a panic, wait, someone's fighting. Not far away, on a warship, a young prodigy unleashed surging killing intent, excitedly saying, Taba Xiaojiao, I heard you've been lying low these past few years, and your strength is now comparable to Yu Li's. Since Yu Li won't come out of his palace to fight me, I'll use you to test my fists today. The cultivators watching were shocked and terrified, their hearts pounding, and they hurriedly moved away from the battlefield. It was hard to believe that this was a battle between two young talents. If it were powerhouses from the older generation, it would be easier to accept. One side was the young master of the demonic god Palace, a renowned young prodigy who had swept across the land, invincible among his peers. The other, Taba Xiaojiao, was a relatively new name. Before this, he had always been humble, hiding his talents and not showing off. Wait, that's Feng Ma Shen, the young master of the demonic god Palace. He and Yu Li are sworn enemies. Why is he fighting Taba Xiaojiao? He probably wants to use this battle to probe the second prince's strength. Provoked, Taba Xiaojiao didn't give a damn about anyone, and charged forward. The everlasting sky sword was immediately activated. Then they both went at it with bloodthirsty fervor, neither willing to back down. Just like that, sword energy resounded. In his heart, Taba Xiaojiao thought uncomfortably. You think you're Gu Changge, trying to humiliate me too? Quickly, Taba Xiaojiao's sword energy rained down on Ma Shen's body, but it had absolutely no effect on him. He grinned and said, no matter how superb your swordsmanship is, you can't break through my demonic god physique. Hey hey, Taba Xiaojiao said. Then let's see how many swords you can take. With that, they charged at each other again, the surrounding space trembling, rocks exploding and dust flying everywhere. Up above, Qing suddenly exclaimed, wait, that's the Shu Sect's swordplay, Gu Changge asked. Are you talking about the sword energy on Taba Xiaojiao? Qing was still in shock. Impossible. That sword technique is only taught to direct disciples. If it's discovered, he'll be hunted down. Moreover, he has a sword spirit. He must be a direct disciple of the Shu sect. Hearing this, Ji Yu Changge thought to himself, so Ta Ba Xiaojiao is from the same world as Ah Qing. Then his sword embryo refining secret art must originate from the Shu sect she mentioned. He'll definitely head to that space portal first to return to that world, so I have to help him. With that thought, Ji Yu Changge immediately took action. In the middle of Ta Ba Xiaojiao and Ma Shen's fight, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Then boom boom, the ground exploded, and dust billowed up everywhere. At that moment, the pissed-off demon god furiously roared, "Who the hell dares to interfere with me?" Ji Yu Changge's voice rang out. "This is a crucial moment before setting off. Why are you two fighting over such trivial matters?" Ma Shen softened his tone and said, "Oh, it's young Master Ji Yu Changge." Ji Yu Changge continued, "Give me some face. If there are any grudges, settle them later," Ma Shen replied. "Since young Master Changge has spoken, of course, no problem." After speaking, he pointed at Ta Ba Xiaojiao and shouted, "Today, for your sake, I'll spare him once." But Ta Ba Xiaojiao remained silent, his expression unhappy. Ji Yu Changge said, "It seems like third young Master Ta Ba isn't going to give Ji Yu any face." In his heart, Ta Ba Xiaojiao cursed. "Damn it, Ji Yu Changge is here too? Is he planning to enter my world too?" But he was powerless and unable to resist. Xiaojiao cupped his hands and said, "Today, thank you, young Master Changge, for the rescue. I'll remember this favor. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Ji Yu Changge deliberately added, "Then don't forget to repay it." "Okay," Xiaojiao replied. "Of course I'll remember." After speaking, Xiaojiao turned and left, even passing by Yu Feiya without paying any attention, not even a glance. Yu Ming, standing beside Yu Feiya, secretly transmitted to his elder sister, "After what happened in the main hall that day, it seems like he's really given up. He's not Ganqi Huangtai anymore." Hey. Yu Feiya said nothing, thinking to herself, "He seems to have a lot on his mind. Could he be in trouble? But why is he here? Does he also want to enter that world?" Thinking this, Yu Feiya walked up to Ji Yu Changge and said, "Young Master Changge, are you planning to go in too?" Ji Yu Changge replied, "Yes, I intend to," Yu Feiya continued. "That world is full of danger and unknowns. How about we travel together?" Ji Yu Changge burst out laughing brightly and replied, "I appreciate Princess Feiya's kindness, but I'm used to being free. I'm afraid it's not convenient." In his heart he thought, "Haha, am I supposed to do good deeds while also carrying a bunch of trouble?" Rejected, Yu Feiya was a little embarrassed, thinking to herself, "How many times has he rejected me? Does he really hate me? What did I do wrong? It would obviously be safer to go together. That world is full of danger. Even if he's strong, he can't handle everything." Just then, Jia Luo spoke up. "Young Master Changge, can the little prince travel with you then?" Ji Yu Changge coldly replied, "Get lost." Those few words were like a cold blade cutting through his heart. Jia Luo stood frozen, his lips trembling slightly. All the hope that had just flickered in his eyes vanished in an instant. At that moment, he was like someone pushed out of the boundary between light and darkness, leaving only emptiness and humiliation. The two subordinates behind him also turned pale, bowing their heads and stammering, unsure of what to do. "Your Highness, shall we still go?" The air around them was heavy, like the disappointment spreading in everyone's hearts. Following up from the previous chapter, Ji Yu Changge has finally confirmed a shocking truth. Lo Qier Zhao Zhao actually comes from the same world as A Qing. This discovery immediately ignited Ji Yu Changge's curiosity, and he decided to delve deeper into that mysterious spatial rift. He's gonna dig out all the dirt no matter what. Seeing this, Yu Feiya stepped forward, her face serious, but her voice full of subtle hints of wanting to go with him. "But sorry, not happening." Ji Yu Changge flatly refused, without hesitation. Not stopping there, even Gongzi Jialuo sidled up, asking to join, but Ji Yu Changge remained cold and ruthlessly refused. Cut to the sword-profound great world, a vast and boundless continent, so immense it's hard to imagine. Recently, countless extraterritorial demons have descended from afar, plotting to invade this world. From then on, the former glory is gone, and everywhere is plunged into war, with smoke and fire everywhere. Even the sword immortals who had lived in seclusion had to come out to fight. But even they were seriously injured by the powerhouses of the extraterritorial demons. Every day passes in unease and fear, and tens of thousands of living beings are worried that this world may collapse, and everyone will become slaves, mercilessly slaughtered by the extraterritorial demons. Someone cried out in panic. The celestial phenomenon has changed again. It seems that this time the extraterritorial demons are attacking even more fiercely than before. Surrounding that celestial phenomenon are the figures of cultivators, sitting and observing. At that moment, a girl sighed and said, "Can we only sit and wait for destruction? Until the very last moment, who can be sure what the outcome will be?" And she is the sword cliff master, Zhu Jianxian. Hearing this, the man standing next to her said, "Zhu Jianxian is right. According to the divination I made, there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. But those sword immortals who went to eliminate the source of the disaster have not returned yet. I'm afraid it's more bad than good. Unexpectedly, even the continent-level sword immortal powerhouses have not returned. He is the giant sword immortal." Another woman spoke up. "The divination also shows that in this tribulation, there will be a person who will stand up and turn the tide. It's just, who will that person ultimately be? The headmaster of the Shu sect continued. Forget it. Summon the army. Gather at the battlefields first. I feel that the pressure of heaven and earth on the extraterritorial demons is gradually weakening. Perhaps the strongest of them will also take this opportunity to descend. After saying that, they quickly left. From beyond the sky, a huge crack suddenly appeared, like a blade tearing the sky apart, stretching endlessly. From within that crack, countless extraterritorial demons poured down, bringing unprecedented disaster to this world. At that moment, all living beings in the sword-profound great world simultaneously felt a terrifying aura descending from the sky. It felt like the ancient blue sky was collapsing, and the universe seemed to want to crush everything under that invisible pressure. That breath was so strong that it made people's bodies explode and their minds tremble uncontrollably. An announcement rang out. Sword Cliff disciples, hear my order, swear to protect our lands. A girl said with fear and panic, Senior brother, are we going to die? Her senior brother immediately replied decisively, Senior sister, I will protect you. In another area, a group of cultivators flying on swords in the sky were stunned by the scene outside the spatial rift. Look there, those are the ancient warships of the extraterritorial demons, full of people. Oh my god, the scale of this is even bigger and more terrifying than before. We're done for. Hearing this, the leader of the group scolded angrily, Shut up! Who wins and who loses is not yet known. Daring to disturb the morale of the army, I'll kill you. No sooner said than done. A murderous aura was released, immediately sending the one who had just opened his mouth to complain back to his ancestors in the blink of an eye. Everyone around was frightened, but they were helpless. Very quickly, the young geniuses poured into the spatial rift, led by the demon god young master, who laughed excitedly and stepped in. Haha, you insects, either submit or die. Suddenly he was stunned, his eyebrows furrowed, and he was a little dazed, because in front of him, a woman stepped forward to stop him. She swung her sword and slashed at them, while reassuring her teammates. Don't panic, our heaven and earth are resisting their supreme powerhouses. The ones who can descend now are still within our reach. Calm down, don't forget that behind us, we still have the Sword Immortals. What's there to be afraid of? As soon as they saw her, they exclaimed in joy. It's Liu Xianxia. She just broke through and entered the 7th level super powerhouse realm. That's great, she continued. Keep your spirits up. Follow me. The demon god arrogantly said contemptuously. Just someone who has just touched the threshold of the Supreme dares to block my path. After saying that, he immediately sent her back to dust in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Gu Changge, Ada, and Qing have gone deep into the spatial rift. But they are quietly hiding and watching the chaotic scene around them. No matter how high level the cultivators are, they can't see their figures. Gu Changge thought to himself, I didn't expect this reincarnation method to be able to hide my cultivation and blind even the will of this world. It's really useful. Qing said, This place is Nanhuangzhou, one of the 13 provinces of the continent. Before, when the extraterritorial demons first descended into this world, it was also from the outer sky of Nanhuangzhou that terrible rift appeared. Gu Changge continued. Then the city in front is Nanhuang City that Yuan mentioned. Qing replied. That's right. But it seems that Nanhuang City is about to fall. The army of the Nanming Imperial Dynasty can't hold out at all. And their support, Sword Cliff, is probably also busy taking care of themselves. Gu Changge was silent, quietly continuing to observe. While the two were talking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from the distant locked ancient city. The tall city wall collapsed with a rumble. The city's protective light shattered, unable to withstand the fierce attack coming from all directions. In the sky, a huge golden cauldron fell, carrying rolling thunder, directly attacking the enemy. One move, and the opponent was down, spitting blood. The bodyguards behind were stunned. Elder, he wheezed, don't let the 4th princess fall into their hands. What? An elder at the 7th realm? Taken out so fast? He's probably got 1 foot in the 8th realm. Take the 4th princess and retreat, I'll hold him off. The guy next to him was shocked. Dude, are you kidding me? You're only 5th realm? He'll squash you like a bug. The girl inside spoke up, annoyed. So what? We can't outrun them anyway. Might as well go down fighting. The opponent chuckled. Got some spirit, I'll give you that, but don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. As soon as he said that, he controlled the golden furnace in his hand, releasing a wave of murderous intent, and rushed to control the 2 guards of the car. They were helpless, unable to move, and cried out, Ugh, no, I can't move. The old man opposite them laughed loudly. Ha ha! As a princess, you're worth something. At least, with a wave of his hand, he immediately pulled the princess closer. The 2 guards, unable to move, were pissed and frustrated, muttering, 4th princess, this sucks big time! Instantly, the girl was in his grasp. He excitedly continued. Whether I sell her or keep her for myself, she's worth it. You want to die? Not so easy. From afar, Qing saw the scene and cried out in alarm. Xuan Dai? Gu Changge asked, surprised. You know her? Immediately, Qing grabbed Gu Change's sleeve, pleading with a sincere voice. Benefactor, Xuan Dai is the #1 genius of Southern Ming Royal City. We've known each other since we were kids. Please, save her. Gu Changge smiled and gently patted Qing's head to reassure her, thinking to himself, since she's a princess, how could I miss this opportunity? He then said, since she's Qing's friend, of course I have to help. When Gu Changge made his move, it startled him. Who is it? Before he could figure out what was happening, a dame was already standing behind him. A murderous aura emanated intensely, his eyes staring coldly at him. Sensing the chilling aura behind him, he glanced back, his face immediately turning pale. A dame said coldly, "Scram." Without hesitation, the princess was in Ada's arms. The rescue happened in a flash, and he immediately ran away as fast as he could. At the same moment, Gu Yu Change's stealth barrier disappeared, and their figures gradually appeared. As he inadvertently ran past Gu Yu Change, he sweated bullets, silently praying. But Gu Yu Change just smiled, not even bothering to look at him. Dao put the princess down, and Qing quickly ran to Xuan Dai. Behind them, the two guards also rushed over in panic. "Your Highness," fourth princess, Qing asked worriedly. "Xuan Dai, are you okay?" The girl had just returned from the brink of death, and was confused to see Qing. "What are you doing here?" Qing replied. "It's a long story." Then, she looked at Ada and Gu Yu Change behind her, stammering, "And they are?" "She's checking out the hotties." Gu Yu Change raised his hand and waved hello in a friendly manner. Qing happily said, "They are my saviors, and they also come from beyond that sky rift." Xuan Dai was shocked. "What? From beyond the sky rift?" Qing reassured her. "Don't worry, although they are also people from the outer realms, this young master is a good person, and doesn't have any ill intentions." Xuan Dai asked Qing, "After you went to that sky rift, what happened? Did you find your father and everyone?" Qing said sadly, "I didn't meet them. As soon as I crossed that rift, I was captured by people from the outer realms, and imprisoned as a slave for several months. If I hadn't met my benefactor, I might have already died. The power in that world is beyond our imagination. This invasion force, compared to the power of that world, can only be described as tiny." The princess flinched. "What? Tiny?" Just then, the people from Xianxia arrived. An old man anxiously said, "Fourth princess, are you all right?" The girl happily turned around and said, "Chen Gongfeng." The old man stepped forward worriedly. Hearing that Southern Wasteland's city was in danger, the ruler immediately sent me and several disciples from Sword Cliff to rescue you. "Fortunately, you are safe," Tian Dai gratefully exclaimed. "Sword Cliff's senior brothers and sisters." One of the female senior sisters in the group said, "Little junior sister Xuan Dai, with us here, those outer realm demons won't even think about touching you." After looking around, the old man was startled. "Oh, little Qing, and who are those two behind you?" Gu Yu Cheng raised two fingers and greeted them friendly with a naive expression. Ada followed suit. Tian Dai said, "They are our saviors." Gu Yu Change rarely got to wear the good guy label, so he was very proud. "Oh, I am Gu Yu Change, from beyond the sky, or as you people call it, an outer realm demon." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately assumed a defensive stance. "What?" The disciples behind him also raised their swords, ready to fight. Tian Dai quickly stopped them. "Chen Gongfeng, please don't. They just saved me," Qing added. "Actually, not all creatures and cultivators from outside this realm are as cruel. Young Master Gu Yu is a good person, and has no ill intentions towards us." Gu Yu the eel could only give a forced smile of agreement. "That's right, I don't like killing. On the contrary, I only hope to bring a glimmer of life to this world." At the same time, battles continued to rage around them. Between the outer and inner realms, Taba Xiaoxiao also arrived inside the sky rift. The guy had just saved the life of a weak girl. She stared at Taba Xiaoxiao in astonishment. "You, an outer realm demon, how do you know the techniques of our Shu sect, and why did you save me?" Taba Xiaoxiao said. "Miss, lend me a set of clothes." She was surprised. "Clothes?" Taba Xiaoxiao didn't explain but continued. "Your outfits are very different from my time. What year is it now?" The young prodigies of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty successively passed through the spatial rifts, embarking on a perilous adventure in the unknown land. Gu Yu Change was no exception. He retracted his aura, concealed his cultivation, and quietly observed the chaotic currents swirling around him. Amidst the chaos, Qing suddenly spotted an acquaintance being besieged by others. Without a second thought, she hastily pleaded with Gu Yu Change to intervene and help. Without hesitation, Gu Yu Change immediately ordered Ada to take action, rescuing the beauty from a desperate situation. Gu Yu Change's appearance instantly stunned the surrounding crowd. Amidst countless astonished gazes, he only smiled calmly, and said that he didn't like bloodshed, but hoped to bring a ray of life to this place. At the same time, on the other side, Tuoba Xiaoyao righteously saved a weak woman who was in a desperate situation, which surprised her greatly. Even more surprising was his proposal. "Could you lend me that outfit for a bit?" He. And whether she wanted to or not, the unfortunate girl had to lend him the clothes on her body, ultimately meeting her ancestors. Tuoba Xiaoyao muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that it's been a full 500 years since I witnessed the death of the founder during his tribulation. Currently, I can only blend into the Shu sect and find a way to unlock the sword embryo at Sword Pavilion." Now, Tuoba Xiaoyao has transformed into a beautiful woman, sweeter than honey. See if anyone can recognize Tuoba Xiaoyao now. Scene change to the Nanming imperial capital, where the palace is luxurious and magnificent. Inside, the Nanming emperor spoke. "Elder, what did the head say about the ancient sacrifice altar?" An elder sighed and replied. Alas, the head only nodded and shook his head slightly, without saying anything more. Suddenly, a soldier ran in to report, "Your Majesty, Chen Gongfu and the 4th princess have arrived, along with a young master and a 9th realm servant." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "What? A 9th realm servant?" The Nanming Emperor was also surprised. Previously, Chen Gongfu sent a message saying, "There is a young master from beyond the realm who came to save Agi Qing. It must be this person." Another person continued, "Hopefully he is a friend and not an enemy, otherwise we'll be in big trouble." The red-haired man beside him said, "If he reveals any hostility, we must immediately use all our strength to subdue his subordinate." That's right. Otherwise, if a 9th realm expert unleashes his power, the head himself might have to take action. The Nanming Emperor said, "I heard that he saved Ah Qing's life, and now he even saved Xiao Dai. He probably isn't an enemy. It's just that I don't know what his true purpose is. But now we can only try our best to befriend him. Absolutely don't offend him." They arrived very quickly. Xuan Dai cheerfully spoke, "Father, Dyer." The Nanming Emperor stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands. "You must be the benefactor who saved Xiao Dai." "I am the Nanming Emperor. I pay my respects to the young master." Gu Yu Changge smiled and replied, "Your Majesty is too polite. It was just a matter of convenience." Very quickly, everyone noticed Ada's muscular figure behind him. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a bit intimidated. Seeing their expressions, Gu Yu Changge explained, "Oh, everyone doesn't need to be nervous. My servant just has a slightly fierce appearance, but we don't have any bad intentions." Ada still maintained an ice-cold expression. Without any emotion, his aura towering, a single glance enough to make the opponent tremble with fear. The elders behind him secretly transmitted their voices to each other and discussed. "His subordinate doesn't look like a good person, but after all, he's just a servant." That's right. "And this young master is as gentle as jade, with the demeanor of a righteous path cultivator." 8th elder, "What do you think?" "Me too. But you guys are dead wrong." Aha. If Gu Yu Changge isn't evil, then who is? It has to be said that Brother Guy's acting as a good guy is too convincing. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Gu Yu Changge continued, "Your Majesty, I don't know who these seniors are," the non-timing emperor said. "Oh, they are." But before he could introduce them, the elders hurriedly clasped their hands and spoke first. "This old man pays his respects to the young master. We are the elders of Sword Cliff." Gu Yu Changge happily continued, "Oh, I've long heard that the Sword Cliff head is known as the #1 beauty of the southern wilderness, and has already reached the realm of a continental sword immortal. I wonder if I, Gu, will have the opportunity to meet her today." Upon hearing this, the elders behind him turned pale with shock, and countless question marks appeared in their minds. The Nanming Emperor thought to himself, could it be that his purpose is the cliffhead, a lustful person? They quickly regained their composure. An elder stepped forward and said, "Young master, the cliffhead currently has important matters. I'm afraid she won't be able to come to Nanming Imperial City today." Gu Yu Changge replied, "Is that so? That's a pity, but there will definitely be opportunities later," the Nanming Emperor said. "Even if the cliffhead is not present, but young master saved Xuan Dai, you are a benefactor of the Nanming Imperial Dynasty. If you have any requests, just say it." Gu Yu Il calmly replied, "No need to trouble yourself. I can tell that everyone is still wary of me. But I want to say that not every force in the upper realm likes to invade and plunder. Many Daotong families value cultivation and pursue immortality, not contending with the world. For example, my Gu family elders always value peace. I was taught from a young age to never bully the weak, but also to never let others suppress me. You and I are facing the same suffering, being bullied to our doorstep. Even if the opponent is much stronger, we must find a way to risk our lives to fight back. Although I, Gu, am what you call an outsider, I have always stood on the side of justice. You don't need to be so reserved. Moreover, that group of extraterritorial heavenly demons that you think are terrifying, in our world they are just ordinary cultivators. You have overcomplicated and overly frightened things." The Nanming Emperor felt a little guilty after hearing Gu Yu Changge's lengthy speech on morality, thinking to himself, he is giving us pointers. No matter what his intentions are, we must first get through the current hurdle. Dealing with one enemy is easier than dealing with a whole bunch. Thinking about it, he clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Please enlighten us, young master." Behind him, the elders echoed in unison, "Please enlighten us, young master." Gu Yu Lun continued to speak earnestly. "The war has been going on for so long, haven't you realized that the outer realms have never really sent true powerhouses?" One elder racked his brains and blurted out, "Is young master referring to the will of heaven and earth of our world?" The Nanming Emperor continued, "But it's only a matter of time, once it drags on." Without letting him finish, Gu Yu Lun interrupted, "That's right, so you have to find it and take advantage of it." The crowd was even more shocked and exclaimed, "What? Something as ethereal as the will of heaven and earth can be used?" Gu Yu Lun continued, "As far as I know, although heaven and earth have a will, it is not easy to manifest unless it reaches a certain level. Or you find a medium that allows the will of heaven and earth to manifest." The Nanming Emperor was pleased and grateful. "Thank you for your guidance, young master. We will definitely report this to the Cliff Master. Your Cliff Master should know this better than anyone. I think we should also inform the 13 states and the major powers. Only by joining forces can we withstand until the will of heaven and earth manifests." Ai Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this, and her heart was full of admiration for her benefactor. She had always believed that Gu Yu Changge was a good person. Qing felt extremely grateful and thought, "So this is the glimmer of hope that benefactor spoke of. We are saved, we can't delay, we must bring this hope to everyone." With that, they quickly left, opening a new chapter of history. At the same time, on the other side, the battle was still going on, and a weak girl was also cornered by the power of the outer realm heavenly demons, and that person was Feng Shen. He was still fighting ferociously, swinging wildly. "Charge! Kill them all!" Another person turned to look at the worried junior sister and called out, "Damn it, junior sister!" Just then, two other disciples came to the rescue. "Junior brother, we're here to help." He turned left and then right. "Senior brother, second senior sister," she said. "Stay calm. News from the Nam Ming Imperial Dynasty. We can win." Their sudden enthusiasm surprised Feng Shen a bit. Huh? Why are they suddenly so energetic? Where did they see the victory? Cut to Namhuang City. Amidst the chaotic scene, the devastated battlefield, and the dust flying everywhere, Yu Feiya stammered. "You said that when you attacked Namhuang City, you met Yu Changge when you were about to capture a princess," he firmly stated. "Yes, he saved that princess, and I was scared to death." Yu Ming turned purple with anger. "All right, you can leave now." He turned to his older sister and said, "Imperial sister, why did young Master Changge withdraw these natives?" Yu Feiya was also very puzzled. "I can't guess either." She thought to herself, Yu Changge couldn't have come to this world for no reason. Could his purpose be related to the girl who was always with him? Does he really see her as a younger sister? Yu Ming said irritably. "And that brat, Tuoba Xiaoyao, he's disappeared without a trace since entering this world." Yu Feiya remained silent and said nothing more. The truth was that Tuoba Xiaoyao had disguised himself as a woman, so how could they find him with just faith and hope? He was secretly infiltrating their group, casually passing by the Cliff Pavilion people without fear of being exposed. Around him people were rushing. "Quick, send reinforcements, we might actually win this battle." Tuoba Xiaoyao was secretly pleased. "I got in smoothly. But the sword profound world is in great trouble this time. In my previous life I was a disciple of the Shu sect. Maybe I should help them transfer to another place." In a place filled with mysterious aura, Xianxia sat on a boat in the void and said, "The will of heaven and earth. It seems that the other world understands us too well. They even know that this world has given birth to a will. This is not a good sign." Another person stepped forward and said, "That young Master Ji Yu took the initiative to help us. This old man feels that he doesn't have good intentions," she continued. "But what he said is not unreasonable. From the altar divination, the will of heaven and earth is indeed our last hope." The elder was uneasy. "Could it be that you also believe his words?" she said calmly. "I just think that what he said makes some sense. Moreover, I caught a heavenly demon from the outer realm, and found out that in their world, young Master Ji Yu has an earth-shattering background and unimaginable power. If he wants to destroy this world, it would be as easy as turning his hand. So why is he helping us? What is he plotting?" The elder said angrily, "If his background is so great, then he is even less trustworthy. Why not take the Sword Immortal Order and unite all the Sword Immortals to capture him? If we capture him, those Outer Realm people will be too afraid to act rashly." She immediately replied, "No, if we fail, we will have no way to survive," the old man said helplessly. "Those not of our race must have different intentions. Zhubir, don't regret that we didn't strike first." The girl could only sigh in her heart. Is there any other perfect way? In the following days, a terrifying great war suddenly broke out in the entire Namhuang continent. The armies of the upper realm descended in droves, slaughtering the Nam Ming Imperial Dynasty and countless nearby forces. Too many powerhouses fell in the sea of blood, and vast territories fell one after another, turning into a desolate land of death, with fire raging everywhere. At ancient Tang City, a beam of light suddenly flew from afar. Chen Qing stood behind Yu Changge, looked around, and asked with a puzzled expression, "What happened to ancient Tang City? Why did it become like this? The people from the outer realms couldn't possibly be so fast as to attack here. What happened to my grandfather and mother?" Yu Changge did not answer immediately, but silently observed everywhere. This city was indeed strange. From the outside, it looked desolate and cold, like a place that had been abandoned for thousands of years. But inside, the death energy was surging like a sea, and the atmosphere was like a gathering of 10,000 immortals. Such a terrain was clearly the source of the myriad veins, the foundation of spiritual beauty, even more precious than the supreme blessed land that once belonged to the Nam Ming Imperial Dynasty. Thinking of this, the corners of Yu Changge's lips slightly curled up, with a hint of undisguised interest. This place might attract a lot of Sons of Destiny. Following the last episode, Qing brought Yu Changge to Yu Tang City to find her family. As soon as she stepped inside, she exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa, Mom, I almost didn't get to see you two again." With that, Qing ran over and hugged her mother tightly. After a long period of separation, everyone was extremely moved to be reunited. Qing's grandfather patted his little granddaughter's head and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Her mother burst into tears of emotion, scolding, "You little brat, running away from home without a word. Do you know how worried I've been for the past 6 months?" Qing choked up, "I'm sorry, Mom, I won't leave again this time." "Oh right, Dad probably didn't fall into the hands of those extraterritorial heavenly devils, did he? According to the news I gathered, Dad broke through at the critical moment and escaped into a spatial rift. I knew it, he wouldn't be so easily taken down. Behind them, Gu Yu Changge thought to himself. As expected, there are clues. Just then, everyone's attention turned to Gu Yu Changge. The old patriarch spoke up. Is this young master the one who saved you? Grandpa will definitely reward him handsomely, Ching replied. Yes, young master Gu Yu saved me, and he's actually from beyond the heavens too. Hearing this, both of their expressions darkened with worry, their faces drained of color. The young man standing behind them showed a hint of suspicion, his eyebrows furrowed in discomfort. Suddenly he turned to him and said, Lin Yin, you can step back first. Hearing this, he patted his chest and replied loudly, City Lord, I can stay and protect you and the young miss safely? Well, that's fine too. Amidst the tense atmosphere, I Ching smiled and continued, Grandpa, don't be so tense. Young Master Gu Yu is definitely a good person. Not only did he save me, but he also saved Xuandai in Nanhuang City, and even the ruler of the Nanming dynasty has met him. The city lord was dumbfounded. What the heck? Huh? Only then did Ah Ching notice the young man standing next to the old city lord, who was dressed as a steward. She was a little suspicious. In her memory, the steward of Jiyutong City should be an old servant who had served for many years. So how did he become such a strange young man now? She wondered. Grandpa, who is this? Ah Ching's grandpa immediately introduced. His name is Lin Yin, Lin Shu's grandson. Lin Shu passed away from illness some time ago, and he came to apply for the job, so I let him take over the position of steward that Lin Shu left behind. Thanks to Lin Yin during this time, otherwise Jiyutong City would have fallen into chaos. After your parents left, his father's enemies came to the door, and it was also Lin Yin who secretly helped. After being introduced, he quickly bowed, cupping his hands respectfully to greet the young miss. Ah Ching replied, No need to be so polite, and thank you for your help. Behind them, Gu Yu Changge observed Lin Yin for a while, thinking to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this person is just an avatar, and the strength of his true body is probably even above Ada. He must have secretly dealt with those enemies. He has such strong luck, yet he came to a small, nameless city to be a steward. How interesting. Because of Ah Ching's return, the entire Jiyutong city suddenly became much more lively. The city lord's mansion immediately held a banquet. In such tense times of war, with dark clouds covering everything, this banquet somewhat dispelled the heavy fog in everyone's hearts. However, the matter related to Gu Yu Changge's origins was only spread by word of mouth within the city lord's mansion, and absolutely not allowed to leak out, so as to avoid unnecessary shock. During the banquet, after listening carefully to what Ah Ching had experienced during that tragic time, even almost being treated as a prisoner and shot to death, everyone was frightened and shuddered at the thought. The old city lord and the high-level officials also completely let go of their last worries about Gu Yu Changge. The old man spoke up. Thank you, young Master Gu Yu, for saving my granddaughter. This old man toasts you a cup to express my gratitude. Gu Yu Changge replied, Lord City Lord is too kind, cheers. Gu Yu saw Ah Ching sitting next to Gu Yu Changge, and her mother said a little awkwardly, Ah Ching, why don't you sit next to Mom? Is it convenient to sit next to young Master Gu Yu? Ah Ching was already used to it, so she wasn't as polite and constrained as her mother. She replied, No, I want to sit next to my benefactor. Gu Yu Changge also said with a smile, Haha, it's fine. Just then, the city lord continued. Hearing young Master Changge say that you come from the upper realm, I wonder what kind of place that is. Gu Yu Changge said. If Lord City Lord is interested, then I, Gu Yu, will tell you all about it. It is a very vast place, bordering countless worlds, blah blah blah. Gu Yu Changge got carried away and rambled on for a long time. Lin Yin listened silently, his mind full of thoughts. Outside, the moon was high in the sky, shining brightly everywhere. Lin Yin quietly left the banquet. He stood silently on a high tree, thinking to himself, a place where myriad worlds converge, so the extraterritorial is such a vast world, the heavens and earth are boundless, and the realms are also endless. Above the sword immortal continent, what realm is there after all? I feel that my realm has reached the limit that this world can contain, but there is still no clue about the gate to break through the void. Legend has it that Jiyutang City was once the place where an unparalleled sword immortal lived in seclusion 800,000 years ago. He was the only person ever recorded to have successfully broken through the void, but I have searched for half a year and still haven't found any relics left by that senior. If I still can't find it in a few days, then I have to go back to Shu sect. Senior brother suddenly activated the sword immortal tear. I wonder what happened. He was originally a disciple of Shu sect, but because the teacher he apprenticed to had a very high status, his position in Shu sect was extremely important, and he was even revered as little ancestor. But if calculated according to his real age, he is only over 20 years old. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his eyes widened in surprise. This is the profound heavenly earth spiritual energy, and the sharp sword intent. I finally found it. With that thought, he immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke, wandering all over the city, seemingly trying to find something. Suddenly, he stopped in a certain area of Jiyutang City. That place was originally a dense, ancient forest, with large patches of ancient mulberry and sephora trees growing. It's a pity that most of them have withered and died. The old, gnarled trees Many with hollow trunks like empty tubes still stubbornly exist, looking like dragons coiling and lying motionless here. However, from those ancient trees, there were signs of the extraordinary appearing at this moment. Light mist rose, and in the blink of an eye, vague phantoms appeared, with countless interwoven sword energies blooming like thousands of rays of light. It was as if an unparalleled sword immortal had once practiced swordsmanship here, and his Datu rhythm and aura were deeply engraved in the heavens and earth. Even after countless years, that imprint still remained on this land. Lin Yin muttered to himself. 800,000 years ago, that senior used the sword to communicate with the divine, reaching the heavens above and severing the 9 underworlds below. I thought it was just a legend, but now that I have witnessed it with my own eyes, I know that the rumors are not false at all, and they can't even describe 1/10,000th of it. If I can comprehend the Daoyo here, I will definitely be able to sense the sword Daoyo inheritance of the peerless sword immortal. Just a trace of the remaining sword luck is already an unimaginable treasure. In his prime, he had definitely transcended the shackles of the sword mystical great world. With that, he stretched out his arms and absorbed the spiritual energy, inhaling it, his heart filled with satisfaction. Haha, awesome. But unexpectedly, amidst the powerful rays of spiritual energy, a faint ray of dark energy appeared. He quickly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief. Something's not right. There's a problem. He hurriedly retreated, but his body suffered a backlash, immediately coughing up a mouthful of blood. Run Yin gritted his teeth in anger. Holy crap, this place doesn't just have the sword luck of the senior, what else is here? Could someone have gotten the inheritance first? Gu Yu Changge was quite surprised. His strength is actually stronger than most of the young talents in this world, and he can even see through me. Just now, I tried to invade the Son of Destiny's mind with my divine sense, but he detected it immediately. That surprised Gu Yu Changge a bit. If he wasn't protected by the heavenly Tao of this world, he definitely wouldn't have been able to sense my probing. Gu Yu Changge thought to himself. This is the first time my little trick has been discovered. I'll let him off for now. I want to see who he really is. On the other side, Run Yin, still in shock, exclaimed, That's divine sense, and he's carrying the sword luck with him. This place is indeed a bit strange. Forget it. I'll head back first. Scene changed to Jiyu Tang City, the Wu family's residence. Inside, the Wu family head said, Did you hear? Miss Ah Qing is back from beyond the heavens. The young man with her is also from beyond the heavens. The news has already spread from Nanhuang province. Everyone's freaking out. What the? Are you sure about that, master? It's said that he's the young Mrs. Savior. He continued, HMPH, being her savior is useless now. I heard that his identity in the heavens is not simple. And he is the head of the Wu family, Wu Xing, he went on. An old sword immortal from the Shu sect has issued an order, wanting to gather all the sword immortals in the world to capture that young man. An elder exclaimed in surprise. Master, is this true? Wu Xing said. Absolutely confirmed. News from the Shu sect says sword immortals from all over are gathering, planning to use the name of the emperor to command the lords. As long as they capture that young man, they can solve the problem of the outer realm. Heavenly devil, we're right in front of it, if my Wu family lends a hand this time. Before the family head could finish, an elder interrupted. That won't do, family head. It's said that there's an existence as strong as the 9th realm by his side, if we act rashly. Wu Xing angrily shouted. You idiot! Who said we have to take action? Then, before the sword immortals arrive in Jiyu Tang City, we just need to secretly track his whereabouts and keep sending information. Wouldn't that be making a contribution? Hearing this, a woman said worriedly. Family head, this is a bit risky. If we're discovered, the Wu family might. Wu Xing cut her off furiously. If you're that scared, what can you even do? The other families in the city probably know about this too. They'll do the same thing. Fortune favors the bold. If we succeed, my Wu family will be the heroes who save the world. Besides, only we know that you're all 6th realm powerhouses. Just be careful. How would he find out? But what they didn't expect was that Gu Yu Changge had heard every word of their conversation. Ada, standing behind, spoke up. Master, do you need me to crush them to death? Gu Yu Changge said calmly. Just a bunch of ants. No need to kill them. Let them follow us. On the contrary, what I care about is the so-called Sword Immortal Order. Looks like they don't want to follow the path I've laid out, Day. I'll give you a bit more power later. You're a bit lacking right now. I told you to find the world's will for me, yet you're out causing trouble. Haha. Scene change. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, Run Yin felt a glowing jade slip in his robes. As the little grandmaster of the Shu sect, even though he had left the sect, he still received important news first. Run Yin exclaimed. It seems that the origin of that guy is definitely not as simple as what the young woman Ah Qing said. She must have hidden something. Is that the ice-cold aura of Swordcliffe's Snow Senior sister arriving? Just then, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared outside Jiyu Tang City. Her green hair seeming to have been stained by the freezing wind, exuding a cold and aloof aura, carrying a distant and unapproachable temperament. The guards at the gate suddenly felt a sudden chill. Achu, why is it so cold all of a sudden? One guard was confused. I thought I saw someone over there just now. Why did they disappear? The one next to him said, There's no one there. The truth was that Jianshu swept through the inner city lightly, appearing and disappearing. None of the guards noticed her arrival. While A Qing and her grandfather were sitting and talking, Grandpa, What did you call me here to talk about? The city lord said. This matter is related to young master Gu Changge. I hope you can take care of yourself. Suddenly sensing something strange, the city lord turned his face out in shock. Snow Sword Immortal, he thought to himself. Is it because of the Sword Immortal Order? It can't be that fast, right? And why is it just her? Just as she walked inside, she coldly said, I want to meet that young master. Zhui Jiantian unexpectedly charged straight into the Nanming Emperor's residence. With extraordinary inner strength, she advanced deep inside without a single guard noticing her intrusion. Inside, the Nanming Emperor and I Ching jumped in fright. Before they could understand what was happening, Zhu Jiantian stated that she wanted to meet that young master from beyond the realm. Just then, Yu Changge was already standing right behind her. He coldly said, You are the master of Xianxia. Zhui Jiantian. Yu Changge's appearance made the Nanming Emperor even more panicked. Benefactor! A Qing was equally surprised. Master! Following the direction of the voice, Zhu Jiantian glanced back, thinking to herself, This is the young master Gu everyone's talking about. Then, she clearly stated, That's right, from the Nanming Emperor. I know everything you've told me. I only want to know one thing. Are you truly worthy of my trust? Gu Changge smiled faintly. Trust? Then, he stepped closer, face to face with Xianxian, and said, Dude, you're wearing a mask and asking me if I'm trustworthy? Don't you think it's funny? Why don't you take off your mask and then talk to me? Underneath the mask, Zhui Jiantian frowned slightly. Although she was often rumored to be the #1 beauty of Namhuang continent, very few people had actually seen her true face. After her cultivation reached the level of a continental sword immortal, no one dared to be rude or speak impudently in front of her like this. Immediately, she tightened her grip on her sword hilt, ready to fight. Gu Changge also noticed this, and continued to threaten coldly, You want to die? Seeing this, a Qing's face turned pale with worry, muttering, What should I do? Just then, Xuan Dai stepped forward. She could clearly sense that Yu Changge's attitude towards Zhui Jiantian was completely different from the gentleness he usually showed them. Could it be because Zhui Jiantian's identity was still unclear, even carrying hostility? She hurriedly interjected, Master, Jiyu Gongzi isn't like those extraterritorial demons. A Qing happily exclaimed, Xuan Dai, you're here too? Great! Xuan Dai didn't have time to respond, and quickly ran to Zhui Jiantian's side, then turned to Yu Changge with a smile. Jiyu Gongzi, my master really has no malicious intent, she just wants to talk to you. Yu Changge coldly smiled, and casually replied, No malicious intent? Then you ask her what's the meaning of the Sword Immortal Decree. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned extremely shocked, because that was confidential information. How could Yu Changge know about it? A Qing stammered. Sword Immortal Decree? Isn't that a secret order of the Shu sect? Capable of summoning all the sword immortals in the world, used only when something extremely serious happens? She turned to her grandpa in confusion. Grandpa reluctantly gave a forced smile and said, Jiyu Gongzi, I was originally planning to inform you about this matter. Without letting him finish, Yu Changge interrupted. Old City Lord doesn't need to explain. Actually, I knew it long ago. The people of this world won't trust me anyway, Qing said with slight sadness. Benefactor. While Yu Changge was still lecturing, it's all just a waste of my effort, but I've already said, I'm a peace-loving person, as long as no one messes with me first. Zhu Jiantian clasped her hands and said, Jiyu Gongzi, the Shu sect Sword Immortal Decree has nothing to do with our Jianxia, but the other continental sword immortals have already received the news. I'm afraid they're on their way to Jiyutang City now. They know you have a special identity and want to capture you, forcing the extraterritorial demons to leave this world. Yu Changge chuckled lightly. Capture me? You think they can do it? A Day, standing behind him, couldn't help but laugh. That's hilarious. Someone wants to capture Yu Changge? They can kiss my ass. Haha, this world holds no interest for Yu Changge. Zhui Jiantian continued. I know your strength is even greater than that guardian, but you also know this world has its own will and rules. What if you're suppressed and can't display your true power? Besides, this time, everyone who's coming has reached the continental sword immortal realm. Yu Changge coldly said, I know. Zhui Jiantian can leave. Hearing this, she jumped in fright and exclaimed, Don't you have any other goals? I think we can still reach a consensus. Yu Changge coldly said, Consensus? As long as you guys don't actively provoke me, everything will be fine. If there's no enmity, I won't bother competing for power with anyone. Zhu Jiantian continued. Gongzi, rest assured, the Sword Immortal Decree really has nothing to do with Jianxia. Xuan Dai, standing beside her, breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, Master. Benefactor isn't a bad person to begin with. If he really wanted to harm us, he would have done so long ago. Moreover, with his strength, he wouldn't even need to resort to schemes or tricks. Yu Changge thought to himself. Jianxia might not provoke me, but this Jianshuan Great World isn't just Jianxia. Suddenly, the space shook violently. One could clearly feel terrifying sword energies rapidly approaching outside the sky. Just based on the aura alone, one could tell that the number was definitely not small. Zhu Jiantian blurted out. Not good, someone's coming. Sensing that violent fluctuation of aura, the major families in Jiyutang City immediately jumped in fright. The eyes of the clan leaders all flashed with a gleam, as if they had guessed something. Without hesitation, they immediately ordered all the experts in their clans to advance outward. The opportunity has come. Clan experts, once the great sword immortals engage him, we'll take the opportunity to assist. This is our clan's chance to enter the ranks of the top powers. Outside, as expected, there were many people. The experts had arrived outside Namhuang continent. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, one leader said. Let this old man test the strength of this extraterritorial one first. The two of you, help me secure the formation. Another person behind him said. Then we'll trouble Star God's sword immortal, he said aggressively. You are Gongzi Gu? Gu Changge strolled forward and said arrogantly. So, the sword immortals of this continent are only this capable? How boring. I can't even be bothered to lift a finger. The other party angrily shouted. Don't be so arrogant. Every extraterritorial demon must be killed. If you know what's good for you, this old man advises you to surrender obediently. Before he could finish speaking, Zhui Jiangxian appeared in front of Gu Changge, coldly saying, Star Sword Immortal, don't be foolish. Young Master Gu has no malicious intent towards the sword profound great world. You're only inviting disaster upon yourself. A large crowd gathered below, gasping in astonishment. What the? Wasn't he with Miss A. Qing? How is he an extraterritorial demon? That's Zhui Jiangxian. I can't believe I'm seeing her here. Dunning was also present, and he couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, Damn, why is Senior Sister Shu helping someone from another world? The old man roared in fury. Shu Jiangxian, you know that my descendants died at the hands of extraterritorial demons. Now you're protecting him, which means you're opposing me, and you're opposing the entire world. With that, he raised his sword high, releasing a surging killing intent, and unleashed the stellar blood sacrifice. At that moment, 12 stellar divine swords descended simultaneously, each sword carrying an incomparably terrifying power. Accompanied by the resounding roars of the gods and demons of the heavens, as if tearing through the void, someone exclaimed in shock. What is he trying to do? The city lord said worriedly. He wants to refine the entire city, Xuan Dai said. He's blinded by hatred, not caring about the innocent people in Jiucheng City. Damn it, when immortals fight, why must innocent people be involved? One sword, one world. The 12 stellar divine arrays erupted with earth-shattering sword Dao might. Each sword as if opening up its own realm, within which the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water revolved, like the evolution of a miniature universe. This is the power of a continental sword immortal. All the cultivators in Jiucheng City were suppressed by that terrifying aura, trembling incessantly. Many couldn't resist, and even unconsciously wanted to kneel down, bowing towards the source of the sword energy. The Star Sword Immortal, who comprehended the stars outside the domain 6,000 years ago, and relied on that to step into the final stage of the Sword Immortal realm. Today his stellar sword Dao has reached the point of transformation, and the 12 stellar divine arrays before him contain the power of gods and demons, capable of destroying all enemies. Zhu Jian said, Star Sword Immortal, do you really want to attack? I'm saving you. The old man laughed and said, Saving me? Ridiculous, Shu girl. I think you've been bewitched by him to say such things. Shu Jiangxian continued. But what about the people in the city? They're innocent, he shouted. What's wrong with sacrificing a little for the sake of this world? The weak will be refined into stars. Don't blame this old man for being heartless. This move must achieve its greatest power, kill gods if they block obstacles. Before he could finish speaking, he was sucker punched. The one who attacked was none other than Adada, one punch sending the old man to meet King Yama. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Zhui Jiangxian's eyes widened in shock. Not only that, but the young sword immortals who had intended to come here to take Gu Changge's life also turned pale with fright. A continental sword immortal died just like that, causing the entire Jiucheng city to explode in a heaven-shaking shock. Those who witnessed the scene trembled so much that their faces turned white, and in their hearts, they had only one feeling. The sky is really about to fall. In everyone's minds, a continental sword immortal was a symbol of invincibility, an existence that they could hardly imagine being defeated. But at this moment, someone called an extraterritorial demon easily killed such a person, as easily as crushing a tiny life. That realization caused their worldview to begin to crack, collapsing, piece by piece. Dunning was no exception, his heart racing as he thought. That's a body that far surpasses the realm of a continental sword immortal. What kind of being is he? Above, Ji Yu Liang turned to Zhui Jiangxian and said meaningfully, There must be a force behind him. Zhu Jiangxian was startled and said, This matter was done by the Star Sword Immortal on his own initiative and has nothing to do with the Sword Profound world. Then Ji Yu Changge turned to Ada and gave the order, Ada, eliminate the force behind him. I'll take care of the remaining 3. The truth is that Alte Da's strength was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Alte Da immediately obeyed the order after hearing this. Yes, master. Ahead, they panicked and ran away. A girl ran and said in confusion, Why isn't he rejected by the will of heaven and earth? The person next to her shouted, Don't worry about that anymore. Run! Scatter and run. Over here, Jiu Changge said coldly, Run? A murderous intent flashed in Ji Yu Changge's eyes as he spread his arms wide and said, "The price must still be paid." Immediately, 2 giant hands rushed towards the location of the 2 who had just fled. They were terrified. "Have mercy. We only follow the Sword Immortal Order of the Shu sect. We're just following orders. Please spare us, young master." Ji Yu Changge sneered, "I told you, I like peace. Don't provoke me. Why do you keep wanting to bully a kind person like me?" Ji Yu Changge's hand tightened, and at the same time, he sent those 2 to meet their ancestors in the blink of an eye. After dealing with them, Ji Yu Changge said indifferently, "Rest assured, the old Sword Immortal of the Shu sect will soon be down there to meet you 2. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Shu Jiangsuxian was stunned, unable to speak. Everyone shuddered in fear, their faces pale. Xuandai's legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling. "Ching, did you see that? He just killed 3 Sword Immortals," Ching replied in confusion. "Perhaps this is the true nature of our benefactor. He was too gentle in front of us." Not far away, Dunning's face was pale, his heart trembling. "I once thought I stood at the peak of this world. Even if I met a powerful outsider, I could still fight. I didn't expect I was still too weak, but clearly this world doesn't allow such a strong existence to appear. How did he descend? That Ji Yu guy might be the key for me to break the shackles of this world." Ji Yu Changge thought to himself. Those guys just now were only at the first level of the quasi-emperor realm, far inferior to his true body. This world can obviously give birth to stronger existences, but the will of heaven and earth doesn't allow it. Is it afraid of exceeding its control, using all the inhabitants as nourishment? It's truly terrifying, but in the end, it will all belong to me. The people of the Wu family below whispered, "This place is not suitable to stay for long. Family head, retreat." Wu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew. Luckily I didn't act just now." But before they could escape, their heads were separated from their bodies, blood flowing like a river, gone in less than a blink of an eye. Anyone who dares to oppose Ji Yu Changge has only one ending: death. You have a path to heaven, but you don't take it. You seek hell without a door. Haha, amen, amen. Ji Yu Changge always says he's a peace-loving guy, but only if no one messes with him. Turns out, anyone who did mess with him ended up 6 feet under. From Xingchen's Sword Immortal to that Wu family crew, he wiped them all out like it was nothing. Not far away, Yu Huang's gang heard about this world issuing a Sword Immortal decree to capture Ji Yu Changge, and just lost it, cracking up. A Sword Immortal decree targeting Ji Yu Changge? Haha, talk about picking the wrong fight. They're basically slapping a tiger on the head. What a joke, they're asking for it. Yu Feiya said somberly. Looks like the next few days are going to be rough for the Shu sect. She sighed, thinking, man, hopefully none of our guys pull a stunt like that. Cut to inside the Shu sect, where Tuoba Xiaoyao is pretending to read while the disciples are buzzing outside. Did you hear? This Sword Immortal decree was issued by our old sect leader against everyone's wishes. And now that super strong dude named Ji Yu is heading straight for us. The elders are all meeting in the main hall to figure out what to do. They say that Ji Yu guy can wipe out a whole continent of Sword Immortals with just a flick of his wrist. Holy crap. Oh my god. Are we screwed or what? Tuoba Xiaoyao overheard their conversation and thought, if that old Sword Immortal actually brings the war here to the Shu sect, we're in deep trouble. Looks like I gotta move faster and find a way to fix this. Cut to Ji Yu Changge arriving at the Shu sect, emanating a powerful aura. That aura was coming from Lin En. He was sitting there, quietly cultivating, surrounded by countless swords stacked on top of each other. He thought to himself, although he holds the secret I seek, this disaster before us is not only an enemy of our Shu sect, but a great enemy of the entire sword profound world. Not only are my master and everyone else not his match, I am far inferior, and even the ancestor who survived the tribulation back then, I am afraid, would not be able to cope. Now that it has come to this, I can only make a trip to the Traceless Valley. Otherwise, before the sword profound world is destroyed, my Shu sect will be leveled first. At the same time, inside the main hall of the Shu sect, many elders were present. Above, the old Sword Immortal looked at their faces and uncomfortably said, what's with those faces? Are you blaming me? Now that things have come to this, that Ji Yu kid definitely won't let our Shu sect off the hook. Zhu's Sword Immortal betrayed Swordcliff. But Swordcliff isn't just her. The only way now is to unite with the major forces to fight to the end. Then there's still a glimmer of hope. What are you all doing here? Planning a rebellion? The elder next to him continued. That's right, everyone. What the old sect leader said makes sense. Even if the extraterrestrial demon descends, we must stand united against the enemy. What's the loss of a few Sword Immortals? Below, one of the elders said. What Uncle Master said is not wrong, but the strength of that young Master Ji Yu far exceeds even the invading extraterrestrial demons. Our Shu sect did not need to bring about this disaster ourselves. They started to clamor. That's right, old coot. You're an elder of Swordcliff, coming to our Shu sect to sow the seeds of doom. What's the intention? That's right, we must deal with him first. Hearing this, the old sect leader helplessly shouted, are you Landsword Immortals really this cowardly? Another one said rudely, Uncle Master, we all understand what you're saying, but the Shu sect really can't bear it. Starsword Valley had some spirit, but now it's just a pile of ruins. Even if that Ji Yu kid has malicious intentions, before he shows his true colors, we can still delay and find a way to solve it. So you guys want to hand me over to beg for mercy? To avoid disaster? Uncle Master, please don't make things difficult for us. He was crazy now. His eyes flared with anger and he roared. Good, very good. Don't forget the disciple I love, Lin En. If he breaks free from his shackles in the future, I hope you don't regret it. I believe he is the last hope of this world, not the will of heaven and earth you are entrusting to. Not far away, Lin En turned his gaze towards the Shu sect, his heart filled with determination. Master, you must live. Wait for me to return. Outside, the battle between the disciples of the Shu sect and those from the extraterrestrial demon realm was still cruel, people dying like flies. But in the hearts of the Shu sect disciples, there was still determination, vowing to protect the Shu sect and not let them cross the line. Hearing this, they shouted, "Haha, you numbskulls, you're really stubborn, you're about to die." At that moment, Gu Changge's group appeared, accompanied by Shu Sword Immortal, Ah Qing, Xuan Dai, and Ah Da. The young prodigies were stunned to see Gu Changge's appearance. Young Master Change is here. Make way. The Shu sect disciples were flipping out. What? He's here so soon. Damn it. Immediately, they clasped their hands respectfully. Greetings, young Master Change. Greetings, young Master Change. Zhu Sword Immortal thought, this person has unimaginable power in their world. Xuan Dai was still in shock and exclaimed softly, "A Qing." A Qing was not surprised and smiled calmly. It's not strange. Our benefactor has an extremely high status in the upper realm. No one dares to be disrespectful. The disciples of the Shu sect fearfully stood aside, their faces pale and a little frightened. One disciple had just managed to say a few words when he was stopped by his teammate, covering his mouth. Zhu Sword Immortal thought, it seems they have received the news. One disciple of the Shu sect turned to his senior brother and whispered, Senior brother, didn't you say you'd swear to protect them to the death? He gritted his teeth and replied, Are you stupid? When the strength is equal, it's called swearing to protect them to the death. But when the death is too far off, it's called death that's not worth it. Gu Changge sensed the familiar aura approaching and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, that incarnation is flying straight towards here. Quickly, Gu Changge was inside the Shu sect's residence, sitting imposingly on their chair, and said casually, You guys really know what's what? If you had been like this from the start, I wouldn't have needed to come here myself. Xuan Dai was still in shock, and whispered to Ah Qing. The Shu sect handed over the old Sword Immortal themselves to avoid disaster. Ah Qing replied, This matter is the fault of the Shu sect. The benefactor has done nothing wrong. Xuan Dai continued, Now that the great disaster is at hand, the Shu sect's actions are considered wise, but I'm afraid it will make other forces dissatisfied. An elder stood up and said, Young Master Gu, the actions of the old Sword Immortal are not entirely the intention of the Shu sect. Now we have captured him and his comrades from Sword Cliff, waiting for your decision, he stubbornly said. Zhu girl, you really shame the sect's reputation. Sword Cliff will be destroyed in your hands. Hearing this, Shui Jiangxian didn't know what to say, only sighed softly in silence. Ada stepped forward and shouted, Kneel down! The head of the Shu sect loudly declared, I would rather die than suffer humiliation. If I even blink, I'm not worthy of my name. Before he could finish speaking, whack, 8-Day landed a solid punch, and the old guy kicked the bucket right then and there. Seeing this scene, they were so scared they almost pissed themselves, trembling as they looked at each other, sweat pouring down their faces like rain, and whispering in shaky voices. To think a land sword immortal's body could be taken out with one punch and... The news was true! The guy next to him signaled him to shut his mouth. Just then, Adam moved close to their faces, exuding a surging killing intent, and said in a cold voice, Kneel! Helpless, he had no other choice but to kneel down miserably. Gu Changge smiled and said, What's the point of keeping your cultivation if you're already a prisoner? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changge immediately sucked away his cultivation. The old man screamed in pain. Ah, my cultivation, Gu Changge said. Now that this old Sword Immortal's cultivation is gone, I, Gu, will spare your life and temporarily imprison you in the sword prison. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of demon who kills indiscriminately. If you know what's good for you, I naturally won't pursue the matter. Below, the Shu sect elders paled in fear. One of them, forced a smile, clasped his hands, and said, We've long heard that young Master Gu is different from the extraterrestrial demons. Your benevolence puts us to shame. Gu Changge said nothing, only thinking to himself, This old Sword Immortal seems to be the master of that child of destiny. Keeping him around might be useful later, but there's no aura of Lin Yin here, so he must have left temporarily. Xuan Dai was stunned. Young Master Gu is letting this go so easily, without implicating the Shu sect. Ah Qing, still firm in her belief in Gu Changge, added, I told you, Benefactor is a good person. Over here, Gu Changge continued. Then I'll trouble you, Shu sect, to prepare accommodations for us. I, Gu, and Shu Jiangxian still have some things to do. A few days later, a large crack suddenly appeared in the void. The space trembled, stunning the people present. They saw a powerhouse surpassing the 9th realm. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful girl appeared. The truth is, her strength had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Someone's voice rang out. Damn it, where is the will of heaven and earth of our world? Why hasn't it appeared yet? HMPH, finally we can descend. That kid with the surname Gu arrived too early. Hurry up, don't let him eat up all the resources. I heard he's a bit weird. I wonder what he's up to here. At the same time, inside the small world, Gu Changge stood there with his hands behind his back. His simple white robe free of dust, making him look even more otherworldly. He raised his head to look into the distance, where the sword energy of the Shu sect was swirling around the Forbidden Palace, a hint of inscrutable contemplation flashing in his eyes. Before him was a large ancient tree with fiery red leaves. It had originally been a dead tree, but now it was once again radiating a thick vitality. Gu Changge said, "Very good. After devouring the origin of this world, the epoch Dao fruit is almost ripe. When that time comes, spread the news. Don't even mention Dao attainers. Even those old monsters comparable to remnant immortals will fight to take the bait. I just need to subtly remind them not to drag our own ancestor here. That would be troublesome." Gu Changge quickly teleported back to his room. As soon as the door opened, Gu Changge saw Shui, Xianxia and Ada already sitting there waiting for him. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward and stifling, and they looked at each other in silence. Gu Changge spoke up. "Hey you two, why are you staring at each other? Too free, huh?" Shu Jiaxian stood up abruptly and asked, "Young Master Gu, the matter with the Shu sect is over. What else are we doing here?" Gu Changge replied, "Shu Jianxian, don't be impatient. You'll know in a moment." Xuan Dai said in confusion, "Wait a moment." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly sensed an extremely powerful sword intent approaching. She was stunned. Such a strong sword intent. Outside, high above, Tuoba Xiaoyao had changed his disguise and returned to his true appearance, declaring heroically, "Gu Changge, I've come to fulfill our agreement." Gu Changge smiled. "Good, you're quite punctual." Tuoba Xiaoyao continued, "I want to confirm the safety of my younger sister first." Gu Changge immediately soared into the air, flying towards Tuoba Xiaoyao. How did he find a way to separate from the chief heavenly sword? Xuan Dai looked at the scene in confusion. "Master, what's happening?" Zhui Jiankexian was equally surprised. "Chief heavenly sword? I've never heard of it, but it must be very sacred. So that's his purpose for coming to this world." High above, Gu Changge immediately projected an image of Tuoba Xiaoyao's younger sister, currently safe in Gu Wudi's arms. Gu Changge said, "Are you satisfied now?" Tuoba Xiaoyao pursed his lips, filled with frustration, hating that he was useless and couldn't protect his younger sister. Then he shouted, "Then take this!" Following his promise to Gu Changge, Tuoba Xiaoyao came to him to hand over the Chengtian sword. Immediately after confirming his younger sister was safe, as soon as he finished speaking, a bright light bloomed between his eyebrows. A flickering radiance converged, forming a sword talisman the size of a hand. The talisman body was transparent, and its surface was covered with ancient patterns. Within that sword talisman, the shadows of ancient ferocious beasts appeared. True dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, coyote, bifang, all transformed into sword images, emitting a sharp keng-keng sound like a divine sword awakening. At the same time, an infinitely high sword intent shot straight into the sky, as if to tear open the universe. That pressure poured down on every corner of the Shu sect, causing all the elders and disciples to pale. Their hearts raced, and their spirit swords were suppressed, as if wanting to kneel in submission to the sword's emperor. In the forging forbidden area, countless silent divine swords suddenly trembled in unison, their sword cries echoing like an army of thousands. Each sword seemed to want to escape the sword pond and fly to Tuoba Xiaoyao to bow down in servitude. Why did such a terrifying phenomenon appear in Shu sect's sword-forging pond? The elders and disciples were pale-faced and trembling all over. Their skin felt pierced by the sword energy, aching as if about to turn to dust. The spirit swords in their bodies were almost out of control, nearly collapsing before Tuoba Xiaoyao. In the past, Shu sect had a peerless genius. When he resonated with his spirit sword, it triggered a phenomenon that shook the entire forging pond, awakening countless divine swords and almost giving birth to a sword emperor. Unfortunately, that genius died young, while waiting for his master to transcend his tribulation. He was struck dead by the lightning tribulation, becoming Shu sect's greatest regret. Yet today, on Tuoba Xiaoyao, the sect master saw the phenomenon of that year once again. Moreover, he was using Shu sect's secret techniques. This stirred up huge waves in his heart as he constantly speculated about the young man's true identity. They panicked. They ran away. My sword ran away. Mine too. My old spirit sword is kneeling. Mine too. Why is there such a big commotion in the Shu sect? Could it be that Lin En really broke through? Unlike the panic-stricken sectmaster, Shui Jiangxian and Qing quietly stared at Tuoba Xiaoyao's brow, where the faint sword shadow was gradually becoming clear. Their eyes were full of shock. In the sword-profound grand world, every cultivator is born with a spirit sword, which is the basis for dividing talent and determining the speed of future cultivation. Shui Jiangexian is known as the strongest genius in 3,000 years, so the spirit sword she resonates with naturally far surpasses ordinary people. Therefore, she could feel a force beyond the rules of this world in the sword embryo that Tuoba Xiaoyao was condensing. In an instant she realized that if that power truly erupted, It would be enough to destroy the entire Sword Profound Grand World. He can use Shu Sect's secret arts and control 10,000 swords. Is he Lin En? No, who exactly is he? Seeing this scene, Gu Yu Changge thought to himself, oh, using the Chengdacian sword as a medium to mobilize tens of thousands of sword energies in the area and actually touch the level of a Taoist? Thinking this, he spoke up. What are you planning to do? Tuoba Xiaoyao said coldly. Gu Yu Changge, I know your strength is terrifying. In the upper realm, I can never be your opponent. But when you come to this lower realm, even if I don't know how you came down here, your strength must have been suppressed a lot, right? Now is the best time to kill you. Destiny wants to take my Chengfoshan sword and your life. Gu Yu Changge exclaimed in shock. What? You? You foresaw even this step? I was careless. Tuoba Xiaoyao, we still have a way out. But Tuoba Xiaoyao was blinded by hatred. He pointed his sword straight at Gu Yu Changge and shouted, Die! Without hesitation, Adan rushed forward to protect his master. A terrifying threat was pressing down. Not to mention sword immortals. Even those approaching the Dado realm would probably have difficulty withstanding this attack. But Gu Yu Changge was still as calm as water. He looked at the terrifying scene without changing his expression, only smiling faintly. It's okay. The Changloshan sword wants to fly back to me on its own, so I'll just accept it. Isn't that reasonable? In fact, in Gu Yu Changge's calculations, he knew that Tuoba Xiaoyao would never willingly hand over the Changtian sword, and he foresaw that the other party would attack at this moment. He just didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to be so bold as to choose to attack at the most dangerous moment. Even those far away could feel the terror of that invisible pressure. The elders were stunned. Who is it? Who dares to attack young Master Gu Yu? The sword intent is like a surging sea. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Zhu Jiangaxian immediately used her spirit energy to create a protective barrier and said, Be careful, stay behind me. Tuoba Xiaoyao's attack was so powerful that the surrounding rocks shattered into pieces, and countless sword points fell rumbling down, terrifyingly. Small asteroids floating in the starry sky also shattered and turned to dust under that terrifying oppression. Only a few seconds later, the sky suddenly became calm, returning to its original peace. Shui Jiangxian slumped down wearily, breathing heavily. Behind her, Xuan Dai and A Qing were still in shock, their faces pale and terrifying. Shu Jiangxian thought to herself, if this sword strike had hit me, I would probably have turned to ashes. Suddenly, Shui Jiangxian's eyes widened in shock. What caught her eye was the image of Gu Yu Changge, still safe and sound, unharmed, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. Gu Yu Changge simply held the tip of Tuoba Xiaoyao's sword, pointing at him with 2 fingers, smiling faintly with disdain. Is that all you've got? Just a mosquito. Tuoba Xiaoyao was utterly shocked. WTF? No way! Gu Yu Changge calmly said, Ade, step back. Ade replied, yes. Everyone around who witnessed the scene was shocked, their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Immediately, a giant hand appeared, squeezing Tuoba Xiaoyao, causing him to vomit a pile of blood. He looked at the scene before him, his eyes full of unwillingness, utterly despairing. At this point, he had completely understood that all the plans, calculations, schemes, and methods he had painstakingly prepared had turned into bubbles before absolute power. Before this kind of force, all conspiracies and tricks became ridiculous and meaningless. Perhaps from the beginning, he should have chosen to obediently hand over the Chengdacian sword. If he had done so, things would not have become so tragic. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Gu Yu Changge held the sword in his hand and said triumphantly, If this is all your capital, then you are truly pathetic. Now that it's come to this, do you have anything you want to say? Tuoba Xiaoyao was completely disappointed. Kill me. Just please spare Xingyu. Gu Yu Changge calmly replied, Okay, I'm not interested in your younger sister. Suddenly, the space twisted so violently that even Gu Yu Changge was taken aback. In an instant, Tuoba Xiaoyao vanished from Gu Yu Changge's embrace. Above, a spatial rift opened, sucking Tuoba Xiaoyao inside. Gu Yu Changge looked up, and casually said, Tuoba Xiaoyao's backup plan, huh? Very quickly, Tuoba Xiaoyao was completely swallowed. In that moment, the entire Shu Sect domain changed color. Everyone felt a kind of incomprehensible rule appearing in the sky above, as if the heavens were being torn apart by an invisible will. Above, it was as if a giant eye was piercing through endless space-time, silently gazing down upon the scene. Heaven and earth seemed to be split in two, and from within the decaying void, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, shining brightly in the night sky like 2 red suns, carrying a sacred and majestic aura that pressed down on the entire sky. Countless cultivators and creatures throughout the Shu sect trembled in unison. Their hair stood on end, and cold sweat poured down like rain. Under that cold, bloodthirsty gaze, they felt every movement, every thought was seen through completely, with nothing they could hide. In that terrifying will, all of them were no different from insignificant dust, crushed by a single thought. No, what is that? There's no way a human can stand against this. Even the Shu sect master and the Snow Sword Immortal, beings who stood at the pinnacle of cultivation, couldn't control the trembling from deep within their souls. The aura radiating from that eye directly injured everyone below. The trembling Shu sect disciples were injured in an instant. At this moment, countless cultivators and creatures throughout the sword-profound grand world felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Their faces turned pale, and their breathing felt suffocated. Especially the cultivators from the upper realm. They felt it more clearly than anyone else, that if they moved even a beat too slowly, their bodies would immediately be controlled by that will. In that gaze, everyone's souls were frozen, unable to move even a little. The world's radiant will swept across, carrying the aura of an emperor inspecting the desolate lands, wanting to crush all living things underfoot. What the heck is that? Get me out of here ASAP. On Yufei's side, they could also feel that invisible pressure. An elder immediately stepped in front of Yufei and Yu Ming, protecting them. Yufei was stunned. Uncle Ancestor, what is that? He replied. It's probably Gu Changge causing a commotion. Before that gaze, no one could resist. Even the Snow Sword Immortal had to kneel, struggling to hold on. Her face paled, thinking, it feels like falling into an ice cellar. Could it be that, unlike everyone else, Gu Changge was still unharmed, smiling excitedly? The will of heaven. I didn't expect it to be this easy to find. But why did it save Tuoba Xiaoyao, he thought. The sword sect elders were overjoyed when they found out. So it's true. At the most critical moment, the will of heaven will appear. But why is it attacking all living things? Without distinction. Quickly activate the sect's grand formation. Hurry! Gu Changge, on the other hand, was still very amused. He raised his hand and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Immediately, Gu Changge's huge hand rushed straight towards the location of the eye above. Everyone around him screamed in fear. Run! Get further away! At that moment, the Shu sect's protective grand formation shattered, and the cultivators scattered in chaos and panic. Impossible! The sect's grand formation shattered in an instant. Seeing that scene, the elders were stunned. Sect Master, our foundation, 10,000 years of work, it's over. Retreat, lead the surviving disciples far away. But just a second later, everything ended, becoming strangely peaceful. Gu Changge's hand had grasped that eye. Gu Changge said indifferently, it's gone. But in his heart he couldn't help but deny it. That's not right. This power is only equivalent to a great elder in the reincarnation realm. In this world, it's enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, but it's definitely not the true will of heaven. Thinking that, he spoke. Adai, follow that rift. If you find Tuoba Xiaoyao, kill him for me. Adai immediately replied, understood, master. Below, Xuan Diru, who had just returned from the brink of death, Guz reassured himself. Is this the hope we entrusted in him? If it weren't for young Master Gu, it would have killed us all. Snow Sword Immortal continued. He can even defy the heavens. From now on, I'm afraid no one in the sword profound world will dare to doubt him anymore. After dealing with it, Gu Changge stepped forward and cupped his hands politely. Today's matter is my fault. It was never my intention for Shu sect to be reduced to ruins. An elder replied, how can we blame young master? If that man hadn't suddenly attacked, this disaster wouldn't have happened. That's right. Catch him and chop him into 10,000 pieces. Then he wondered, only, why would the will of heaven attack the living beings in our world? Ji Yulun said mysteriously. The heavens Tao of this world seems to have a problem. It's completely different from the heavens Tao I know. If we want to find the cause, I'm afraid we have to find the place where it slumbers for thousands of years first. Hearing that, they gaped their mouths and exclaimed in unison, slumbers for thousands of years? Gu Changge continued. I also don't know the location where the heavens Tao sleeps. I only read a little clue in the ancient texts. If you want to find it, you can only rely on yourselves. My purpose in coming to this world has been completed. It's time for me to leave. Qing panicked. Benefactor, are you leaving already? Young Master Gu is really leaving. Snow Sword Immortal thought to herself. So his goal from the beginning was only the heaven-piercing sword. I even thought many times that he was plotting against our entire world. Gu Changge smiled slightly. Looks like I'm still seen as the good guy by everyone. Haha. Lu Qiaoge successfully snatched the Chengtian sword from Tuoba Xiaojiao's hands. Just when it seemed like everything was over, a sudden change occurred. A gigantic eye opened in the void, unleashing a terrifying suction force that directly devoured Tuoba Xiaojiao. The oppressive aura spread in all directions. The heavens and earth trembled, space cracked, as if the will of heaven and earth was descending. But in an instant, Gu Changge's gaze turned cold, and he immediately saw through the truth. This power looks like it could destroy the heavens and earth. But its essence is only at the level of a purple mansion elder. In this world, it can run rampant, even shake the heavens and earth. But to Gu Changge, it's not worth a damn. Without hesitation, Gu Changge coldly ordered, Ah Da, go after it. After dealing with everything, Gu Changge also said goodbye to Ah Qing and the elders, then quickly dipped out of there. They stood there dumbfounded, watching the spatial cracks that remained. Gu Changge just left as soon as he said he would. Ah Qing was a little disappointed, murmuring, Benefactor, he's gone. He didn't even say goodbye. Hearing this, Xuan Dai patted her shoulder and comforted her. Ah Qing, he's already gone. Don't be too sad. Snow Sword Immortal said indifferently. Doesn't that just prove that he's a very free and unrestrained person? Alright, we also have to cheer up and find the place where the will of heaven and earth is slumbering. The next things can only depend on ourselves. Several days later, the entire sword-profound great world fell into violent turmoil. Many forces, large and small, abandoned their plans to continue directly confronting the extraterrestrial demons, and instead sought ways to survive. They spread out in all directions, frantically searching for ancient ruins, especially forbidden zones and dangerous lands, hoping to dig out the supreme realm within Ming Kong's residence. Ji Yu Wudi knelt down, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, mistress." Ming Kong replied in surprise. "Changge sent you? What is it?" Ji Yu Wudi said, "My lord ordered me to bring these to you." As he spoke, he pulled out 7 Changkenshin artifacts, Ji Yu Changkenge's entire collection of awesome magic treasures. Ming Kong's jaw dropped in shock when she saw them. The 7 Changtian weapons, holy crap, he actually gathered them this quickly? Then she regained her composure, feigning displeasure and hinting, "He has so many confidants, why did he have to send them to me? I think it wouldn't be bad to leave them at the Holy Maiden's Renzu Palace either." Ji Yu Wudi was momentarily stunned, his face turning pale with confusion. In his heart he recalled Ji Yu Changge's instructions. "Return these. Do not allow any mistakes to occur." Ji Yu Wudi was then slightly surprised. "Does my lord want to return them to the Ji Yu family first?" Ji Yu Changge replied, "No, take them to the Peerless Immortal Dynasty, and personally give them to Empress Ming Kong. Only she understands the refining methods best, and her speed of gathering materials is the fastest. Remember to speak nicely." Thinking of this, Ji Yu Wudi immediately turned on flattery mode, saying, "My lord said that mistress is the most capable person by his side, and also the person he trusts the most. Only with the key to the secret treasure in your hands can my lord be at ease." Hearing this, Ming Kong couldn't bear to refuse, sighing, "I really can't do anything with him." At the same time, inside the sword-profound great world, the atmosphere was bustling, and everyone seemed to be searching day and night for the will of heaven that Ji Yu Changge had mentioned. An elder spoke up. "How is it? Have any abnormalities been detected in this piece of heaven and earth?" Reporting to the Mountain Lord, no abnormalities have been detected. The old man stroked his beard, saying thoughtfully, "The news was jointly confirmed by several sword immortals from Shu Mountain, so it shouldn't be wrong. The place where the will of heaven slumbers. Scene change at the boundless abyss." The bottom of the boundless abyss is just as its name suggests. From a distance, this place is vast and endless, with no visible boundaries. As if lost in a boundless sea of bone mist. Thick, white-gray fog covers everything, both hazy and heavy. Amidst the mist, solitary mountains rise, and occasional gusts of wind howl, bringing a feeling of coldness, as if blowing from a distant shore that does not belong to this world. Except for a few high mountain peaks rising above the clouds, everything else is swallowed by the fog. There is no direction, no entrance, only an endless expanse of whiteness. Amidst the fog, someone's foot landed. Beneath the ground are scattered bones. The white skeletons shine with a cold light, including both ferocious beasts and cultivators. No one knows how many living beings have died here over countless years. Then that person is Lin En. He trudged forward with difficulty, muttering to himself, "Shu's sect has been destroyed. My master's life or death is unknown. This revenge I must take." The classics record that boundless immortal valley contains a path to transcendence. As long as I transcend successfully, I can not only take the head of that Ji Yu guy, but also save this world from its fiery predicament. Finally, he found a place with beautiful scenery, immortal cranes dancing, and abundant spiritual energy. Lin En was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Immortal realm, this is truly a boundless immortal valley, with many species of birds that were only recorded in ancient books before." Just then, a warm voice rang out. "It seems that I have finally waited for a fated person." Lin En was startled. "Senior?" The old man continued, "You have come here, so you should know that I am the opportunity you are seeking." Lin En was confused. "The opportunity I'm seeking? I am the 3000th generation descendant of the Guardian lineage, responsible for guarding the Heavenly Dao Sword." Lin En was freaking shocked. Heavenly Dao Sword. Could this be the greatest secret of Boundless Immortal Valley? After a moment of confusion, Lin En gradually regained his composure, cupping his hands respectfully and saying, "Senior, how can one obtain the Heavenly Dao Sword? The outside world is in turmoil, the people are suffering, extraterrestrial demons are invading, and the 13 provinces have fallen one after another. I fear that before long, the sword-profound great world will be completely destroyed. This junior must obtain the Heavenly Dao Sword to resolve this calamity and return peace and stability to the world." Hearing this, the old man said contentedly, "As expected of the fated person I have been waiting for. This courage is truly not something ordinary people possess. The world is in great chaos. Indeed, the Heavenly Dao Sword needs to reappear to pacify it. This is the key to unlock the seal of the Heavenly Dao Sword. Take this object and enter deep into Mirror Lake to find it." Back then, the Heavenly Dao Sword was sealed there, and only the person holding this key can break the seal. Lin En was stunned. Mirror Lake? When the Supreme Sword City was buried, Mirror Lake also disappeared with it. How can it be found? He continued, "Rest assured, Jinghu still exists, It's just that very few people can find it. Just go deeper in, and as long as you have the key to open the Heavenly Dao Sword, you will surely find Jing Hu. However, Lin Yin was still utterly confused. Ah, I understand. Does Senior have any other instructions? The old man's figure gradually dissipated, his voice echoing back. This old man's duty is only to wait here for someone with fate. Now that the key has been given to you, there's nothing else to say. Lin Yin hurriedly tried to stop him. Senior, this old man can leave in peace now. With that, he disappeared without a trace. With the key in hand, Lin Yin also quickly left, feeling a slight regret. What a pity, this senior's strength far surpasses the earthly sword immortal realm. How great would it be if he could help deal with Great Yu Changge? But the urgent matter at hand is still to find the Heavenly Dao Sword. Although it seemed like he had disappeared, the truth was that he was still secretly observing Lin Yin's every move. His eyes turned cold, without a trace of emotion. He simply waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything before him began to dissipate. The thatched cottage collapsed, the small bridge and flowing stream shattered into fine powder, and then everything suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into ashes and flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, this place had turned into a desolate mountain valley, with only a few incomplete, pale white corpses remaining on the ground, glistening with a cold light, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Merging the aura of two realms, a not bad body, the white-robed old man slowly looked around, a faint blood-colored light appearing in his pupils. His gaze stopped on Tuoba Xiaojiao, who was unconscious at his feet, as if he were talking to himself. But in the next instant, his brows suddenly furrowed, his expression slightly changed, and the void in front of him suddenly collapsed. A huge hand stretched out from the distant void, surrounded by primordial chaos and five-colored divine light. Within the palm, the Zhuxian Star Dao was slowly condensing, as if someone was reaching through endless space to directly attack him. But he simply waved his hand lightly, and the sword was immediately sent flying 10 meters away. Upon recognizing the attacker, he was a little surprised. It's you! I didn't expect you to be able to chase me all the way here. A dazed murderous aura surged around him, as he angrily said, You've already taken my master's things, and you still want to leave? Without another word, a Dao immediately charged forward to attack. But the old man remained calmly in place and said, You ignorant fool, although you have some strength, I am the embodiment of this world's will. Even if I am not complete right now, how could you possibly resist me? With that, he quickly retreated with Tuoba Xiaojiao's body. Therefore, a Da's attack only hit the ground, causing rocks to explode and dust to fill the air. A Da angrily shouted, HMPH, then why did you run away back then? You were scared shitless by my master. The old man was furious upon hearing this, and immediately swung his hand forward, uttering each word with a snarl. You want to die! As soon as he finished speaking, every muscle in Adal's body seemed to be twisted in a miserable way, and as soon as the old man clenched his hand, a goddess aura was instantly scattered into smoke. A Dao panted heavily, spitting out a large amount of blood. The old man calmly said, Your body is indeed tougher than anyone I've ever met, but daring to dream of challenging the heavenly Dao, death is not enough to atone for your sins. Even if your master came in person, it would only take me a little more effort. But even though he was covered in wounds, Ade still wore a bright and arrogant smile, clenching his hand, and a stream of black energy radiated through his fingers. The jade pendant in Ada's hand had shattered. The moment he saw it, the old man's face paled in fear. Veins popped out all over his face, and he shuddered as he exclaimed, Spatial artifact. From Ada's hand, a spatial rift immediately appeared. Great Yu Changge stepped out with a cold gaze and a faint smile on his lips. Great Yu Changge smirked and said, Not bad. Great Yu Change's appearance had given Ada strength. He stood with his arms crossed, smugly taunting, If you have the guts, say that again in front of my master. Great Yu Changge stepped forward, and calmly continued, It seems that the power of that eye is only a part of your incarnation. The old man growled, I am the master of this Fang heavenly earth. What difficulty is there in crushing you to death? But how could he possibly crush Great Yu Changge? While the surrounding rocks exploded and space cracked, Great Yu Changge still stood there calmly, without a tremor. Seeing this scene, the old man froze for a few seconds, unable to utter a word. His eyes were filled with panic, and he exclaimed, Your entire body is made of transcendent bones. What exactly are you? In his heart he thought, Isn't this the realm that I'm pursuing? Great Yu Changge raised his chin and coldly said, Tell me where the heavenly Dao source exists, and I might let your consciousness not dissipate. The old man was startled. You came for the heavenly Dao source? Great Yu Changge casually replied, Of course, if it weren't for the heavenly Dao source, the resources of this world, I wouldn't even bother to glance at it. The old man frowned and replied, The heavenly Dao source is related to my transcendence. How could I easily tell you? It seems that I guessed right. After giving birth to consciousness, you are no longer satisfied with being just the will of a realm, and you want to transform into a living being, to try to transcend this world. If you really succeed in transcending, perhaps you could truly enter that realm. The old man coldly said, You know too much. Great Yu Changge coldly smiled. Then why don't you hurry up and come here to kill and silence me? Haha. Adan chased after him all the way, and finally found Tuoba Xiaoyao's body. Wait, hold up. Before the corpse, a mysterious old dude appeared, protecting it. His aura was as deep as an abyss. This guy ain't no scrub. Even though Ade was strong AF and struck decisively, he was completely suppressed by this old dude. He stood zero chance. Without hesitation, Adan immediately sent a message for backup. In a flash, Gu Changge appeared. As soon as the old dude sensed Gun's aura, he freaked the hell out. His expression changed drastically. Gu Change's transcendent bones were on full display. His aura surpassed heaven and earth. Precisely the realm the old dude had been trying to reach his whole life. Gu Changge casually put his hands behind his back, his eyes cold as he looked at an ant, and said calmly, "Tell me the location of the heavenly Tao's origin if you want to keep your consciousness. Otherwise, you're dead meat." The old dude went berserk and roared, and a violent aura erupted around him. "You want to die?" Gu Changge laughed confidently and, not to be outdone, burst forth with spiritual power, smugly saying, "Haha, you came at the right time." But unexpectedly, the old man pulled a U-turn and hauled ass. As he ran, he thought to himself, "This kid's aura is clearly from the same source as that big dummy, but his level is much higher. With my current weakened state, it seems I must undo the seal, restore my peak form, and then collect him." Seeing this scene, Gu Changge sneered, "This old dude is really crafty." Then he stretched his hand forward. "Too bad, I already set up a restriction the moment I arrived here." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changge clenched his hand. Instantly, an invisible wall appeared in front of the old dude. Now, he could only run on faith and hope. Gu Changge flew high into the air, and as he approached, he nonchalantly said, "Wanna run? Dream on, start struggling." The old dude still arrogantly replied, "HMPH. In this world, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." With that, he looked down at Tuoba Xiaoyao's corpse with regret, thinking, "It's just a pity for this body." Without hesitation, he let go and abandoned Tuoba Xiaoyao's corpse. Gu Changge immediately used chains to bind him, and said arrogantly, "Oh really?" The old dude calmly replied, "I've already said, I am this world. All the rules here are under my control." As he spoke, he unleashed his power to break the chains rushing toward him, and confidently said, "As long as I'm here, I'm inherently invincible." But before he could be arrogant for 3 seconds, a magic treasure appeared in front of him, facing him. The old dude was utterly shocked, frozen stiff, his face pale. Before he could understand what was happening, he was devoured and sucked into Gu Change's magic treasure, leaving only a miserable scream. "Ah!" Immediately afterward, Gu Changge closed his eyes and sat down, sensing the memories in the old dude's soul. Very quickly, fragments of knowledge appeared. From ancient times, the heavenly Dafio's will of the sword profound great world had given birth to consciousness. As time passed, it was no longer willing to exist only as a conscious entity. Therefore, it decided to sacrifice all living beings, break the shackles, and take itself one step further, even transcend. Unfortunately, that scheme was still discovered by the strongest experts of that era. They joined forces to resist the heavenly Dao, starting a war to destroy the heavens that had disappeared into the annals of history. That earth-shattering battle almost consumed all the fortune of the sword-profound great world. It wasn't until the world was on the verge of collapse that the cultivators won a Pyrrhic victory. Afterward, the heavenly Dagyo's will was sealed under Mirror Lake. The strongest expert among them collected all kinds of divine materials and forged a divine sword, hanging it over the lake to suppress the consciousness born from the heavenly Dabio. After sensing this, Gu Changge exclaimed, "As expected, the main body has been suppressed. I was wondering why. It's just a puppet. That Lin En kid, I reckon, is the descendant of that expert. But too bad. He got played like a fiddle." With that, Gu glanced at Ada and ordered, "Ada, disguise yourself and spread the word, telling them that the Mirror Lake in the legends is their only hope." Ada replied, "Yes, master. Then what about this guy?" No one knows what happened to Tuoba Xiaoyao, but on Yufei's side, the life token of Tuoba Xiaoyao suddenly shattered. Yufei panicked and said worriedly, "Why is Tuoba Xiaoyao's life token like this? What on earth happened to him? With his strength, he couldn't even save his own life?" On the other hand, as Gu Changge expected, after Aidan spread the rumors and shocked this place, the entire sword-profound great world fell into chaos. The atmosphere was extremely unstable, and countless ancient relics were being dug up and overturned every day. Many cultivators flocked in to search, but the results were all disappointing. Don't even mention the Mirror Lake in the legends. They couldn't even find a trace of anything related to it. This caused many people to start doubting, wondering if the rumors were true. Perhaps the 2 Mirror Lakes were just legends that never existed. An elder spoke up. "According to the records in the ancient books, Mirror Lake should truly exist. Moreover, Sword City once appeared beside Mirror Lake. Many of the Shu sect's sacred swords are closely related to that supreme Sword City." Zhu Jian continued. "In fact, Sword Cliff also has several divine swords rumored to be related to Sword City. If these 2 legends are both true, perhaps we can rely on the remaining clues of Sword City to deduce the location of Mirror Lake." So they're thinking of using these divine swords to pinpoint the Sword City's location deep within Mirror Lake. Actually a viable strat. Hearing this, the Shuzong sect leader and the gang were like, "Wait, hold up." Days later, All the big shots whip out their swords and use divination to sniff out the aura. Finally, the Shuzong sect leader and the rest get a clue. They're stoked. We got something. Snow Sword Immortals like, WTF? All the divination points to the ancient Xuan remains, that once god-tier ancient Xuan dynasty. Cut to Ji Yu Changge, who's all ancient Xuan remains. Meanwhile, his stat screen pops up. Killed Son of Destiny, Shi Baxiao, received. A Day chimes in, yes master. Shuzong only got that much info. Ji Yu Changge says, got a lead huh? Let's just tail them. Oh yeah, might as well share this with our upper realm homies. Cut to the ancient Xuan remains. Gloomy skies covered in a thin layer of black mist. As far as the eye can see, just desolate brown. Broken mountains everywhere, riddled with cracks. Some places looking like a giant invisible hand just yeeted them into oblivion. The air is thick, with a spooky vibe that screams buried souls. Even high-level cultivators are shaking in their boots, their souls freezing. You can almost hear the ghostly winds whistling by. Nobody knows how the super-hyped ancient Xuan dynasty got wiped out so silently and creepily like tens of millions years ago. Lin Ang arrives, thinking, the key's pointing to Mirror Lake being here, but I'm looking at miles of ruins. Where's the lake? Whatever, let's go deeper. Maybe there's a hidden formation blocking the lake's vibe. And he zooms off. A few days later, a bunch of elders show up. They're like, damn, the ancient Xuan dynasty was so OP, they almost united the whole Sword Profound world, and now it's just a wasteland. Wonder how the force backing Ji Yu Gongzi compares. Snow Sword Immortal cuts in. Legend says the upper realm's full of Xuan dynasty level forces, but Ji Yu Gongzi's backers are at the very top. No comparison. The old guy laughs awkwardly. Guess we're just frogs in a well. Suddenly he spots a bunch of hovering spaceships coming in hot. He's like, what the hell? Others are here. Looks like outer domain forces. Another dude shouts, holy crap, there's more coming from the 13 provinces. Panic ensues. Who leaked this? Snow Sword Immortal says. Probably not just us figuring out Mirror Lake's location. But we haven't found anything after searching for days. More people ain't necessarily bad. Predicting we're gonna be throwing down with outer domain powerhouses here. Might all die. Ever since Ji Yu Gongzi squashed the Heavenly Dao avatar at Shuzong, the world's restrictions have loosened up. If those super strong guys go all in, they could totally descend here. Looks like this is going to be the final showdown. We're screwed if we get caught up in it. Xuan Dai sighs. Gotta risk death for a chance at life. It's inevitable. For the future of the Sword Profound world, we gotta be here. Standing next to her, a cultivator puffs out his chest. If things get hairy, I'll protect you. I got a ton of life-saving treasures from my grandpa. Xuan Dai's all, nah, you worry about yourself first. Shot down hard, he's annoyed. Even Land Sword Immortals can't guarantee survival in a big battle. Xuan Dai, I'm worried about you. Xuan Dai still refuses. I know, but I don't need Chen Zhang's help. My dad can protect me. He stutters, deflated. Xuan Dai. Just then, an angry voice booms. You're such a stubborn brat. Everyone gasps. It's North Li Sword Immortal. Even he's come out of retirement. An old geezer appears. Grandpa's pissed. I said this place was dangerous. You're the pride of the Chen family, supposed to inherit my legacy. What if something happens to you? He laughs sheepishly. Grandpa, I'm the leader of the younger generation. In times like these, I can't back down and embarrass you. HMPH, whatever. You're grown. Learn to talk back. In this chaotic world, it's good for young people to mingle. But drop the arrogance, or you'll get clowned. Right? He nods to South Ming Emperor. South Ming Emperor bows respectfully. Junior greets Northli Sword Immortal. Xuan Dai, I'll keep your teachings in mind. Seeing this crap, a Qing can't take it and stands up. You're using your status to bully people. If Snow Sword Immortal was here, she wouldn't let you mess with her disciple like this. Xuan Dai doesn't like Chen Lai, so what? She already has someone she likes. Northli Sword Immortal yells. HMPH. Snow Sword Immortal's just a young genius, not necessarily my match. And as for who she likes, who's better than my grandson? A Qing still doesn't give a damn. Frog in a well. He's even more pissed. You dare talk to me like that? Not even your father would. A Qing says calmly. Xuan Dai's crush is Ji Yu Gongzi. Northli Sword Immortal thinks your grandson can compare to our benefactor? Xuan Dai freaks, calling out to A Qing. Chen Lai, hearing the name, turns purple, totally lost. What? That Ji Yu guy? Wasn't he gone already? Northli Sword Immortal, enraged, unleashes his spiritual power on Xuan Dai and A Qing as a warning. He growls. That Ji Yu Gongzi is with the outer domain demons. He's up to no good in this world, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. Seeing this, South Ming Emperor tries to smooth things over. The kids misspoke. Please forgive them. Just then, a cold voice rings out. You think I'm up to no good? It's Ji Yu Changge, of course. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The killing intent is so thick, everyone gets goosebumps. Both Northli Sword Immortal and his simp grandson Chen Lai are slammed to the ground, kneeling pathetically. Still rocking that villain vibe, Ji Yu Changge appears at the perfect time. Talk about clutch. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Ji Yu Changge showing up? Everyone's jaws just hit the floor. A Qing, eyes all teary, shouts. My benefactor. Weren't you gone already? Ji Yu Changge, he's like, Wasn't Ade still here, investigating my assassination? Heard some noise about the Gu Yu Xuan Divine Dynasty? Q the Chenlai grandpa-grandson duo nearly shitting themselves, sweating bullets and shaking like a leaf. Gu Yu Lun keeps yapping, so I got curious and came to check it out. Didn't expect to bump into you guys again. You two alright? Qing's all smiles. Thank you, benefactor. The Nanming ruler nearby bows respectfully. Thank you for your concern, young Master Gu Yu. Then, Qing and Xuan Dai chime in together. We're fine. Bailey's sword immortal's practically petrified, his old face screaming terror. Never in his wildest dreams did he think Gu Yu Changge would pop up here. Even as a seasoned sword immortal, he knows the gap between him and Gu Yu Changge is huge. Like heaven and earth huge. Unbridgeable, unimaginable. All he feels now is fear and regret. Sword immortal, did Gu Yu M Forta offend you? Gu Yu Changge casually glances at him, no obvious pressure, but Bailey's sword immortal freaks out, stumbling back, forehead dripping with cold sweat, voice trembling. No, nothing at all. Gu Yu Lun's all nonchalant? So, no apology then? Dude immediately starts slapping himself, head bowed low, hiding a look of pure resentment. Only remorse and fear on his face now, no more of that tough guy act. I didn't say anything. I was out of line. Please forgive me, young Master Gu Yu. Chenlai's jaw is on the floor, face blank. Grandpa, why are you slapping? He stammers. Completely lost. The kid's clueless, please don't mind him, young Master Gu Yu. His disciples immediately kneel in terror. Thought it was over. Thought he'd get off easy after groveling like that. But suddenly, dark, icy energy bursts out behind him. It lifts him up in the air, and he's freaking out. Who is it? Chenlai's face is pale with terror, frozen still. Then boom boom, his body explodes. Gramps just kicked the bucket, cold as ice. Chenlai's down below, calling out in disbelief. Grandpa! Everyone's still confused when suddenly a hot chick appears, pointing right at Chenlai and saying, I am Luan Huo, elder of the Divine Spirit Mountain, paying respects to young Master Changge. This guy dared to question you, he deserved to die. If you want, I can take care of this little turd right now. Gu Yu Chang's still silent. Qing and Xuan Dai are nervously watching him. A second later, Gu Yu Changge frowns, voice full of rage. Who told you to kill him? You think I'm some bloodthirsty maniac? You're making me look like a cruel tyrant. Luan Huo's mind just blue-screened. She's thinking, weren't you always like that in the upper realm? Unreal. Gu Yu Changge keeps acting, nails the role, points right at her. That old man just said some rude things, didn't deserve to die. Why did you kill him? The girl's stunned, speechless, stammering. Ahem, Gu Yu Changge emphasizes, don't do it again. Chenlai's scared shitless, but at least he didn't die. Just then, everything around them starts changing. Qing and Xuan Dai are shocked, turning to look. Not far away, black mist is swirling, covering the sky. Explosions are rocking ancient warships. Powerful spiritual senses clash, sending out shockwaves. Everyone's clearly terrified. The Nanming ruler gasps, they've engaged! Xuan Dai adds, that's Ice Snow Sword, my master's technique. At the center of the battlefield, the fight's intense. Snow Sword Immortal is losing steam, heartbroken to see her fellow disciples being slaughtered. Fourth Elder! Seizing the opportunity, a strong guy's fist comes crashing down, eyes flashing with murderous intent, sneering. You guys are so weak you dare get distracted? The fist slams into Snow Sword Immortal. She coughs up blood, losing her balance and stumbling back. But it doesn't stop there. Countless strands of spiritual energy shoot into her body, controlling her limbs, even her ass. Snow Sword Immortal is strong, but she can't move a muscle. She's smug. You guys barely made it to Quasi-Emperor, and you think you can stop us? Just let us carve you up, then break. But before she can break, Snow Sword Immortal's body vanishes. And who saved her? None other than Gu Yu Changge. The girl's pissed, yelling, You're young Master Changge, no freaking doubt about it. Held in Gu Yu Lun's arms, Snow Sword Immortal's shocked. Young Master Gu Yu, why did you come back? Gu Yu Liang doesn't answer, just turns to the others and says clearly, everyone, this Snow Sword Immortal is practically a friend of mine. How about you give me some face, and let this one slide? The elders rush over, touched. Young Master. Snow Sword Immortal's deeply grateful, thank you. Gu Yu Lun smiles. Sect Leader Shu, long time no see. Up front, one dude steps up and says, since young Master Changge has spoken, of course, we gotta show some respect. The girl in the squad, still annoyed, whispers to him, Gu Yu Changge, what's this brat playing at? He replies, no clue. Let's see what he has to say. Gu Yu Changge steps forward, cupping his hands respectfully. This must be the old ancestor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, right? Been admiring you for ages. The old dude forces a smile. Young Master Changge is too kind. Oh right, we heard there's the legendary Mirror Lake in these ruins, which might contain what we're looking for. Could it be you're here for the same thing? Gu Yu Lun smiles and replies, I just heard about this place recently. I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm just here for the vibes, so don't mind me. How about young Master Changge join forces with us to go deeper and see if we can find the entrance to Mirror Lake? Gu Yu Changge keeps up the act. Gu Yu isn't really interested. I only intervened just now because I couldn't bear to watch that scene. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Behind her, one of Shu Jiankexian's buddies whispers to her, what do you think? If young Master Ji Yu stepped in to stop all this, what are the chances? He seems to care about you a lot. Zhu Jiankexian says, young Master Ji Yu doesn't have any malice towards our world, but how could he stand against his own people for my sake? Don't get your hopes up. He's already done more than enough for us. Up front, the elder of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty says loudly, with young Master Changge's strength, it's a real pity, but since you're not interested, we'll take our leave. Ji Yu Lun, hearing this, doesn't stand on ceremony, and waves his hand. Please, go ahead. Behind them, Zhu Jiankexian is worried. If they seize the Mirror Lake first, the consequences will be disastrous. Hurry, keep up. Hearing this, Ji Yu Lun gently reminds her, think carefully. If you guys clash again later, I won't intervene. Zhu Jiankexian says helplessly, thanks, but I have no other choice. Ji Yu Lun chuckles to himself, well, everyone has their destiny. Those who are meant to die will die sooner or later. At the same time, in the boundless abyss, where the ruins of the ancient sword city are buried, the origin of all sword-based sects and factions in the Xuan sword world, Lin Yin slowly scans the hazy ruins in front of him, urgently following the traces led by the key in his hand, thinking to himself, I can clearly sense countless intertwined ancient sword intents here. The key is finally reacting. This direction is definitely right. He grinds his teeth in weird annoyance. Why are these extraterritorial demons arriving here so quickly? I need to be faster. In his hand, the key continues to glow. Suddenly, a spatial gate appears before him. Lin Yin cries out in joy. There really is a hidden space here. Lin Yin steps inside, his face filled with surprise and joy at the sight of the ancient temple. This is clearly a miniature world, with endless forests stretching as far as the eye can see, towering mountains overlapping each other, and a vast sky above filled with swirling white clouds like a sea. He is standing right at the entrance, surrounded by countless towering peaks, so high that he can't see the tops. Along the mountainside, steps descend, solemn and sacred, leading straight down, like a pilgrimage path to a holy temple. In the deepest part of this space, Lin Yin sees a towering pagoda, its entire body radiating a golden light, majestic and magnificent, so tall that he can't see the top, hidden in the thick clouds. Not only that, but this space is also home to countless flying birds and beasts, with holy auras, feathers and bodies glittering, like divine beasts from the realm of the gods, unafraid of people. Could the Mirror Lake be next to that towering pagoda? Awesome! Lin Yin looks into the distance, moves his body slightly, and steps down the mountainside steps. In the blink of an eye, he disappears into the depths of the forest. As soon as Lin Yin enters this place, a major event occurs inside Xuandi. Eerie hissing sounds resonate, no one knows where they come from, mixed with dense howls. From every corner of Dine, countless vengeful spirits appear, like ghosts crawling out of hell. At the same time, the black smoke here begins to surge violently, rolling out, covering the sky, and then rushing towards the areas where the cultivators are gathered, as if to swallow everything. What's happening? Why has this place suddenly become like this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? This sudden change causes all the cultivators of the Sword Xuan world to change their expressions drastically. Their faces pale with fear, and a sense of unease rises in their hearts, and they hurriedly retreat to the edge of the area, not daring to stay for another moment. Could someone have approached the Mirror Lake and triggered a restriction? As soon as he utters a few words, he is suddenly ambushed, a force piercing through his abdomen, and red blood gushes out. Zhu Jiankexian cries out in shock. Eldest Sword Immortal! And the one who attacked is none other than the people of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. He says uncomfortably, what are you yelling about? If you want to enter that place too, then hurry up and find a way, otherwise go die. Even Gu Changge can't save you now. Zhu Jiankexian, hearing this, is furious, and grits her teeth and growls. We're all from the outer realms, why is young Master Gu so reasonable, while you rely on your strength to bully the weak? He emphasizes. Oh, reasonable. Then all three burst out laughing. Haha. Perhaps they are too familiar with the true nature of Gu Changge. In this world, Gu Lun is too good, they aren't used to it. Outside the entrance, a strange aura continues to spread, sending chills down everyone's spines, and making their scalps tingle with fear. An uproar of discussion rises. Why is there so much black mist suddenly? It's so weird, no wonder the old ancestors didn't let us follow. Retreat quickly! Only great powers like the old ancestors aren't afraid. A Qing and Princess Xuandai's faces turn pale, and they can't help but retreat. The scene before them is too bizarre, giving them a sense of illusion, as if they are falling into an unreal nightmare. A Qing blurts out, our strength is too weak. Going in is just asking for death. We can only stay here. Xuandai continues, I hope their masters will be successful. There are many people around. The Outer Realms battleships and airships are also present here. At the same time, high above, standing on the airship, Yufei and Gu Changge quietly observe everything. Suddenly, Yufei speaks softly. I wonder if young Master Changge ever met Duoba Daoxiao before while you were in this world. Ji Yulun replies calmly, Duoba Daoxiao? He's dead. Yu Feiya is stunned, hesitant and disbelieving. You, how do you know? Then do you know how he died? Ji Yulun smiles coldly, and says casually. Why? I killed him. Yu Feiya probed Vu Vo, trying to see if Ji Yu Changge had ever met or knew the whereabouts of Tadaba Xiaojiao in this world. But all she got was a stone-cold reply. He's dead. And Ji Yu Changge casually announced that he personally sent Taba Xiaojiao to meet his maker. Yu Feiya's face paled, her delicate hands clenched, but fearing Ji Yu Changge's power and influence, she could only shut up. Even her dad wouldn't dare mess with Ji Yu Changge, let alone her. She knew there was beef between Taba Xiaojiao and Ji Yu Changge, but she didn't know it was this serious, like end his whole career serious. Yu Feiya stammered. Why did you kill him? Ji Yu Changge replied. He offended me. He was never going to survive that. Yu Feiya felt a wave of bitterness and helplessness. She should have seen it coming. Why else would Ji Yu Changge say those things in front of everyone at the Dongyu Dynasty's palace? He was already planning to off Taba Xiaojiao. This trip to the Sword Profound world was just the perfect opportunity. Taba Xiaojiao disappearing here? No one would care or investigate. Suddenly, Ji Yu Changge stepped forward, flashing a bright smile, and asked, What's up? Princess Feiya planning to avenge him? Revenge? That's just cope. Yu Feiya was stunned, trembling, speechless. This cold, uninhibited attitude was Ji Yu Changge's true self, not the gentle facade he usually put on. Whether she wanted to or not, she was powerless. Nah, she just didn't dare. Ji Yulun smirked. Oh, what a pity. From afar, I Ching and Princess Xuandai had been watching, especially since Yu Feiya approached Ji Yu Changge. At first, they thought Yu Feiya was just another girl simping for Ji Yu Changge, but when she returned, her face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with unease and fear. Clearly, Ji Yu Gongzi wasn't gentle with every girl. So why did he save me? The thought flashed through Princess Xuandai's mind. She recalled Ji Yu Changge's sudden appearance, rescuing her from danger. Her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but overthink. Am I special to him? Princess Xuandai knew better than to dwell on such things, when danger lurked at every corner. But she couldn't stop her mind from wandering. Meanwhile, inside, the elder of the Huangyu dynasty kept threatening. Move your asses! If you can't break this spatial seal, you can forget about leaving alive, Shu Jianqixian replied. Almost there, stop the indiscriminate killing. The elder scoffed. If it weren't for Ji Yu Changge still caring about you, you'd be dead already. Suddenly, the sect leader of Shu sect exclaimed, Found it! There's a hidden space after all! Just then, a dark aura emanated from Shui Jiangxian's body. At the same time, on Yu Feiya's side, Envy Ming, seeing her pale face, asked, Elder sister, why are you so distracted? What did Ji Yu Changge say to you? Yu Feiya replied, Don't ask. Stay away from him. That dark aura flew towards Ji Yu Changge, who was sitting leisurely. Because when saving Shui Jiangxian, Ji Yu Changge had deliberately planted a bit of aura on her to secretly monitor her. He thought, Looks like the time has come. Immediately, Ada casually released eerie auras. Ada was born from the depths of the burial demon abyss, so the eerie and chaotic auras here couldn't affect him at all. Therefore, what everyone feared, the sky-filled black mist, was nothing to Adabi. At that moment, all the cultivators in the ancient profound world simultaneously felt an indescribable pressure filling the heavens and earth, as if a giant invisible hand was slowly pressing down from a distant dimension. What's happening? Could some kind of bizarre anomaly be about to appear again? A cold, uneasy feeling spread rapidly through everyone's hearts. What is this purple-black mist? Xuandai exclaimed in a panic. A Qing, run! Unexpectedly, monsters emerged from the eerie mist, silently attacking them. Screams rang out incessantly. What are these monsters? Quick, retreat! Yu Feiya, seeing this scene, was also stunned, her face pale. Yu Ming shuddered and said, A sky-filled, man-eating mist? Elder sister, don't you find this scene a bit familiar? Yu Feiya continued. That year, after we participated in the Divine Stone Convention, on the way, Yin Shijia led people to Kun Mountain, and we seemed to encounter a terrifying mist like this. Back then, it caused the deaths of many Taoist powerhouses from Yin Shijia and An clan, almost wiping out the entire clan. A sense of familiarity rose in her heart. If I remember correctly, Ji Yu Changge was also present during that trip to Kun Mountain, but she looked around and couldn't find Ji Yu Changge anywhere. Wait, where is he? Yu Ming spoke up. Elder sister, what's wrong? Without time to explain, Yu Feiya urgently shouted, Retreat! Retreat as far as possible. Shui Jiangxian and the elders of the Dongyu dynasty also quickly found the secret space, where the aura of the will of heaven was hidden, and where Lin An had found it earlier. He spread his arms wide, satisfied, and exclaimed, This is the creation aura of the heavenly Tao. No mistake, the will of heaven must be hiding here. Behind Shui Jiangxian, confused, is this the legendary God realm? The Shu sect leader said. That tall tower must be the Tongtian Tower recorded in the ancient texts, once built by the ancient Xuan divine dynasty to worship the heavens. And that lake is the Mirror Lake, but someone has been here before. The girl in the group of elders of the Doyu dynasty immediately dashed away, urgently saying, The origin of the world must be inside. You two, no time to waste, I'll go ahead. But just as she moved a few steps, Suddenly a violent change appeared in the space above her head, and a space vortex appeared. Before everyone could figure out what the hell it was, it crashed down where she was standing. Everyone was shocked AF. Is this heavenly punishment? In the middle of that aura, the girl gritted her teeth, full of resentment. HMPH, ignorant fool, it's just a flight restriction. Its power is only at the Dao attainment level. I've attained Dao for tens of thousands of years. Why would I be afraid of this? Then charge through. Can't let others get there first. With that, they rushed forward, disregarding everything. Seeing that scene, the Shuzong people were horrified, their hair standing on end. They're all monsters. We're just tiny ants here. Another one chimed in. Relying on us is just suicide. This old man doesn't want to die so tragically. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes froze, widening in shock. Because what caught their eyes was Gu Changge's appearance. A startled cry rang out unexpectedly. Gu, young master Gu. Hearing that, Shu Jiaxian turned her head. Seeing Gu Changge's real appearance in front of her, she cheered with joy. Why are you here? Gu Changge chuckled. Oh, you guys are still alive? But Gu Changge's expression at this moment looked extremely villainous. Seeing that expression, they were horrified, their hair standing on end in panic. But Gu Changge's next action shocked them even more. He sealed off the exit. What the hell? Does he want to kill us all? Why doesn't heavenly tribulation strike him? Zhu Jianqixian shuddered, recalling Gu Changge's villainous face just now. This world is afraid of him. She remembered Gu Changge's saintly face before and thought to herself, was the previous image all fake? But why did he save me outside the ruins? Meanwhile, the elders of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty were still advancing rapidly. The girl in the team spoke up. Old ancestor, the world here is a bit strange. He felt the same way and continued. That's right. No matter how we fly, we can't seem to reach that lake. It seems the rules of heaven and earth here are not simple. The remnants left after the heavenly Dao's transformation can actually resist us. The void we shattered was instantly recreated. Just then, Gu Changge appeared beside them out of nowhere and said casually, It seems like you can't cross the void to get there. While the three of them hadn't even noticed Gu Changge's appearance, Tong Cheng replied, Indeed. But just a second later, without anyone saying anything, their expressions suddenly froze, and their eyes darted to the side. Where the voice came from, sweat immediately poured down their foreheads. The three of them were shocked, and immediately retreated, full of vigilance. Gu Changge, why are you here? Gu Changge turned his face, and replied casually. Oh, I suddenly became interested again. Hearing this, they transmitted their voices to each other. With our strength, we didn't even see how he silently appeared. He whispered back. Better be careful. Then he stepped forward, calmly saying, Unexpectedly, young Master Changge is also interested in this. This place is a small world conceived after the heavenly Tao of this realm transformed, and it is indeed very likely to hide the origin of the world. If so, how shall we divide the origin of the world when we find it? Gu Lun said coldly. Divide it? What if I want to take it all for myself? As he spoke, he pulled out a bunch of threatening magical treasures, with a bright, radiant smile, causing the entire space to shake violently. But Lin En still didn't notice the change. He was still rushing forward towards the location of the sword, exclaiming, That's the heavenly Dao sword! I'll help you out immediately! With that, Lin En clenched the key in his hand, determined. But suddenly an invisible hand seemed to be trying to stop him. A cold voice rang out. No, can't do it. Lin En himself sensed something was wrong and muttered, Strange. It seems like something invisible is stopping me. What exactly is buried at the bottom of this lake? On Gu Changge's side, an unbalanced battle had begun. With a bunch of magical treasures in his hand, Gu Changge had completely overwhelmed the elders of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, who were struggling to resist and shouting, Damn it, Gu Changge, if this gets out, aren't you afraid of becoming an enemy of the upper realm? But Gu Lun didn't give a damn, sneering. Even if it gets out, who would dare believe it? Haha. Inside, Lin En also felt Gu Changge's aura spreading down and cursed. What the hell? Gu Changge's strength is too heaven-defying. I have no time to hesitate anymore. Having come this far, no one can stop me. But the truth is, Lin En couldn't imagine that it wasn't one or two mysterious hands that were secretly stopping him. But behind him, countless vengeful spirits were frantically trying to stop him, constantly clinging to him. Even though the distance was very close, each of Lin En's steps became heavier and heavier. Fei Ya, all innocent-like, asks Yu Wu if Gu Changge ever met or knew the whereabouts of Qibat Zhao Zhao in this world. But all she gets is a stone-cold reply. He's already dead. And to add insult to injury, Gu Changge casually declares he personally sent that bat Zhao Zhao to the afterlife. Yu Fei Ya's face pales, her delicate hands clench. But fearing Gu Changge's power and influence, she can only stay silent. Even her royal father might not dare to mess with Gu Changge, let alone her. She only knows there seems to be a grudge between Qibat Zhao Zhao and Gu Changge, but didn't expect it to be so serious he'd want him dead. Yu Fei Ya stammers. Why did you kill him? Gu Changge replies. Crossed me. He was doomed to die. Yu Fei Ya feels a wave of bitterness and helplessness. She should have realized. why Ji Yu Changge said those things in front of everyone back at the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's palace? Turns out, he already planned to Qi Bat Xiao Zhao. This trip to the sword-profound great world was just a convenient opportunity.
Qi Bat Xiao Zhao disappearing here?
No one will care or investigate. Suddenly, Ji Yu Changge approaches, flashes a bright smile, and asks point-blank, "What's up? Princess Fei Ya planning to avenge him? Revenge? What a delusional thought." Yu Fei Ya's face drains of color, fear rendering her speechless. This cold, unrestrained attitude is the real Ji Yu Changge, not the gentle and refined facade he usually puts on. Whether she likes it or not, she's powerless. Nah, she just doesn't dare. Ji Yu Lun smirks all sarcastic. Oh, what a pity. From afar, Qing and Princess Xuandai have been keeping an eye on the situation, especially since Yu Fei Ya approached Ji Yu Changge. At first, they thought Yu Fei Ya was just another admirer of Ji Yu Changge, but when she returned, her face was terrifyingly pale, her eyes filled with unease and fear. Clearly, Ji Yu Gongzi isn't gentle with all women, so why did he save me? That thought flashes through Princess Xuandai's mind. She recalls Ji Yu Changge's sudden appearance, rescuing her from danger. Her cheeks involuntarily flush, and nameless thoughts arise in her heart. Am I special to him? Princess Xuandai knows very well that amidst lurking enemies and impending doom, worrying about such things is extremely inappropriate. Yet she can't help but let her mind wander. Meanwhile, inside, the elder of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty keeps threatening.
Move your asses!
If you can't break the spatial restriction here, don't even dream of getting out alive.
Zhu Jiangxian replies. Almost there, stop the indiscriminate killing. He scoffs. If it weren't for Ji Yu Changge caring about you, you'd be dead long ago.
Suddenly, the sect leader of Shu sect exclaims, "Found it! There really is a hidden space!" Just then, a stream of dark aura emanates from Zhu Jiangxian's body. At the same time, on Yu Fei Ya's side, seeing her pale face, Yu Ming wonders, "Royal sister, why are you so distracted? What did Ji Yu Changge say to you just now?" Yu Fei Ya replies, "Don't ask so much. Stay away from him." But that dark aura has already flown to where Ji Yu Changge is leisurely sitting. Because while saving Zhu Jiangxian, Ji Yu Changge deliberately planted a bit of aura on her to secretly monitor her. Ji Yu thinks to himself, looks like the time has come. Immediately, A-Day nonchalantly releases streams of eerie aura that continuously spread outward. A-Day himself was refined and born from the depths of the burial demon abyss, so the eerie and chaotic aura here can't affect him at all. Therefore, what everyone fears, the black smoke engulfing the sky, is nothing to A-Day. At that moment, all the cultivators in the Jiyushuan ruins simultaneously feel an indescribable pressure filling the sky and earth, as if a giant invisible hand from a distant dimension is slowly pressing down. What the hell is happening? Is some kind of bizarre anomaly about to appear here again? A chilling unease spreads rapidly in everyone's heart. What's with this purplish-black mist? Xuandai shouts in panic. "Qing, run!" Even more unexpectedly, from within that eerie mist, monsters appear and stealthily attack them. Screams of terror erupt. What are these monsters? Quick, fall back! Yu Fei Ya, witnessing the scene, is also stunned, her face ashen. Yu Ming shivers and exclaims, "A sea of flesh-eating mist engulfing the sky? Royal sister, doesn't this scene feel a bit familiar?" Yu Fei Ya continues. "Back when we finished attending the Godstone Assembly, on the way, Yin led people to Kun Mountain, and they seemed to encounter such a terrifying mist. Back then, it caused many Taoist experts of Yin and the An clan to perish, almost wiping out the entire clan. A feeling of familiarity suddenly rises in her heart, she thinks. If I remember correctly, Ji Yu Changge was also present on that trip to Kun Mountain, but she looks around and can't find Ji Yu Changge anywhere. Wait, where'd he go? Yun Ming speaks up. Royal sister, what's wrong? Without explaining, Yu Fei Ya urgently shouts, fall back as far as possible. Zhu Jiangxian and the elders of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty also quickly find the secret space, the place hiding the aura of the will of the heavenly Tao, and also where Lin En had found it before. He spreads his arms wide in satisfaction and exclaims, "This is the creation aura of the heavenly Tao. No mistake, the will of the heavenly Tao must be hiding here." Behind him, Zhu Jiangxian is puzzled. Is this the legendary God Realm? The Shu sect leader says. That tall tower must be the Tongtian Tower, recorded in the ancient texts, once built by the Jiyushuan divine dynasty to worship the heavens, and that lake is Mirror Lake. But something's not right, someone has been here before. The woman in the elder group of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty immediately dashes forward, urgently saying, "The origin of the world must be inside. You two, no time for dilly-dallying, I'll go ahead." But just as she moves a few steps, suddenly, above her head, the space undergoes a violent change. A space vortex appears. Before everyone can figure out what the hell it is, it comes crashing down where she is standing. Everyone's freaked out. Is this heavenly punishment? Amidst that aura, the girl gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. HMPH, you ignorant fools, it's just a flight restriction. Its power is only at the Dao attainment level. I have attained Dao for tens of thousands of years. Do you think I'd be afraid of this? Then let's break through. We can't let others get ahead.
With that, they rushed forward, disregarding everything. Seeing this, the Shusex's group felt their hair stand on end in terror. "They're all monsters! We're just tiny ants here!" Another one chimed in. "Relying on us is no different from courting death. This old man doesn't want to die such a miserable death." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes froze, widening in shock, because what greeted their eyes was the appearance of Gu Changge. A startled voice cried out in surprise, "Gu! Young Master Gu!" Hearing this, Snow Sword Immortal turned around, and upon seeing Gu Changge in front of her, she exclaimed in joyful surprise, "You! Why are you here?" Gu Changge chuckled. "Oh, you guys are still alive?" But Gu Change's expression at this moment looked extremely villainous. Seeing that expression, their hair stood on end in panicked fear. But Gu Change's next action shocked them even more. He's blocked the exit. What the hell? Does he want to kill us all? Why doesn't heavenly lightning strike him? Snow Sword Immortal trembled as she recalled Gu Change's villainous expression just now. This world is afraid of him. She remembered Gu Change's saintly face from before and thought to herself, could it be that the previous image was all fake? But why did he save me outside the ruins? Meanwhile, the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's elders were still advancing. The girl in the group spoke up. "Old ancestor, the world here is a bit strange." He felt the same way, adding, "Indeed, no matter how we fly, we don't seem to be able to reach that lake. It seems that the rules of this world are not simple. The remnants left behind after the Heavenly Tao's transformation can actually resist us. The void we shatter is instantly recreated." Just then, Gu Changge appeared beside them and casually said, "It seems that crossing the void to get there is impossible." While all three of them hadn't noticed Gu Change's appearance, Tong Sheng replied, "Yes." But a second later, without anyone saying anything, their expressions suddenly froze, and their eyes darted towards the side, the place where the voice came from. Instantly, sweat poured down their foreheads. All three of them retreated into the distance, full of vigilance. "Gu Changge, why are you here?" Gu Changge flipped his face, replying nonchalantly, "Oh, I suddenly became interested again." Hearing this, they transmitted their voices to each other. "With our strength, we didn't even see when he silently appeared." The old man whispered back, "It's better to be careful." Then he stepped forward and said calmly, "Unexpectedly, young Master Change is also interested in this. This place is a small world conceived after the heavenly Dabo of this realm transformed. It's indeed very likely to hide the world's origin. If that's the case, when we find the world's origin, how should we divide it?" Gu Lun said coldly, "Divide it? But what if I want to monopolize it?" As he spoke, he pulled out a bunch of threatening magic treasures, flashing a bright smile, causing the space to tremble. However, Lin En still didn't notice the change. He was still rushing forward towards the position where the sword appeared, exclaiming, "That's the Heavenly Dao sword! I'll help you out immediately." With that, Lin En clenched the key in his hand, determined. But suddenly an invisible hand seemed to be trying to stop him. A cold voice rang out, "No, you can't, you can't!" Lin En himself felt the abnormality and muttered, "How strange, it seems like something invisible is stopping me. What exactly is buried under this lake?" Meanwhile, on Gu Change's side, an unequal battle was taking place. With a bunch of magic treasures in hand, Gu Changge completely overwhelmed the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's elders. They struggled to resist and cried out, "Damn it, Gu Changge, if this gets out, aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of the upper realm?" But Gu Lun didn't give a damn, sneering, "Even if it gets out, who would dare to believe it? Ha ha." Inside, Lin En also sensed Gu Change's aura spreading down and exclaimed in horror, "What the hell? Gu Change's strength is too heaven-defying. I don't have time to hesitate anymore. Having come this far, no one can stop me." But the truth is, Lin En couldn't imagine that it wasn't one or two mysterious hands that were secretly stopping him. But behind him, countless vengeful souls were frantically stopping him, constantly clinging to him. Even though the distance was very close, each step Lin En took became heavier and heavier. No matter how many invisible hands tried to pull him back, Li Fan stubbornly pushed forward, venturing deeper inside. Soon, the key in his hand resonated intensely with the azure edge sword. Seeing this, he cheered excitedly. "Nailed it!" The sword gradually sank to the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, Li Fan's face turned pale, his eyes widened in shock, and he muttered, "What the hell? It's draining my life force." Even the creatures who were trying to stop Li Fan stared in disbelief. Because before their eyes, the sword had completely sunk to the bottom of the lake, and a few drops of blood were drawn to it. The sword reacted almost immediately. Li Fan was completely stunned, utterly bewildered. Then, boom, boom, boom! The water's surface exploded violently, instantly sending Li Fan flying. Amidst the turbulent waves, no one knew what was happening. All they saw was Li Fan sprawled out on the ground, his face still in shock, exclaiming, "The Heavenly Dao sword, my sword!" An ancient city slowly emerged. This was an ancient city sleeping at the bottom of the lake, in the deepest, most silent location imaginable. The entire city seemed to be cast from bronze, a single, solid piece, emitting no light and possessing no vitality. It had silently rested at the bottom of the lake for countless years. If the lake hadn't dried up today, this city might never have appeared before the world. But very quickly, the entire sword city sleeping at the bottom of the mirror-like lake began to collapse violently. The bronze pillars, once sturdy and indestructible, now crumbled one by one, shattering into fine powder and dissolving into the earth. All the water in the mirror lake was swallowed by the giant fissure, quickly draining away, disappearing without a trace. The sky above also seemed unable to withstand the shock, as if it were cracking apart. The silver tower of Tongtian, once standing tall and motionless, now emitted an earth-shattering hum and suddenly collapsed, falling straight into the deep fissure. Not far away, amidst the gradually subsiding aftershocks, the old ancestor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty desperately clung to a precarious position to hold on, but he was already on his last breath before Gu Changge's power. Looking at the scene before him, he exclaimed in horror, "This place is definitely not just a simple abandoned world. Why is this happening? That sword and that tower. Are they a seal? What's beneath the lake is..." Before he could finish, Gu Changge interrupted. Years ago, during the extinction of heaven in the sword-profound grand world, the heavenly Dafio wanted to sacrifice all living beings, trying to transcend and take form, but ultimately failed, and was sealed here, leaving only a fragment of its will. And Li Fan down there just happens to be a descendant of the great figure who sealed the heavenly Dao's will back then, and his blood just happens to be able to unlock the seal here. This is also why I let him live this long. Upon learning this truth, the old immortal ancestor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty was furious, roaring, "So you knew everything all along, and you turned us into pawns to pave the way for you. I'll fight you to the death." But by the time he realized everything, it was too late. Gu Changge casually raised his hand. An array of divine light tore through the void and descended, directly crushing the rules and order of this place, and beheading the old ancestor on the spot. In that instant, all the Dao attainers who had come here died one after another, none escaping. Gu Changge snorted coldly. "Your role is over!" In the distance, Sword Immortal Yi, Sword Immortal Shu, and the others watched the entire battle, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their fear reaching its peak. They never expected that, even with so many Dago attainers joining forces, they were no match for Gu Changge, all of them being quickly killed by him, dying right here. Having witnessed everything with their own eyes, they understood very well that Gu Changge would definitely not let them leave alive. An elder exclaimed, "The seal has been broken! Young Master Gu has killed all the big shots from beyond the realm." The sect master of the Shu sect continued, "What exactly does he want to do?" Sword Immortal Shu was equally panicked. "I'm afraid it's nothing good." In her heart she thought in a panic. Facing enemies from beyond the realm, there's still a glimmer of hope. But facing him, it's utter despair. Outside the collapsing giant fissure, Li Fan stood frozen in place, staring blankly at everything he had caused, unable to react for a moment. A strong feeling arose in his heart, that he had fallen into a trap, and had done something he would regret for the rest of his life. That old man in the Wuwang Valley tricked me? What have I done? Just then, Gu Changge appeared right in front of him, saying, "Actually, I have to thank you. I was able to find this place because of you. Thanks to you, the seal built with the stacked bones and blood of your ancestors has been opened." Li Fan's whole body went cold. He turned his head sharply to look at Gu Changge with an incredulous expression, his voice trembling. "Thanks to me?" Gu Changge continued. "That's right. Inside here is the heavenly Dao's will that your ancestors worked so hard to seal." Li Fan kept blaming himself. "I'm a sinner." Gu Changge said, "Not necessarily. At least up until now you're still considered a great hero who saved the sword-profound world." Li Fan became more and more frightened, stammering, "You mean because I'm standing here right now, right?" Gu Changge chuckled. "Oh, you little rascal can keep up with my twisted thoughts." Li Fan finally had to admit, "Everything was in your plan. I can't beat you." Suddenly, he knelt down on both knees, clasped his hands together, and begged earnestly, "Can you not kill me? I want to follow you. Be your subordinate. I want to go out and see that world. The strength of that servant beside you is only on par with mine. I think I'm qualified, right? Right now, I've indirectly helped you with a great favor. Can you give me a chance?" Gu Changge was quite surprised by his reaction. But in his mind, he had already secretly planned for himself. Very quickly, Gu Changge agreed. "All right." Li Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Thank you, young Master Gu. Li Fan is willing to swear his undying loyalty." Suddenly, an oppressive aura appeared before them, turning the entire space red. Seeing this, Li Fan turned tail and ran, shouting, "Then I won't bother young Master Gu anymore. This humble one will go over there and help you keep an eye on Sword Immortal Xu and the others." On the surface, that's what he said, but in his heart, Li Fan was completely unwilling. He smirked, thinking, "Hey, fight it out. It's best if you both suffer heavy losses. I'll find a chance to get out, expose what you've done here to the forces beyond the realm, and then let's see if you can deny it." But his intentions had long been seen through by Gu Changge, but he just didn't feel like exposing them. Still, that face, that villainous smile, so damn captivating. In that instant, the world seemed to completely collapse. The space there shattered, cracking into countless gaps with no end in sight. From within, strands of doomsday chains shot out, as fast as light, piercing through everything in their path. Not far away, the people of the Shu sect were completely horrified. The world changed color. That was the power of the heavenly Tao. They clutched their heads in agony, collapsing to their knees. Zhu Jiantian cried out in pain, "My soul is about to crack. It's even worse than the last time at the Shu sect. Does he plan to face that power alone? No way." In the center, Gu Changge remained unfazed, sneering triumphantly. "Finally decided to show your face? Considering it wasn't easy for you to gain consciousness, if you willingly hand over the world's origin, I might give you a chance to exist." An enraged voice thundered, "Disrespecting the heavenly Tao is punishable by death." The will of the heavenly Tao materialized as a colossal pair of eyes, cold and detached. Despite countless cracks appearing on them, they remained unwavering, seemingly unaffected. The boundless aura of the heavenly Tao surged, engulfing the heavens and earth. The light of the great Tao illuminated all directions. Within that light, countless beings emerged like stars drifting in an endless sea. The sun and moon revolved, and life and death cycled. Countless, massive, blood-red hands reached out, lunging towards Gu Change's location. Gu Changge immediately unleashed his magical treasures, his voice turning icy. How ignorant! With that, he instantly severed the hands into countless fragments. Then, he aimed his gourd at the eye of the heavenly Tao's will. Boom! Boom! Two immense forces collided fiercely, evenly matched, refusing to yield. The enraged voice echoed, "Disrespecting the heavenly Tao is punishable by death." Quickly, cracks appeared on Gu Change's immortal slaying gourd, and just a second later, it was sent flying. The power of the heavenly Tao's will was completely overwhelming. The immortal slaying gourd was a total joke, completely useless against it. This utterly surprised Gu Changge. He thought to himself, even the immortal slaying gourd couldn't do anything? The heavenly Daso's will just awakened. Yet its strength is chasing after the level of the 18 ancestors. Without hesitation, the heavenly Dasio's will attacked directly at Gu Changge. But who does it think it is to mess with him? Gu Changge instantly created a protective barrier around himself. The heavenly Daio's will's attack was immensely powerful, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, the ground to crack into pieces, and the entire sky to shift dramatically. At the same time, Lin En quickly ran far away, escaping from the center of the battle. He rushed towards the Shu sect elders, shouting, "Elders! Lin En!" Lin En continued anxiously, "This space is about to collapse! Quickly bring out the celestial phenomenon disc, and I'll lead you to teleport out." Over here, the will of the heavenly Tao has transformed into countless eyes covering the entire sky. His voice echoed, "Daring to challenge the heavenly Tao, you fools!" Then rumbled. A shocking explosion sounded, sweeping everything away. Gu Change's face was cold as he shouted, "Still pretending? I'll drag out your real body and beat it up right now." Gu Change's strength has far exceeded the limits that this world can contain, even able to shatter the order and rules of heaven and earth. Because of this, Gu Changge was truly damaging the will of the heavenly Tao. Throughout the sword-profound great world, countless cultivators and creatures prostrated on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces filled with utter fear. This was a battle that shook the entire sword-profound great world. The battlefield was in complete chaos, endless primordial energy spewing out, spreading throughout the desolate universe. The void was torn apart in large chunks, a desolate scene appearing everywhere, the sky becoming hazy, distorted, and great stars fell one after another from the heavens like giant meteorites. Witnessing this terrifying scene, everyone was confused. Is this ultimately a divine miracle, or a great tribulation? Without hesitation, the elders of the Shu sect and Lin En immediately teleported out. The elder was still in shock, saying, "Lin En, what exactly is going on?" Lin En then explained, "The heavenly Tao's will wants to sacrifice everyone in this realm, telling that the Gu guy is not a good person. No time to explain much. Let's get the hell out of here." Even that shock could be felt outside. Voices filled with shock rang out. "The aura of the old ancestor has disappeared. What exactly happened inside?" The entire relic was covered in a strange, dark, purple mist. It is impossible to approach at all, and the surrounding space is also extremely unstable. "Teleportation portal! Look, someone is coming out. It's them!" Catch them quickly. They can survive coming out, and they must be related to the death of the old ancestor. The awakening of the will of this world must also be related to them. As soon as he escaped from the secret realm, the sect master of the Shu sect was shocked to see countless foreign forces in front of him. Not good, it's the people from beyond the realm. But in contrast to them, Lin En was very calm. "Don't panic. I just happen to have a few things I want to talk about with them." But just a second later, they were completely controlled, unable to move at all. Lin En gritted his teeth bitterly. "I didn't expect so many more powerful people to come from beyond the realm." Yu Feiya frowned and shouted, "What exactly happened inside? Did you guys harm our old ancestor?" Lin En replied calmly, "With our strength, do you think we can harm those old monsters? We saw it very clearly. They were all killed by Gu Changge. That guy was exuding a strange aura all over his body, like a demon from hell, grabbing your old ancestors and beating them to a pulp. It seems you guys already know in your hearts, it's best to set up a killing formation soon, or wait for him to come out." Not giving Lin En a chance to finish his sentence, Yu Feiya stepped forward and slapped him straight in the face. Nonsense. Daring to slander young Master Changge and try to break our relationship? Do you want to die? Lin En's face was so distorted that it reached the goddamn Sahara. Telling the truth, but no one believes him. How spicy. When Lin Yin spilled the tea about Yu Changge, he got slapped so hard his face hurt like hell. Then, Yu Fei pointed a finger in his face, yelling, "Shut your trap! Guards! Drag him away and keep a close watch." Lin Yin, feeling wronged, stubbornly said, "Yo, if you don't believe me, just soul search us. We all saw everything with our own eyes." Seeing Yu Fei is silent, Lin Yin turned to the rest of the crowd and said, "You guys, are you all a bunch of dumbasses?" But all he got were blank, indifferent faces. They knew damn well how strong Yu Changge was, a guy they wouldn't dare touch even if they died, and their old ancestor bit the dust, so what the hell were they gonna do? Reluctantly, they could only force a strained smile and said, "HMPH, this guy's about to die, and still talking nonsense." That's right, young Master Changge is a big shot. How can we let him slander at will? Lin Yin was so shocked he froze. He finally realized the truth and started laughing like a maniac. "Haha, you guys are so afraid of Yu Changge? You don't even dare to doubt. I bet your so-called upper realm is gonna end up just like us." Hearing this, some people started cursing. What the hell? Is this kid crazy? Does he even know how vast our upper realm is? Yeah, daring to compare this trashy little world to it. At the same time, Yu Changge's Dharma body appeared, his whole body wrapped in boundless chaotic energy, just like the creation god in legends splitting the chaos. Yu Changge directly tore apart the void crack, instantly shattering countless restrictions and spaces, then stepped straight into another dimension. Yu Lun said, "How long are you going to keep running? Do you want me to blow up this whole space?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's head appeared and rushed towards Yu Changge. It opened its wide mouth full of sharp fangs and charged. Meanwhile, Yu Changge remained calm, as if nothing was happening. When the distance got closer, Yu Changge immediately swung his long blade to attack, casually saying, "Desperate resistance." In an instant, the dragon's body was chopped away, dead without even a chance to blink. "Damn, this dude is OPAF! What makes you think you can beat him?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "You and I have no grudges. Why keep chasing me?" Yu Lun said calmly. "You attacked me first. Am I not allowed to fight back?" He continued. "You want to meet me so much, so I'll grant your wish." With that, the will of the heavenly Tao stood at the darkest end of the horizon, revealing its true form. A tall, muscular black-haired man with blood-red eyes, cold and ruthless. Around him was the light of merit and virtue, with colorful, auspicious clouds swirling around, eventually condensing into a set of 7 colored battle armor covering his entire body. Endless golden light of merit and virtue swirled around, making him look like the Lord of heaven and earth, revered by all races. Behind him, the illusory shadows of worlds flickered, as if he was standing on the summit of infinite divine light. As soon as he appeared, he confidently said, "It's been a long time since I used my true form. Can you handle it?" But Yu Changge was still unfazed, standing there fearlessly. He immediately stretched out his giant hand towards Yu Changge, intending to crush him. But before he could, his eyes became extremely confused, and he froze. Yu Changge gently took out the great Tao treasure vase, only the size of a palm, but inside there were countless intertwined divine laws, eventually turning into a black hole, as if condensed from the stars of the heavens, small but deadly. The heavenly Tao's will felt an immense danger. The treasure vase seemed to contain the most terrifying thing in the world, capable of directly swallowing him, his face sweating with horror. Suddenly, a fist of the heavenly Dao's will tore through the void and appeared, a single punch shaking the entire world, rocks flying everywhere, dust filling the air. Yu Changge simply swung the wild desolation halberd horizontally, with the momentum to shatter an entire great world. In an instant, all the laws shattered, like an egg hitting a rock. Everything exploded and turned into nothingness. Even the laws of stagnation collapsed in an instant, completely unable to resist. The heavenly Tao's will roared in anger. The 7-colored armor emitted a dazzling light, and his black hair fluttered wildly. He had to take the initiative. If he continued to hesitate, he would soon be swallowed by the treasure vase, dying without a complete corpse. Rumble! The aura here became even more terrifying, as if wanting to overturn the heavens and recreate the world. Yu Changge remained indifferent as before. Around him, the illusory shadows of various worlds appeared, and in each world, there were silver divine flames surging. When the heavenly Tao's will attacked, the divine flames around Yu Changge became even more brilliant, burning down the void, and he directly met the attack head-on. The order of the heavenly rules broke outside the group of people in this world and became chaotic. On Yu Change's side, the battle was still ongoing. Now, terrifying chains of rules appeared around him, the great Tao shook, the universe seemed to shatter, Yu Lun had completely overwhelmed him. Outside, countless explosions occurred in succession, extremely chaotic. Old man Ching looked at the surrounding scene in horror. What the hell is going on? The sword-profound world is about to end. Ching, her mother called out worriedly. On the side of the yachts of the people from the outer regions, they were also moving hastily. Urging voices rang out. Quickly retreat to the stronghold guarding the exit of this world. There are currently great powers from various forces stabilizing the space there. Yu Ming looked at the changes in front of him, and exclaimed in horror, "Elder sister, do you think this commotion was caused by the ancient mysterious ruins? This power may have to destroy more than half of the Sword Profound world before it stops." Yufei didn't say anything, thinking to herself, "Gu Changge, is it you? If it's really you, then how can we survive in front of you?" At the same time, on Gu Changge's side, the final battle also came to an end. As expected, Gu Changge beat the Heavenly Davio's will, until it had to reveal its true form. Now it was completely controlled by Gu Lun, shrinking back like a new bride, standing obediently like a puppy. In front of him, Gu Changge said coldly, "Have you recognized the situation?" The Heavenly Daogo's will trembled and replied, Yes, I understand. Alright, spill the tea. How do I snag the origin of this world?" He's like, "The origin is hidden within all living things. Sacrifice them all, and you can condense it. You want to get your hands on it? Simple, just nuke the whole place." Gu Changge, a bit shook, mutters, "Destroy this world?" The will of heaven keeps yapping, "Yup, but karma's gonna bite you hard. You'll be knee-deep in trouble. More pain than gain. TBH. Gu Changge throws shade. "Then why are you always trying to sacrifice everyone?" Dude laughs. "Lol, I'm different. My world-ending wars are just part of the cosmic cycle. Karma doesn't touch me. I actually get merit. We're not the same, so you might as well give up." Gu Changge nods. "True. A handsome, kind soul like me could never do that. Hee hee. That kind of messed up SHT is better left to you." LOL. The will of heaven short-circuits, speechless. He's probably screaming internally, "How could someone be this shameless?" Then, Gu Changge strolls out of the world and casually says, "Damn, that last fight really messed this place up." He's thinking, even though it's just the will of heaven, it's basically a living thing now, which makes it easier to control. So many powerhouses died back in the upper realm. They probably know I'm behind it. They won't say anything now, but when I get back, word's gonna spread, and that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Outside the world, in the void, space ripples, and Gu Changge steps out. He's fast. Blinks onto the ancient warship of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. "Chief, young Master Changge is back." The patrol soldiers are shocked and bow. "Where's your eldest princess?" Gu Changge asks, all casual. A soldier answers respectfully, "The eldest princess has been in the main hall since returning from that world, young master." Gu Changge says nonchalantly, "Thanks." Then he walks in. The soldiers whisper, "Young Master Changge is so nice to us low-level guys. There's no way he killed our old ancestor, right? That guy was just talking trash." Case closed. Meanwhile, Gu Change's foot enters the main hall. Yufei is standing there. They stare at each other in silence. The air is thick. Breaking the tension, Gu Changge says, "Looks like you've been waiting for me." Yufei is speechless. Gu Changge continues, "Then you probably know why I'm here, right?" Yufei says, "Young Master Changge is planning to bury us all, and take the origin of the Sword Profound Great World for himself." Gu Changge immediately chokes her, snarling, "You knew, and you still waited here to die?" Yufei calmly says, "Even if you kill us all, and return to the upper realm alone, they'll suspect you." Not getting her angle, Gu Changge interrupts. "You want me to let the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty go? What about the other factions?" Yufei says flatly, "Dead men tell no tales." Gu Changge says nothing, just glances at her. Then he releases her neck and gently touches her silky hair, saying coldly, "Princess Feiya is one smart woman. I'm starting to like you. What should I do?" "Fine, I'll spare the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, but I need you to lead all the armies and experts of the other factions deep into the Sword Profound world." Yufei is resigned. Everything will be as young Master Changge commands. Then, Yufei leads Gu Changge to where the prisoners are held. Gu Changge says, "Everyone, the will of heaven wants to slaughter all living beings in this world to complete its transcendence plan. When it transcends, it'll enter the immortal realm. Then this world will collapse, and everything born here will be destroyed." One guy can't help but shout, "Such ambition!" Gu Changge continues, "I left to investigate this. Right now, the will of heaven just broke the seal. It's probably capturing sword immortals and experts to recover and execute its plan." A Great Yu Immortal Dynasty dude is shook. Could our old ancestors' disappearance be related to this? Gu Changge keeps playing the good guy. If that's the case, then your predecessors still have a chance. Yufei speaks up. "In 3 days I will organize forces and enter the Sword Profound world to rescue people. Please prepare." "Great. We'll go gather our forces. My Xianxiang will be saved." They quickly leave. Now, only Yufei and Gu Changge remain. Yufei points to a cell. "The one who framed you earlier is in there." Hearing the noise, Lin En looks up, stunned. "You? What are you doing here?" Shu Jiangxian glances at Gu Changge. Gu Changge says nonchalantly, "I'm here to release him, of course." Picking up where we left off, Gu Change's power has already defeated the world's heavenly Dao, making him as obedient as a puppy, listening to Gu Change's every word. Not stopping there, Gu Lun finds Yufei and uses her to kill everyone in this place. Then, Yufei leads Gu Changge to the place where Lin Yin and Zhui Jiangxian along with the elders, are imprisoned. They are completely caught off guard by Gu Yu Changge's sudden appearance. Gu Lun even nonchalantly says that he's here to release people, like, duh, what else would he be here for? Hearing this, they jump up in shock. Tung Cheng shouts, "Release! Release the people!" Gu Yu Lun says, "I came to this world for my own purposes, but it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, the Sword Profound world is facing such a disaster, with living beings being wiped out, and most of the powerhouses who have reached the Sword Immortal realm have been captured by the incarnation of Heavenly Dao. You, as the strongest in this realm, it's time to show your strength and role. My side won't continue to make things difficult for you." Hearing Gu Yu Lun's persuasive words, they have no reason not to believe him. Sounds kinda nice, TBH. Soon, Xue Jiangxian and the two elders are released outside. While Xue Jiangxian is still sluggishly walking out, the two elders bow gratefully, clasping their hands and saying, "Then thank you, young Master Gu Yu." Gu Yu Lun smiles. "Yeah, take care." Xue Jiangxian also clasps her hands respectfully, though not quite willingly. In his heart, Gu Yu Changge says to himself, "You, as sword immortals, have already absorbed a lot of the world's natural fortune. You are the best sacrifices." Just like that, Gu Yu Changge silently watches them leave. Lin Yin then tiptoes out, but before he can go far, he's captured alive by Gu Yu Lun. Gu Yu Changge's hand gently rests on Lin Yin's shoulder, making his hair stand on end with fear. Gu Yu Changge says with a grin, "You think I'm blind or what?" As soon as the words are spoken, Gu Yu Changge pushes him into the corner of the wall, bam, causing him to cough up blood in pain. Lin Yin's face turns pale, but he still begs awkwardly, Young Master Gu Yu, can you give me another chance? This time, I will wholeheartedly, but sorry bro, you're all out of value." Lin Yin's fate is sealed. He can only die. In less than a note, Gu Yu Changge makes him disappear. Even his body quickly vanishes and evaporates. The system immediately pops up. Congratulations on receiving a reward, which is a mysterious chest. Gu Yu Changge glances back at Yu Feiya, who is standing behind him, and says, "You continue to spread the news. Try to lure the forces from the entrance and the upper realm into here." 3 days later, I want to see everyone led to the deepest part of the Sword Profound world. Yu Feiya replies, "Yes." Scene cuts to the Sword Profound world, where voices can be heard. In my opinion, why not think of a way to escape to another world? Of course they can come. We can also leave. Escape? We were born and raised here. Where can we escape to? The Sword Immortals are the strongest in this realm. At this time, we should unite, and first think of a way to save the powerhouses who have been captured. Easier said than done. That's the incarnation of Heavenly Dao. Just you? By Xuandi hugs Xue Jiangxian tightly, sobbing. "Wakia, Master, my father was also captured on the way we escaped." A Qing adds, "Should we go and ask young Master Gu Yu for help together? He will definitely help." Xuan Dai says, "That's right, let's go find him, Master." But in her heart, Xue Jiangxian remembers Gu Yu Changge's face with a villainous smile. She may never forget that smile of Gu Yu Changge. She says in a low voice, "Our matters can only depend on ourselves." Then, Xue Jiangxian says loudly, "Everyone, a long time ago, the will of Heavenly Dao was once sealed by our ancestors. It's just our turn now. Why can't we do it? We are the strongest group of people in this realm. How can we abandon our home and run away? Even if we are lucky enough to escape, after death, how can we face our ancestors? Moreover, by that time, the extraterritorial forces will also come to rescue their ancestors. We still have a chance to turn things around." Hearing her say this, everyone feels it's quite reasonable. An elder speaks up. "Xue Jiangxian is right. How can we be deserters like our descendants? That's right. This trip, if there are those extraterritorial people, there might still be a chance." Xue Jiangxian says to herself in her heart, "Perhaps this is our destiny." Scene cuts to the upper realm, the entrance. Many spaceships are rumbling in, along with urging sounds. "Hurry up a bit. Our old ancestor is still waiting for us to rescue him." Third prince. "Does rescuing the old ancestor require so much manpower?" Yuming replies, "It was Her Highness the Princess who told me to come back and arrange it. It's safer to have more people." He continues, "I don't know if the third prince has any news about my younger brother, Tuoba Xiaoyao, inside? No, that kid disappeared as soon as he entered. Who knows where he went?" But unexpectedly, the entrance gate gradually closes. Seeing this, they are shocked. What's going on? Why is the transmission gate closing? Our clan's descendants are still inside. Tuoba Yunfei. What's going on? Her Highness the Princess is still inside, and so many people just went in. Everyone, join me in exerting our strength to prevent the transmission gate from closing. However, even if they concentrate their strength to reinforce the transmission, it is still useless. The gate is still gradually closing. Damn it, with the quasi-emperor strength of us, we can't stop it at all? This time we are done for. Not only is the first princess inside, but young Master Changge is also inside. Will the Gu Yu family vent their anger on our Great Yu because of this? We're screwed! Totally screwed! The truth is that Alade is on the other side of the gate, blocking the entrance. Yeah, They can enter by believing in fairy tales. Seeing that the gate has completely closed, the boy nonchalantly says, "Hey, that's that." Cut to inside the Sword Profound world, the Outer Realm peeps. Spaceships have gathered up. Inside one of the ships, these dudes just got there, and already bowing respectfully. Divine Spirit Mountain, Heavenly Saber Sect, greets the eldest princess, Euphea. 8. Chill, you guys did good. Prep yourselves. Just then, some dude rushes in, panicking. Report! The space portal here is gone! They're like, wait, what the hell? But it doesn't stop there. The world suddenly changes. Dark clouds roll in. Thunder's going crazy. The heaven and earth are collapsing. This realm's about to kick the bucket, eldest princess. This ain't just the end of the world, it's trying to reboot a whole new realm, returning to primordial chaos to evolve into something new. Everyone in this realm is gonna die. Euphea is shook. Damn, didn't think it was this serious. No time, haul ass to the center of the world. Only way is to find and save the old ancestors. With the combined power of a bunch of Taoist cultivators, we might be able to sense the new spatial coordinates. Meanwhile, up high, Gu Changge is chilling in a chair like a boss, with the world's heavenly Tao standing next to him, obedient like a puppy. He softly asks, "My lord, when do we make our move?" Gu Lun, chill your ass, bro. There's always someone who doesn't want to come. Wait for you to use the heavenly Dalio rules to force everyone here. Wouldn't that be easier? Hearing this, the heavenly Tao internally monologues, holy crap, this dude's even more like the heavenly Tao than I am, cold and ruthless, treating everything like ants. Back down below, space is still shaking like crazy. Damn it, gotta head to the center. Princess, what if we can't find the old ancestors, even at the center? Euphea thinks. Just hoping he'll keep his promise by then. Otherwise, no one's getting out of here alive. At the same time, the Sword Profound world peeps are scrambling to find a way out. Looks like the remaining Sword Immortals are imprisoned there. Go through this door. Should be able to find them. Xuan Dai casually says, glancing at the ancient mysterious remains. That might be the last time. A Qing chimes in. You mean Gu Gongzi? Maybe that action was just a momentary impulse for him. We're not from the same world, after all. Watching them leave, the Outer Realm crew yells, "Those natives went into that door. Looks like that's the target. Let's go." But just then, some dude raises his hand, stopping them. Hold up, senior brother. Something's not right. It's empty all around. There's an independent space door here. Doesn't that seem weird? Yeah, I don't trust that at all. Inside the door, Gu Changge is still waiting for the prey to offer themselves. He sneers. Pretty cautious. But too bad you're all gonna die here. Then, Gu Changge loudly commands the Heavenly Tao will. Alright, everyone's here. Make your move. Yes. But the Heavenly Daco thinks. Once I refine them all, Ninyu Lian's original source world will devour yours one step faster. Then I'll instantly step into that realm, and then haha. But there's that piece of crap. Keep dreaming, kid. Quickly, the whole world's being devoured, and a thick smell of blood fills the air. The Outer Realm group is shocked. What the hell is this sacrificial offering? Why is there a sacrificial offering here? Saving the ancestors was a trap from the start. The goal is to lure us all here, close the passage between the two realms, force us all here, using everyone's life as nutrients to nourish something else. What the hell are they trying to achieve? Euphea, what's your real motive? Euphea replies vaguely. I'm just following orders. Don't blame me. Bullshit. Who are you taking orders from? Even Yu Tianhe wouldn't dare do this. Just then, a cold voice echoes. Of course, she's taking orders from me, everyone. Gu Change's appearance makes them gape in shock. Gu Changge, how dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of the karma? Gu Lun smirks. What do you mean by that? It's not like I'm the one who wants your lives. The Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's crew finally realized they walked right into a trap, leading to a dead end with no escape. Euphea was forced to admit she was just following orders, reluctantly. While everyone's thinking it's Gu Change's scheme, he pops up casually like, nah, I don't just want your lives. Even with countless runes lighting up the ancient warships, creating a huge energy barrier, it's all for naught. Everything's collapsing and vanishing fast. Runes getting deleted one by one. The gigantic world-ending millstone of annihilation covers the sky, wrapped in red light, slowly crushing down like it wants to obliterate everything. Space shatters. Fire meteorites rain down, burning everything to ash. They're scattering like cockroaches. Run! Anyone who gets out, expose the truth about this place. While they're trying to fly away, they're quickly swallowed by the wave of destruction. People are panicking, bodies cracking in despair, engulfed in flames. Body and soul burned to a crisp, turned to ash. He stares blankly as his body burns to ash, confused. WTF? The shield didn't block anything? Soon the space is a chaotic mess, just screams of agony left. Living beings and cultivators don't have a single shred of hope left. In all directions, an ancient sacrificial rune ignites, and the silhouette of ancient gods and demons appears in the void, sitting at the end of the horizon, chanting to send off living beings. The scene is too horrific. Black fog covers and blots out all light. The sacrificial rune burns everything, using living beings as sacrifices to refine the origin of the entire world. On Euphea's ship, the surviving soldiers are shaking like leaves, stammering, Princess, Fea, we. Yufei cuts them off coldly, telling everyone, "Stay still, don't move." Meanwhile, others are still desperately looking for an escape, trying to earth-thief through the ground. Underneath the mountains, fiery red flames suddenly appear, and then boom, it instantly explodes. They didn't even get to Earthdash before they got burned to ash. The flames spread quickly, lighting up a vast expanse of space, the oppressive force growing stronger. Seeing death approaching, even the people standing still on the ship can't stay calm anymore. Screaming, "Princess Feiya, the crimson flames are here!" Seeing this, Yufei steps to the bow of the ship, looking straight at Gu Changge, saying, "I've done what you asked." Gu Changge says nothing, just smiles faintly in response, but that smile sends chills down Yufei's spine, making her tremble in confusion and fear, sweat pouring down. Her face turns pale as she mutters, "Looks like you still don't intend to spare me." At the same time, on the Sword Profound World side, they're still searching, surrounded by fog that blurs the path. Someone's voice rings out. Will they really be trapped here? Deduced location is right here, no mistake. Zhu Jiankexian worriedly reminds everyone. Everyone be careful, our enemy is the avatar of the heavenly Dao. Just then, Xuandai shouts in shock. Father, what happened to you?" In the distance, she glimpses the familiar figure of her father, and immediately, without hesitation, Xuandai runs towards the figure. Shui Jiangxian shouts a warning from behind. Alert. Xuandai, don't go. But in Xuandai's eyes, she sees her father smiling at her. Suddenly a cold hand pierces through Xuandai's chest, spraying blood like a fountain. Death comes too quickly, and suddenly, shocking her, her eyes wide open, blood constantly spurting from her mouth. The heavenly Dao's will gradually becomes clear. A Qing shouts at the scene. Xuandai. Shu Jiangxian stands alert in front, stopping everyone. Stay back! After dealing with Xuandai, the heavenly Dao's will casually flicks Xuandai's body aside cruelly. He smirks, saying, "Emotions are your human's greatest weakness." An elder immediately charges forward. "Damn you, let this old man experience the heavenly Dao." The remaining people are shocked. It's the Shadow Sword Immortals' Shadow Stream sword dance. It's said that once this ultimate technique is used, the enemy has no way to dodge. It once defeated 2 Continental Sword Immortals, and has never met an opponent. But his ending is still a tragic death. The sword shattered into pieces, his body slammed backwards, getting one-tapped after a minute of screen time. Seeing this, they're all shaking like crazy. Looking at his motionless body lying there, they're utterly shocked. The Shadow Sword Immortal mocks them confidently in front of the heavenly Dao's will. "You ants, come at me together!" They all charged at once, each determined to fight to the death, united in purpose, considering death as light as a feather. 500 brothers, kill him. Tiandao just stood there, smirking. Isn't this better? Killing them one by one would be too slow, and the people who just charged were wiped out in an instant, not even touching a hair on Tiandao's head. Shui Jiangxian stood there bewildered, completely outmatched, defeated in a single move. Bu Chenshu suddenly turned his head back and shouted, "Everyone, it's time to risk our lives." As citizens of the Sword Profound World, are you afraid of death? The remaining people shouted in unison, "No! No!" But you can tell one of them mumbled no quietly, and screamed, "Afraid!" loudly. She was probably terrified, but still trying to put on a brave face, while the atmosphere around her was blazing. "Let's gamble!" Zhu Jiangxian shouted. "High risk, high reward!" Everyone summoned the power of their natal sword spirits, determined to fight him to the death. Immediately, a bright light flashed on their foreheads. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! And when their powers combined, the power of their natal sword spirits spread, illuminating the space. Tiandao looked up bewildered. This is an illusion of the sword ancestor? And also a trace of immortal Dao aura. Immediately he unleashed his power, his figure gradually growing larger and larger. "So you really had such tricks up your sleeves. Seems like I underestimated you." Soon, the figure of the heavenly Dao's will became enormous, far exceeding the size of the sword ancestor's illusion. The two stood facing each other, a tense battle about to erupt. At the same time, outside the space, the scene was desolate, with smoke and dust everywhere. Everything was submerged in a sea of fire, devoid of any signs of life. Gu Changge stood there with his hands behind his back, observing, thinking to himself. As expected, relying solely on the origin of these upper realm people is not enough. To condense the world's origin, I still need to rely on those natives. Behind him, Yufei was constantly brainwashing the survivors, saying, "The memory of the Lord has been processed. Thank you, young Master Change, for giving us a way to live." Jiyu Liang smiled faintly, his voice cold. "You know what to do after you get out, right?" Yufei nodded. "I know." Just then, a spatial crack appeared in the sky, the sword shattering into pieces. Seeing this, Jiyu Liang said, "Oh, it's getting pretty intense up there." Inside, all the remaining people of the Sword Profound World were blown away by the power of Tiandao, all falling like straw, none of them conscious enough to survive. Tiandao stood there towering, a little annoyed, and said, "Damn it, you made me waste so much time." He walked over, grabbed Shu Jiangxian by the hair, and lifted her up, grinding his teeth in frustration. "If I hadn't been seriously injured before, could you have held me back for so long? You lowly humans, Hand over all your origins. As he shouted, he punched her hard, blood spurting out continuously. Zhuge Jiankexian was sent flying backward. He was a little surprised by Zhuge Jiankexian's resilience and exclaimed, "Oh, you're not broken after one punch?" Although Zhuge Jiankexian wasn't dead, she was seriously injured, lying there gasping for breath. At that moment, Tiandao spread his arms wide. "Refining this world. But it doesn't matter. Now I will begin to refine your origins." But before he could do anything, a dark aura appeared, making him freeze on the spot. From within his body, the aura spread continuously. Gu Changge appeared behind him, looming over him, while he exclaimed in confusion, "Didn't you say that if I cooperated with you this time you would spare my life, and I would follow you from now on?" Gu Changge smiled faintly. "So you're crossing the bridge after getting across? I don't need a dog that turns around and bites its master." Fast forward, Gu Changge already dealt with that heavenly Dabio's will dude. Before he could completely dissipate, he kept cursing, "Damn you, I curse you!" Not far away, Zhu Jiangxian was lying there gasping for air, wounds all over her body bleeding non-stop. She mumbled weakly, So that's how it is. After taking care of the heavenly Daso, Gu Changge quickly walked over to Zhu Jiangxian and casually said, "You really are in a terrible state." He leaned down, gently lifted Zhu Jiangxian up, and asked, "Want to come to the upper realm and work for me?" Zhu Jiangxian weakly said, "Can I ask you one question?" "Yeah." Gu Changge nodded. "From beginning to end, were you just using us?" Gu Changge pondered for a few seconds and replied, "Without me, your fate would have been nothing but death anyway." In the end, Zhuge Jiankexian chose death rather than follow Gu Changge. The aura around her gradually dissipated. Gu Lian chuckled softly. What a stubborn woman. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jiankexian's entire body turned into ashes. All that was left was the mask in Gu Change's hand. After that, Gu Changge walked over to where I Ching was lying, her eyes still wide open in death. Seeing this, Gu Lilian reached out and closed her eyes, saying softly, "Oh well, for the sake of you calling me a benefactor, I'll grant you a good reincarnation." At the same time, Yunfei was still in shock. She stood watching the cracks spreading across the world and said, "Is this world about to completely collapse?" Just then Gu Changge appeared and continued, "The cycle of each world means birth and destruction. It will regenerate itself, and we should return now." In his heart, Gu Changge thought, "This time returning to the upper realm might be a bit troublesome. I need to quickly refine the world origin that I just obtained." Scene changed to the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. Standing before the spatial rift separating the Jianshuan world and the Great Yu, many airships hovered in the air. Someone's voice rang out. "Your Majesty, Yu Huang, we have sacrificed too many people. You must give us an explanation. The initial news came from the Great Yu, so the Great Yu cannot shirk responsibility for such a major event." Yu Huang clasped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Such a major event occurring is not what we wanted either. Moreover, not only did your ancestors and experts lose their lives, but even one of the old royal ancestors of my Great Yu had his life tablet shattered. Furthermore, the situation is still unclear, yet you have already come to demand answers. Isn't that a bit hasty?" They became increasingly angry and growled, "HMPH. Your Majesty, don't forget, young Master Change is also in there. If even he falls, do you think the Great Yu can withstand the wrath of the Gu family?" Hearing this, Yu Huang froze, unable to speak. In his heart he cursed. What the actual FCK? Damn it, Gu Changge, if you're going to die, don't die on my turf. Trying to calm himself, Yu Huang continued, "This is not the place to discuss matters. Why don't you follow me into the palace, and we can discuss further." Just then, the spatial teleportation gate unexpectedly opened again. An airship slowly appeared, and someone shouted in panic, "The spatial teleportation gate has opened again. It's our Great Yu's main battleship." A person rushed forward, anxiously saying, "Princess Feiya, you're all right. That's great. What exactly happened inside?" Yu Feiya replied, "It's a long story. We all fell into the trap of that world's heavenly Tao. Most people have perished." Hearing this, he was shocked. "What?" "Then, my brother." "Damn it." Yu Feiya expressed her condolences in a somber tone. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "I have many things to report to my father, and cannot delay. General Tuoba should continue to guard this place well." Receiving such shocking news, his face turned pale. In his heart he thought, Xiao Zhao has fallen, so what will happen to Xingyu? Does that mean Tuoba must directly face Gu Changge? At the same time, Gu Changge had already stepped out of the Jianshuan world. After what he did in the other world, Gu Changge was now enjoying moments of bliss. He soaked in a relaxing warm bath, and smugly said to himself, "I'm one step closer to becoming an immortal. The world origin is truly a good thing. Now, in the upper realm, if it's a one-on-one fight, I'm probably invincible, right? Let's see what Yang Bao dropped this time." With that, he reached out and opened the reward he had obtained. Inside was a heavenly heart mark, which could be used to refine a small world into his clone, granting him the heavenly Tao authority of the small world. And the second reward, was a sword Daoist Sacred Heart. Gu Changge indifferently assessed. These rewards are a bit too slow for my current pace, but they're perfect for Mingkong. After something huge happened in the Sword Mystery Great World, the upper realm can't just ignore it. Better lie low for now, and let Yu Fei handle things on the surface. But speaking of Da Yu, it's about time for a change in management, am I right? As he said that, Gu Changge secretly signaled to Yu Tian. On the other side, Yu Tian got the shining card in his hand and was stunned, cheering. I can finally make my move! I've waited too damn long for this! Cut to the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. Yu Fei's ship quickly entered the capital. Murmurs arose below. Look, isn't that the ancient warship that went to conquer the lower realm? Weren't they trapped there? And the whole army got wiped? Just how dangerous was that world, that so many people died tragically? Even those who attained Daonemyo couldn't escape. I heard that young Master Changge went to that world too. You guys think he died in there? What a pity. I was hoping for a chance to be his mistress. If something really happened to him, you should be thinking about how Da Yu will escape the Gu family's furious wrath. Duh. Up front, a girl spoke up. You guys underestimate Gu Changge too much. Even if the lower realm collapses and is destroyed, he won't die. Who is she? Why so sure? I think I've seen her before. Isn't she a princess of the Taishu God clan? The old lady behind her asked. Princess, now that we've met here, do you want to go see him? The girl replied grumpily. Do what? Continue being his maid? The old lady said. After the trip to the demon realm, weren't your feelings? No need to meet anymore? His heart can't contain that many people anyway. Inside the palace, the shocking news quickly spread, and a soldier ran in panicked. Report! Princess Fei has returned! Everyone who heard this was stunned. What the fuck? Yu Fei entered, politely greeting. Fei greets Father Emperor, greets all seniors. The Yu Emperor replied, Fei, you don't need to be so polite. I'm relieved that you can return safely, an elder asked anxiously. Princess Fei, your return is timely. Quickly tell us in detail what happened in that lower realm. That's right, Fei. How many of you returned? Yu Fei had expected this. Recalling Gu Changge's instructions, she put on a solemn expression and said, Father Emperor, that world was actually just a trap. Its purpose was to lure us all there. Other than me, I'm afraid that everyone from the other lineages has died in there. Everyone was stunned at first. Then they reacted. Everyone's eyes widened, completely disbelieving. Who was so bold as to use an entire great world as bait, luring all the experts to it and wiping them out? Such a thing is hard to imagine, even in the upper realm now. They don't think anyone would dare to do something so crazy. What are you implying? The Yu Emperor frowned, his heart full of doubt, about to open his mouth to ask, but the powerhouses from the other forces stepped forward, their eyes full of pressure, staring intently at Yu Fei. They didn't believe her words. They didn't think there was anyone in the world who would dare to set up such a big conspiracy against them. Yu Fei said solemnly, If the seniors don't believe me, please take a look at this memory stone. Everything that happened in the Sword Mystery Great World before has been recorded here. The will of the heavenly Dabio awakened, wanting to sacrifice an entire realm to transcend. All the Taoist lineages and forces that entered from the lower realm became sacrifices buried within it. As she spoke, she took out the memory stone she had prepared. Everyone here is an expert. They can tell whether the images in the memory stone are real or fake with just a glance. Moreover, Yu Fei had carefully thought out her explanation, not revealing any flaws. The young emperor was increasingly stunned as he watched. So it was such a terrifying trap. No wonder the forces were annihilated in it. When going to the lower realm, no one expected that there would be such a big game waiting for us all. It's really too scary. An elder assessed Yu Fei's expression. The princess probably isn't lying. Even now the princess's soul is still in a state of fear. So how did you escape in the end? In that situation, I'm afraid even someone who has attained Dalio would have difficulty escaping. Yu Fei replied. Thanks to young Master Changge, if he hadn't taken action against the heavenly Tao at the crucial moment, we probably wouldn't have been able to return. Young Master Changge, he was able to fight against the heavenly Tao of an entire realm? So now he's... Yu Fei continued. With young Master Change's strength, he could only hold on, and then desperately risked damaging his foundation to lead us to find a new spatial coordinate. Now he has difficulty moving. He can only temporarily recover from his injuries on the ancient warship. But they could never have imagined that Gu Changge not only didn't get a scratch, but was also leisurely enjoying the spoils he got from this. Gu Liang sat back in his chair, swaying leisurely while writing a letter. He said, Wait, take this letter and jade box to Gu Wudi. Tell him to take a trip to the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty. Adao nodded. Yes. Then Niwu asked suspiciously. But master, there are clearly many ways to transmit messages such as jade slips. Why use such a low-level communication method of mortal cultivators? Gu Changge sipped on a dacio fruit and said casually, What the hell do you know? This is called romance. You need to learn more. Hearing this, Adane scratched his head, looking dumbfounded and thinking, I don't have anyone to write to. Am I supposed to write to master? The content of Gu Change's love letter gradually appeared. Inside, Gu Changge gently used his flowery writing style to write a passionate passage. My beloved Mingkong, seeing the words is like seeing you. Although you and I are far apart,
The longing has never diminished. Every time I think of you, I remember the days when we were close to each other. Just recalling those days is enough to warm people's hearts, like the early autumn weather in January. Chilly yet warm, gentle yet intoxicating. Perhaps you also hold such a feeling in your heart, Mingkong? Today I set out on a journey for a great cause, and I was fortunate enough to gain some results, so it's not a wasted trip. And I even happened to meet a maid, which made the trip even more fun. Lu Cheoge successfully snatches the origin of the sword profound world. At the same time, Yu Feiya finally returns, much to the relief of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. She claims everyone fell into a trap set by the heavenly Datsuo of that world. It wanted to sacrifice the entire world for transcendence, turning everyone into nutrients. She even spins a yarn about how Gu Changge was injured saving everyone and can barely move, only able to heal on the warship. But little do they know, Gu Changge is chilling, casually writing love letters to Mingkong. It's all a bamboozle, LOL. The Great Yu Immortal Dynasty crew rolls up to Gu Changge's crib for a visit. Yu Huang is leading the charge. A suspicious elder pipes up. This old one will use a secret technique to investigate the soldiers on this ship. Please, everyone, help us investigate whether Gu Changge is injured or not. The dude next to him chimes in. Yeah, they came back alive. But this old man won't rest easy until he sees it with his own eyes. After checking the soldiers on the ship, they barge into Gu Change's room. They whisper shout, "Young Master Changge, someone's getting impatient. Why is it taking so long to open the door? Open up, there's a barrier, we can't scan it with our divine sense." With that, they immediately try to break the barrier. The moment the barrier fades, the door swings open, and the scene inside leaves them speechless and wide-eyed in shock. The palace is dead silent, with only wisps of green smoke rising from the incense burner, slowly spreading through the space. Gu Changge is draped in snow-white robes, his face handsome beyond compare, even though his complexion is a bit pale. His aura is still ethereal and otherworldly, like a fallen immortal. With lips as dark as a dog's, Gu Lizard Changge weakly says, "Everyone, why disturb my recovery? Surely you don't want to take advantage of my weakness?" They can only force an awkward smile. "Oh, young Master Changge, you misunderstand. We heard that you fought a huge battle with the heavenly Tao of that world and were seriously injured, so we brought some humble gifts to visit. Please don't blame us." With that, they quickly offer their gifts, one by one, to Gu Changge. He casually waves his sleeve, accepting the jade box from a powerhouse from Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and nods slightly. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your concern. My injuries are much better." His voice is calm, his eyes deep and unfathomable, making it impossible to discern the truth. However, the powerhouses present are all apex beings of this world, with keen eyes. Naturally, they can see that Gu Change's vitality is weakening, and his origin is damaged. They exchange glances, a strange glint in their eyes, their minds filled with calculations, and then they take out their gifts of inquiry. No matter what, no one dares to offend Gu Changge at this time, even if he is injured. "Well then, we won't disturb young Master Changge any longer. Farewell. The Great Yu's eldest princess has told us the remaining details of the sword profound great world. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until young Master recovers before we can ask more questions. Farewell." After presenting their gifts, the powerhouses of various clans leave one by one, each with their own thoughts. They don't linger. They still have many doubts, but they temporarily believe Yu Feiya's words. If it were someone else, they would have directly used soul-searching to investigate the truth. But Yu Feiya has the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty backing her up, with a noble status, and Gu Changge is the young master of the upper realms Changsheng Yu family. Who would dare to even suggest searching his divine sense? Doing so would be tantamount to provoking the Changsheng Yu family, provoking Gu Changge himself, and could lead to a war on a transcendental level. Fellow Taoists, please take care. Gu Changge nods, his expression still calm. After all the powerhouses have left, only Yu Huang remains in the hall. His eyes flicker slightly, and he finally can't help but ask, "Young Master Changge, with your current condition, shouldn't you inform the Changsheng Yu family? After all, Gu Changge is seriously injured, and it's inevitable that enemies or malicious beings will be secretly plotting, waiting for an opportunity to strike." Gu Changge hears this and smiles faintly. "It's fine. Even though I'm injured now, ordinary people are no match for me. Such worry is unnecessary. Besides, with Princess Feiya taking care of me in Yu Huang's territory, what do I have to fear?" Hearing him say that, Yu Huang is still not completely at ease. In his eyes, Gu Change's injuries are not light at all, and have even damaged his origin. The ordinary people Gu Changge mentioned are obviously not average, and have at least reached the Dao realm. He has already said this much, and seems unconcerned, and Yu Huang has no other choice. But in his heart, he secretly rejoices, thinking, "This is gonna be good." It seems this near-death experience has caused some subtle changes in their relationship. HMPH, this emperor has already said, "Where is my great Yu princess, inferior to Yue Ming?" Thinking this, he glances at his daughter and says with a smile, "Then let Feiya stay and take care of young Master Changge. This emperor won't disturb you any longer." Meanwhile, Mingkong also receives the love letter sent by Gu Changge. As she reads it, she mutters, "Sweet nothings." She thinks,
Looks like Change is planning to make a move on Great Yu. That Asura Guard team should be handed over to him. With that thought, she gives the Asura Guard team to Gu Yu, leaving him confused. Mistress. This is, Ming Kong says. Lead this Asura Guard team to the border of Great Yu and await the Lord's orders. Gu Yu immediately obeys. Ming Kong says. If there's nothing else, return early. Hearing this, Gu Yu hesitates. The Lord said he hopes you'll reply. Ming Kong casually replies, HMPH, do you think I'm as childish as him? Though she says that, her heart doesn't listen to reason. Ming Kong sits down and writes a reply to Gu Yu Changge, muttering as she writes, separated from my husband, I miss you dearly, blah blah blah, etc. etc. Gu Yu is speechless, secretly thinking. Judging by this, she must write quite a few letters. Soon, Gu Yu brings the good news back to Gu Yu Changge. Holding the letter in his hand and reading it, Gu Yu Changge laughs loudly. Haha, a million Asura Guards. Ming Kong truly understands me. Excellent. With the Asura Guard army in hand, it's even more foolproof. A deep intent rises in his eyes. With the pieces already in place, plus the Asura Guard, he has the power to make the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty change hands. Then Gu Yu Changge turns to Billionaire and says, Billionaire, you're not bad either, you've broken through to Quasi-Emperor so quickly. She casually replies, you've fed me so many resources. If I couldn't do it, would you still keep me around? Gu Yu Changge teases. You'd be more adorable if your mouth was a little sweeter. I have no intention of becoming your wife. Alright, you guys coordinate with Yu Tianzhang to take action. They reply in unison. Yes. However, before leaving, Shen Yao still stares at A Day, who doesn't understand what that look means. Ji Yu Liang quickly notices the look, but says nothing. The three of them quickly turn and leave. Ji Yu Wudi sweats profusely and laments. Lord, you dare to talk to the mistress like that? I'm terrified. Bai Lianhe replies. In some ways he's quite generous, as long as you sincerely work for him and don't have other intentions. Ji Yu Wudi says. Oh, other intentions? I don't want to die yet. After everyone has left, Ji Yu Changge turns to A Day and says, A Day, I think Shen Yao seems to have feelings for you. A Day says blankly, really? But she's never written me a letter. Hearing A Day's innocent reply, Yun M, I can't help but giggle. Hey he, young master is truly playing the lute to a cow. Shen Yao might as well be throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. Just then, Ji Yu Liang says seriously, why did you come here personally this time? Do you miss me? Yun Mi replies, I thought this matter needed to be reported in person. Young master, it seems that Miss Xianxia has disappeared. My people have searched the entire upper realm but can't find any trace of her. Gu Yu Changge wasn't surprised, just casually replied, missing? Didn't she go to the village to cultivate? Whatever, you don't need to worry too much. If something really happens to her, those old monsters in the village won't just sit still. Before long, night fell. Under the bright moonlight, Yu Fei, the figure of Yu Fei appeared. Behind her, Yu Li asked, puzzled. Royal sister, it's so late, what do you need me for? Yu Fei replied, can't I look for you without a reason? But after turning her face was somewhat different from Yu Fei. She smiled and continued. Royal uncle, I have something for you. Yu Lai freaked the FCK out, his face turning pale. That's not right, you're not my royal sister. But it all seemed too late. At this moment, Yu Tianzhang was standing right behind him, his eyes full of murderous intent. And what had to come, came. Swing! A clean sword strike, blood spraying out like a geyser. Yu Tianzhang sent Crown Prince Yu Li to meet his ancestors. Yu Tianzhang said coldly, you killed my wife and child, it's finally your turn. The figure of the girl behind him gradually revealed her original form, she said. Is the Lord Sheng Zhao's arrangement complete? Yu Tianzhang replied. I've let the rebel army from all over rush here, cooperate with your people, and restrain most of the Imperial City's forces without any problem. Afterwards, I'll have a life-or-death battle with Yu Tianhe in the Imperial capital. Since we're both of the Great Yu royal bloodline, the other ancestors won't interfere. I have an 80% chance of killing him. She laughed coldly, half joking. I think you have an 80% chance of kicking the bucket. Yu Tianzhang was shocked and shouted, WTF did you just say? The girl immediately turned around and left, replying casually, but don't worry, the Lord will let you win. Soon, news of Yu Li's assassination spread throughout the palace. Li'er, His Highness the Second Prince, my Great Yu's heir. Yu Huang roared in a frenzy. Who dares to disregard the majesty of Great Yu like this? I will definitely flay him alive. Yu Fei behind him turned pale, her whole body trembling, panicking to the core, thinking to herself, no, could it be him? At that moment, a soldier ran in to report. Reporting to your majesty, rebel armies are attacking the imperial capital from all sides. Yu Huang was shocked. What is the Tuoba family doing? The soldier replied immediately. General Tuoba is engaging in battle. At this time, the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty had completely fallen into chaos. From princes and princesses to important officials in the court, their families were also continuously attacked by assassins. Flames of war erupted everywhere,
and murderous intent rose everywhere to protect the imperial capital. In the midst of the chaos, a letter glowed brightly in the sky. What is that? A declaration of war. Flying towards the imperial palace. Who dares to send a declaration of war to His Majesty Yu Huang? The words gradually became clear. Yu Huang said calmly. Yu Tianzheng, very good. So you were preparing to rebel after disappearing for so long. These rebel armies don't just make wild accusations without evidence. Yu Huang said. I didn't expect you still haven't given up. Knowing this would happen, I shouldn't have spared you back then. At this moment, Yu Feiya said to herself. But it's also good. It's not Gu Changge. It's not him. Otherwise my Great Yu would really be finished. But how could she know that everything was within Gu Changge's plan? 7 days later, the news that Yu Tianzheng would have a life-or-death battle with Yu Huang on the summit of the imperial city quickly spread throughout the Great Yu imperial capital, causing a huge shock. Many cultivators didn't even know Yu Tianzheng's identity, only feeling that this person was unbelievably bold, no different from courting death. Soldiers patrolled the capital continuously without rest. The Great Yu Imperial Capital's patrol is really strict these days, don't you know? It's because King Tianzheng issued a declaration of war, saying that Yu Huang is a tyrannical and unprincipled ruler, and the country is in danger, so he wants to defeat Yu Huang and rectify the court. That's right. The decisive battle on the summit of the imperial city is today. It's a pity that insignificant characters like us probably won't have the chance to witness that earth-shattering battle. Surely the major forces close to Great Yu have all come to watch the battle. They aren't fit to interfere with the royal family's internal strife. What's so difficult about it? Just serve me well. And with my Marquise realm cultivation, what's it to me to take you to stand far away for a look? Today, the Great Yu Imperial Capital is more lively than ever before. Outside the imperial city, the vast army descends mightily, standing densely in the clouds, black smoke billowing, murderous aura soaring to the sky, iron cavalry rumbling, the momentum as if waiting for a single order to rush straight into the imperial city. At the same time, the troops from all the provinces and counties of Great Yu also quickly gathered, standing densely at the foot of the city, holding divine weapons and wearing battle armor, ready to engage in battle. Both sides are armies of Great Yu, only with different masters. The strong in the world don't want to see the scene of brothers fighting each other, with weapons drawn against each other. According to them, as long as today's decisive battle determines the winner, all the chaos will naturally end. That is the best solution. As soon as the news spread, countless cultivators from all the large and small ancient cities flocked to it. Inns, pavilions, and palaces in the imperial capital were already packed, and there were even countless strong people standing directly in the void, observing from afar. This time, the one who declared war on Yu Huang seems to be his former royal brother. That's right. I heard that Yu Huang once beat him until he lost all his spirit. I don't know where he got the courage now. He couldn't beat him back then, and now Yu Huang has the national fortune in his hands. Even a Dao Comprehension Realm expert has to avoid him. I don't understand what he's relying on, Yu Ming observed and exclaimed. Not to mention whether the second brother was killed by him or not. He was originally father's defeated general, and now he dares to come looking for death. Yu Feiya said. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. In her heart she secretly prayed. I hope this matter isn't related to Gu Changge. On Gu Change's side, he was still acting, pretending to be weak and coughing. Cough, cough. Beside him, Yun Mo supported him. Gu Changge followed along. Young master, be careful where you step lest you fall. Seeing her perfunctoriness, Gu Changge was slightly disappointed, and transmitted his voice. Yun Mo, your acting skills seem to be declining. What's wrong? We used to be a perfect duo. Teased, Yun Mo's cheeks flushed red, and she transmitted her voice back. Really? Is that so? Jiu Lun slowly sat down on the chair and said, It seems we haven't arrived late. The decisive battle on the summit of the imperial city hasn't started yet. Cough! Yun Mo also carefully helped Gu Changge down. The supreme powerhouses of the various races appeared one after another, inviting Gu Changge to stand on the highest pavilion, the best observation point. Before that, they were all hiding in the dark, not showing their faces. But Gu Changge suddenly appeared. If they continued to hide, if someone were to attack him, they would probably become the first suspects. Someone approached and asked with concern. Young Master Changge has arrived just in time. It's just that your body is so seriously injured. Are you alright? Gu Changge coughed up a mouthful of blood and forced a smile. It's alright. Just a little bit of origin damage. How could I miss this scene? Yun Mo worriedly wiped it away. Young Master, you're coughing up blood again. Seeing this scene, they all froze in place. You're still out here watching the show with such serious injuries? Tianzheng got the signal from Gu Changge. The time is now. It's the perfect moment to assassinate Yu Huang. After even killing the Crown Prince Yu Li, he publicly challenged Yu Huang to a duel to the death. Finally, the battle takes place, eagerly anticipated by many forces who came to watch. And Gu Changge is no exception. He puts on an act, pretending to be heavily injured, but still has to come and witness the historic brotherly battle firsthand. Just then, a dragon figure faintly appears in the sky, emitting an extremely shocking aura. The crowd below discusses, is that dragon energy?
Looks like Yu Huang arrived first. Yu Huang seems to be on the verge of breaking his shackles, grasping the Tao, and bearing the national fortune. In this situation, even we would find it difficult to defeat him. Moreover, Yu Huang has the national treasure sword and national fortune in hand, so it seems there's no doubt about the outcome of today's battle. Suddenly, an elder turns to Great Yu Changge and asks, "Young Master Changge, what do you think of this battle?" Great Yu Smooth replies, "No matter the result, this is an internal affair of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. We are outsiders, so it's best to watch cautiously." Just then, Yu Huang appears above and shouts, "This emperor has arrived! Yu Tianzheng, get out here! You disrupt the order of Great Yu and disturb the court. Even if you have royal blood in your veins, I will not spare you today." Suddenly, a spatial rift opens, accompanied by an arrogant voice. "Shameless boasting!" Immediately, Yu Tianzheng appears, standing face to face with him, his teeth. He grits his teeth. "Yu Tianhe, you used vile means to seize the throne from me, yet you speak so righteously. You are truly hypocritical to the extreme. Today I will reclaim everything." Yu Huang rushes forward without hesitation, yelling, "A dog from some sect, what are you barking about? With your quasi-emperor cultivation, you're just an ant trying to stop a chariot. What are you bragging about?" Yu Tianzheng throws off his cloak, retorting, "I have my own ways to kill you." With that, their figures transform into two giant dragons, their auras oppressive. This is an earth-shattering battle. Even though neither has reached the data realm, the aftermath of their battle far exceeds cultivators of the same level. The surrounding space is completely chaotic, and most creatures can only see vaguely, unable to see clearly at all. Except for those who have already attained the Dao, the rest aren't even qualified to watch. The imperial capital of Great Yu is extremely special. Otherwise, these fluctuations alone would spread beyond the star field, shattering countless planets. Someone exclaims, "The dragon's struggle is truly magnificent." Seeing this, Yin Mi whispers to Great Yu Changge, "Young master, can Yu Tianzheng win?" Great Yu Smooth replies calmly, "You're overthinking it." He thinks that because he was stronger than Yu Tianhe before, and now he can borrow the national fortune and use the trump card I gave him, he has a chance to win. But he's so naive. Yu Tianhe, as emperor, has a much stronger national fortune. Besides, just look, he's already at a disadvantage. Below the city walls, the cultivators stand up. Don't let the aftershocks affect the imperial city. With that, they simultaneously raise their hands, gathering spiritual power to form a protective barrier in front of them, so no matter how strong the external fluctuations, they can't touch them. Quickly, Yu Huang gains the upper hand. His dragon breath penetrates deeply into Yu Tianzheng's neck, blood splattering everywhere, the surrounding rocks and earth shattering and cracking from the damage. Yu Tianzheng's body reverts to its original form, his clothes torn and tattered. He's completely shocked. "Holy crap! The Dao realm! How is that possible? You were clearly only a quasi-emperor just now." Opposite him, Yu Huang remains unfazed, calmly replying, "HMPH, my foolish imperial brother, that was just me toying with you. Most of the national fortune of the entire Great Yu is on me. If I still couldn't achieve it, then I wouldn't deserve to sit on the dragon throne. Ha ha ha." Great Yu Smooth chats with Yin Mi, as if foreseeing the next development. Great Yu Changge smiles and says, "Next will be the chase scene." As Great Yu Changge predicted, Yu Tianzheng suddenly does a 180 and flees desperately. Yu Huang excitedly chases after him. "Yu Tianzheng, why are you running? Weren't you just loudly proclaiming you'd kill this emperor?" Seeing this, Yin Mi worries. How can he run? What about the plan? Great Yu Changge says, he can't escape. Just then, Yu Tianzheng can't run even if he wants to, because he's completely caught, unable to advance or retreat. He freezes, grinding his teeth. What the hell is this? None other than Yu Huang made the move. He says smugly, "The difference in our cultivation is so great, you think you can escape?" Great Yu Changge smiles, thinking with amusement. Excellent. Feigning weakness to lure the enemy and then counterattacking unexpectedly is how you use the biggest trump card. Contrary to his previous fear and panic, Yu Tianzheng suddenly smiles, a smile of satisfaction, as if everything is according to his plan. A trace of darkness appears in his eyes. Immediately, Yu Huang is suddenly attacked, so quickly that even he can't react, and can only stand there and receive the attack. The hidden attack explodes. A shocking force erupts. All the cultivators and creatures witnessing the scene change color, their bodies turning cold, and they exclaim in shock. Such a violent and brutal aura. Is it demonic energy? Could it be a demonic cultivation technique? Hearing this, Great Yu Changge speaks up. You're all overthinking it. This aura is only explosive, not eerie. It's not demonic art. They nod in agreement. That's right. Young Master Change has fought against demonic cultivators for so long, he certainly wouldn't be mistaken. In his heart, Gu Yu Changge says to himself, this Yu Tianzheng has finally done one thing right. First, destroy Yu Huang's life-saving trump card. Then killing him later will be safer. Otherwise, if this drags on and alerts those old monsters in the imperial city of Great Yu, it will be troublesome. Above, Yu Huang, seriously injured, curses. You were hiding so much power. If I didn't have the spirit-protecting mirror, I would have really fallen for your plan. Yu Tianzheng is a little worried. Damn it, this attack didn't succeed. It looks like I'm in for a tough fight. If this drags on, wonder if he'll get pissed. Thinking that, Yu Tianzheng glanced around, observing Gu Yu Changge's reaction. Just then, Gu Yu Changge smiled and sent a voice transmission to Yin Mei. Mei, it's showtime. Up above, space suddenly cracked open, and a group of masked powerhouses emerged from the darkness. They shouted, no need for His Majesty to act. As traitors, they should just let us deal with them. Yu Tianzheng was shocked and yelled, Yu Tianhe, you even set up an ambush in the shadows? Truly your shameless style. The Yu Emperor was like, bro had no clue about any of this, let alone an ambush. Yu Huang was completely bewildered, eyes wide with confusion. Then, boom, boom, boom. A battle erupted between Yu Huang and the forces that were supposedly his ambush squad attacking Yu Tianzheng. The space trembled violently. Seeing this, the cultivators were utterly shocked. Were they really arranged by Yu Huang? Wouldn't that be a less than honorable victory? Yu Huang, still reeling, thought to himself, could Zhao Gong have invited the old ancestors? But the old ancestors never participate in internal strife. Just then, a vast, misty fog rolled in, covering the sky where Yu Huang and Yu Tianzheng were fighting. No one could see what the heck was happening inside. What's going on? What is this purplish-black fog? Imperial sister? Doesn't this dark fog look familiar? Euphea said with wide eyes, her face filled with shock. She probably secretly guessed who was behind this, and her complexion turned pale. The thing she never wanted to happen finally did. This is bad, it's spreading. What exactly is this purplish-black fog? On the highest floor of the pavilion, the ancient powerhouses shouted coldly, reaching out their large hands to dispel the fog. But in the next moment, dazzling sword beams suddenly shot out from the fog, sharp and terrifying. How dare they? Someone's expression changed, utterly furious, eyes as cold as ice, murderous intent soaring. They didn't expect someone would dare to make a move right in front of so many powerhouses. But what horrified them even more was that the target of those sword beams was none other than Gu Yu Changge. It pierced straight into Gu Yu Changge's chest. Young Master! Yin Mei cried out in a broken voice, her face pale, revealing obvious panic. Not stopping there, the sword beam continued to pull Gu Yu Changge upright. Behind him, Yin Mei cooperated perfectly, anxiously pulling Gu Yu Changge back. With their seamless acting, the surrounding cultivators were completely led by the nose without realizing they were being deceived. They freaked out. This is bad! Someone wants to assassinate the heavily injured young Master Change. Could it be Yu Huang? Before long, it had lifted Gu Yu Changge high into the air. Yin Mei kept grabbing Gu Yu Changge's hand and screaming, no! But then that hand couldn't hold Gu Yu Changge back. Yin Mei slumped down in despair, reaching out in vain. No, young master. Allowing Gu Yu Changge to be swallowed by that dark aura, submerged within. She cried her eyes out, turning to the cultivators and pleading. Esteemed seniors of the Saint Realm, Yin Mei begs you to save our young master. They responded indifferently. This black fog is too strange. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all. It's better to be careful. Indeed, who on earth wants to attack young Master Change? Are they crazy? Inside that aura, Yu Huang was stunned to realize it was all a setup. The masked powerhouses who had just said they were on Yu Huang's side suddenly switched sides and stood with Yu Tianzheng. Yu Huang was freaking out. That's not right. You're all in this together. This black fog was also released by you. He bitterly gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. I can't break free for the moment. Luckily, I have the national treasure, the human Emperor Bell, or else I'd be in a truly life-threatening situation this time. But even Yu Tianzheng had no idea that the masked men actually belonged to his side. Their figures gradually dissipated, transforming with divine sense. No wonder they only had the aura of the Emperor Realm but not the strength of the Emperor Realm. He made them. Hearing that, Yu Huang was startled. He has someone behind the scenes. At that moment, Gu Yu Changge vaguely appeared and said, Great Yu, from now on, the dynasty has changed hands. Yu Huang's eyes went wide with rage. Is it you? Gu Yu Changge stepped forward and snapped. Trash! Yu Tianzheng clasped his hands in apology.
Young Master Change, I apologize. And Yu Huang looked at Ji Yu Chang's body, not at all weakened as when he visited earlier, and was horrified. You weren't injured? All the recent major upheavals, could they have been orchestrated by you? So the previous trip to the lower realm, the deaths of those people, must also be your doing. Ji Yu Change, you are truly audacious and ambitious. Yu Tianzheng, are you planning to offer the entire Great Yu Empire to him? With that, a giant sword descended from above, heading straight for Yu Tianzheng. He quickly recognized it as the sword of the Qin Kingdom. Without hesitation, Yu Tianzheng exerted all his strength, creating a layer of formation to block the incoming attack. Ji Yu Changge slowly approached Yu Huang. He now realized that he had been led by the nose all along, so the words that Fei Ya brought back were all lies. She also betrayed Great Yu. Ji Yu Changge said. She didn't. She just seems to want to be on good terms with me, and cares quite a bit about whether you live or die. Yu Tianzheng resisted, saying, Young Master Change, he wants to stall for time. This place is, after all, only on the edge of the imperial city. It's only a matter of time before the old monsters in the city notice the abnormality. Ji Yu Change smiled and said, You heard him. Don't drag it out any longer. Time to go. Yu Huang laughed arrogantly. HMPH, so what if you know? Do you think you can easily kill this emperor? Covering me is the national treasure, the human Emperor Bell. Breaking its defense is truly wishful thinking. But before the smile could fade and his eyes were still complacent, Ji Yu Change's attack smashed straight through, crushing everything like paper. Defense? National treasure? In front of Ji Yu Change, all rules can be shattered, and all invincibility is just a joke. Arrogance? In front of him, those two words only mean courting death. Lu Chang appears right in the middle of a brother-on-brother beatdown. While Yu Huang was still confused and arrogant, thinking Ji Yu Chang couldn't do jack to him, he got straight up skewered. His magic artifacts started dissolving. Only then, Yu Huang, trembling in pain, croaked out. Cough, cough. I was even going to marry Fei Ya to you as a concubine. And you treat me like this? Ji Yu Change smirked, replying casually. She's a smart woman, but I only need women who are 100% loyal to me. After weighing the pros and cons too much, I'm afraid Ming Kong won't be happy. With that, Ji Yu Change emphasized the long blade in his hand. In that instant, the void ahead shook violently and shattered. Streams of raging wind howled and surged. Chaotic light exploded, sweeping away everything, grinding all tangible matter into nothingness. Yu Huang screamed in agony. Ah! Before long, Yu Huang's figure had vanished, leaving no trace. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Du Tianzheng was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in shock. One move to break a national treasure, and another to completely obliterate the soul. Holy SHT, Ji Yu Change said. Waiting for you to act would take too long. Then, he hands over the collected treasures to Du Tianzheng. Alright, everything Yu Tianhe left behind is yours. I hope you don't disappoint me. Du Tianzheng immediately knelt down, clasping his hands respectfully. I will definitely not fail your expectations, young master. With Yu Huang dealt with, the dark aura gradually dissipated. Outside, the cultivators exclaimed in shock. Dragon Chi! The Dragon Chi is vanishing! What is that? Does that mean? Yu Fei had completely collapsed, her face pale as a ghost, and she stammered. Father is dead? Du Ming, standing beside her, was utterly bewildered. Impossible! How could Du Tianzheng be father's match? Only Yu Fei understood this outcome, because she knew it wasn't Du Tianzheng, but Ji Yu Changge. The Great Yu Dynasty is screwed beyond repair. Just then, 3 powerful auras shot off in 3 different directions. They yelled, Not good! Those 3 black-robed figures are trying to escape. Their identities must be extraordinary. I wonder if Change... Quickly, Yin Mei spoke loudly. Esteemed seniors of the Piaomiao sect, Yuanxi Lake, Wanjiandao sect, and Huangxing Valley, please quickly pursue those black-robed figures for the sake of the young master's safety. If anything happens to the young master, Yin Mei will definitely report to the Ji Yu family head, making it clear that you all stood by and watched today. Hearing this, they turned pale with fear, standing there dumbfounded, not daring to utter another word. Immediately, they didn't dare to delay, and chased after those strange assassins. Thief, stop right there! Causing such chaos in the Great Yu imperial capital, and you think you can escape unscathed? Dream on! At the same time, in the sky, Du Tianzheng's figure appeared. The soldiers on both sides, who were fiercely engaged in battle, also stopped, and one of them pointed towards the figure and shouted, Look! Who's that? It's Prince Du. The Town Nation sword and the imperial human seal are both in his hands. Du Tianzheng's imposing figure appeared with a pile of magic artifacts in his hands, and he said sternly,
From today onwards, I am the new emperor of the Great Yu. The old emperor is dead. A new emperor must be established. The late emperor was immoral, so a new emperor is enthroned. Anyone who doesn't submit will be killed without mercy. At the same time, the cultivators were still chasing after the fleeing strange assassins. But then they felt something was off. One of them said, "Everyone, this guy's speed is inconsistent. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He doesn't seem to be trying to escape us. It's strange." HMPH. With the three of us, all completion realm experts, here, what waves can he make? Thief, stop! Immediately, he obediently stopped in his tracks. This made all three cultivators shiver, and a sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Obeying so readily, it seemed that all three of them now sensed that something was wrong, feeling like they're deliberately making noise, deliberately revealing their location, as if they want to lure everyone away from another place and then lead us here to our deaths. The assassin then spoke. This should be far enough. They were startled. What? As the mask fell, the face underneath became clear. It was none other than acting god, Gu Changge. Gu the eel said casually, "I've been short on experts lately. You guys can help me out, but you'll have to change your way of existence a bit." All three of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. "Holy crap, it's you! How is this possible? Aren't you heavily injured?" Gu Changge shook his head, as if casually explaining his purpose. With his current strength, he only needed to separate a few strands of his divided soul, control a few cultivators, and disguise them as black-robed figures. Creating such a big commotion was as easy as flipping his hand. Gu Changge didn't directly kill that heavenly emperor mountain powerhouse, but erased his divine soul, refining him into a puppet. Gu Changge muttered as he worked. Completion realm puppets. I can only refine them in the later stages. First, I'll give you guys a new identity, and then you'll go help me promote the reputation of my new force. Soon, they had a completely different new appearance. At the same time, on the other side, the cultivators were still tirelessly searching for the strange assassins. The more they searched, the more anxious they became. Granny Yu Luo. It's been half a Camp Geo, and we still haven't found a direction? Strange. The aura of those black-robed figures completely disappeared after they came here. Someone's coming. Probably the local forces. Up ahead, three dudes approach. "Sup, seniors? Anything we can help you with?" Granny Yu Luo asks. "Did you see a person in black robes pass by? Looks like a chick, but her aura is heavy AF, like an endless abyss, a bottomless jail. Just sensing it chills you to the bone." Hearing this, every strong cultivator on this ancient star system froze, then realized this ascended being was just hunting someone, not here to cause trouble. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. "We ain't seen no one in black robes heading this way, senior." The group straightens up, respectfully reporting everything they witnessed, not daring to hide or lie. Didn't escape here? Where the heck did they go then? Yu Luo Tianzun frowns, her willow eyebrows furrowing. She doesn't think these guys are lying. With her cultivation level, she can see through lies with a glance. That's why she's even more confused about where these black-robed dudes vanished to, hiding their presence from everyone. "Senior, are you looking for those guys?" Just then, an old geezer speaks, his voice trembling, like he's using all his courage. His eyes look to the distant sky beyond the stars. Up above, that dark purple aura reappears. Purple-black mist, it's them. Inside the mist, a figure appears, sneering with disdain. "HMPH, you think you can chase me with just the two of you? Try me." Hearing this, the pink-robed female powerhouse explodes. "Arrogant! Your aura just entered the Emperor realm, but your mouth's huge. Let me teach you a lesson." Granny Yu Luo quickly stops her. "Wait!" But it's too late. The two massive powers collide. Boom! Space cracks everywhere. She smirks mockingly. "HMPH, thought you'd be tough, but you're just so-so. Now tell me, where's young Master Changge?" But the aftershocks of the battle forced the three bandit cultivators to brace themselves. "Ah, get away! The residual energy from an ascended being is enough to tear us apart." "Sect leader of Misty Sect, I'm here to help you out." At that moment, an assassin appears from the void, speaking innocently. She's shocked. AF. What? Another one here? She glances over, a bit worried. Also, weren't Superior Luke Lien and the others chasing the other guys? Why are they here? While she's still confused, an assassin wearing a mask appears from behind, with a cold voice. "Daring to track the dark heavenly court? You're courting death." Instantly, his hand slashes, piercing through her chest. Blood splatters, and she screams in pain. "Ah!" Then, gnashing her teeth, she growls. Ah, why are there more? Could the other ascended beings be here too? Granny Yu Luo isn't doing any better. She's struggling to hold on, saying, "Dark Heavenly Court, what's that? Our Lord is about to descend upon the world. Just wait and die, haha." The three strong cultivators break out in cold sweats, horrified by the scene. Sect leader, should we run? Once that senior dies, we're screwed. But we can't miss this chance to observe a battle between ascended beings to enter the quasi-emperor realm. If we break through, we can join the ranks of a third-rate sect. Meanwhile, the battle rages on. Intense energy erupts, and shockwaves spread all around. And then, BAM! A flash of swordlight, a powerful slash, descends with terrifying force. The slash whizzes by, rocks explode, and dust fills the air. Granny Yu Luo's body is also heavily injured. Clutching her chest in pain, she thinks, "Am I going to die here today?" Just then, a hand reaches out to support her, along with a warm voice. "Are you okay?" It's none other than Gu Changge. He appears right on cue. Even though Gu Changge orchestrated everything, he acts like he's innocent. Granny Yu Luo's eyes widen in surprise. Young Master Changge, didn't you? Why are you here?" Gu Liang acts perfectly. "When I was pulled into the dark mist, I activated the Gu family's secret technique, escaping into another dimension, which is how I survived. Only when I recovered a bit, was I able to break free." Hearing this, she doesn't doubt it, even believing it to be true, thinking, "I didn't expect that when we hesitated to rush into the dark mist to save him, he immediately came to our aid as soon as he appeared." Thinking this, she clasps her hands and says, "So that's how it is. But young Master Changge, we must still be careful. The enemy is 3 ascended beings, and you are heavily injured right now. Our situation is probably not good." Gu Liang replies calmly. "So what if I'm injured? Those who call themselves the Dark Heavenly Court have truly angered me." They laugh loudly. "Haha, so what? Gu Changge, if you obediently stay hidden, you might survive. But you intentionally came out looking for death, so we will grant it to you." Gu Liang growls. "Then try it." She worries. "Young Master Changge, doing this will damage your foundation." But Gu Changge doesn't care. His eyes turn bloodshot, bulging out as he unleashes his power, saying, "Even if it's like this, I must risk my life, for those fallen comrades, to vent this anger for us." Haha, Gu Liang is the GOAT. Gu Change's gaze turned ice cold, his killing intent like frost sweeping the heavens. A single glance enough to shatter starfields. Chanting incantations, his aura swallowed mountains and rivers, extolling the myriad Dakos, comprehending the essence of chaos, merging Qi to assimilate all laws, his spirit extinguishing everything. Instantly, a world-shattering battle erupted, countless divine radiances soaring, blazing like exploding suns, illuminating the entire universe. Gu Changge unleashed a forbidden technique, his entire body flashing with light, his black hair flying like a silver galaxy, chaotic Q coiling around him, as if transforming into an eternal holy furnace. The 3 black-robed figures simultaneously coughed up blood, blasted backward, almost ejected from the starfield. This is young Master Changge. His strength is terrifying. Never seen him go all out before, didn't expect him to be this OP. And he's heavily injured? How terrifying would he be at his peak? He's actually burning his essence blood to this extent. Gu Changge growled, "I will slaughter all of you here." The surrounding cultivators trembled, their hearts pounding. At the same realm, probably no one could withstand a single palm strike from him. Even Lu Luo Heavenly Venerate widened her eyes, her Dako heart violently shaken, utterly terrified. At this moment, Gu Changge was practically invincible, nearly flattening the entire starfield. They shivered in fear, sweat pouring like a waterfall, exclaiming, "We've broadened our horizons. Seeing the legendary young Master Changge is already such a blessing. Never expected to witness him take action. I can brag about this for the rest of my life, flex until my last breath." The 3 masked assassins stared in horror at the formation above them, never expecting that the Gu family brat, injured as he was, could still unleash such a powerful technique. "Retreat! We'll leave this one to the Lord to deal with later." With that, they scrammed ASAP, their dark aura gradually dissipating. Lu Luo Heavenly Venerate sighed softly. Finally safe. Young Master Change's life-saving grace, this old one. Before she could finish, Gu Changge cough, vomited a mouthful of blood. Bro's acting sus AF. So damn convincing. Lu Luo Granny panicked behind him. "Young Master Changge!" He wiped away the remaining traces of blood from the corner of his lips, sternly saying, "I was just bluffing them just now. Managed to scare them off." At this moment, many people finally realized Gu Changge had actually been fighting while heavily injured. Thinking of this, their hearts trembled violently. Emotions surged, almost kneeling to the ground, prostrating in worship. Lu Luo, Heavenly Venerate, stepped forward, her face full of worry, opened her mouth to take out a jade pill, and offered it to Gu Yu Changge, saying, "This divine pill has been nurtured in this old one's body since I entered the Supreme Realm for over 10,000 years now. Young master, please use it quickly, it can help you recover from your injuries." Gu Yu Changge, although he hadn't expected this situation, still had to maintain his composure, but the surprise in his eyes was undeniable. "Gotta keep some dignity, bruh." Gu Yu Changge waved his hands, refusing repeatedly. "No, absolutely not. Fellow Taoist is also injured. You should use it yourself." Lu Luo Granny said calmly. "No need to be polite." Gu Yu Changge still refused persistently. "My Gu Yu family doesn't lack healing elixirs. Fellow Taoists, don't worry." At that moment, several cultivators standing in the distance observing also approached for an audience. "We pay our respects to young Master Changge. Thank you for saving our lives," Gu Yu Changge said. "You are too kind. Those people were originally targeting us, who have attained the Dao. You were implicated. How could I not save you?" "It's just that I don't know where that force came from," he replied. "I heard them call themselves the Dark Heavenly Court. It seems they all listened to someone called the Lord." Gu Yu Liang feigned ignorance, raising his hand to his chin in thought. "Dark Heavenly Court? In the Gu Yu family's records, I have never seen such a force." Lu Luo chimed in. "That's right, the name sounds kinda boony. Their lord probably doesn't have much culture either. Where did they crawl out from?" Gu Yu Changge felt a little stung by this, utterly speechless. Her words were practically directed at Gu Yu Changge himself. Haha. After pondering for a while, Gu Yu Changge spoke. "I feel that this is very likely an ancient organization. From their moves, it can be seen that their cultivation methods are completely different, not of the same lineage." Lu Luo Heavenly Venerate seemed to suddenly realize something. Her expression changed slightly, revealing a look of surprise in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, "It is very likely that a mysterious organization has existed for a long time, because based on the fluctuations when those black-robed Dao attainers took action earlier, it can be seen that their divine abilities and cultivation methods are completely different, not of the same inheritance system at all. If they really came from the same lineage or force, it would absolutely not be so chaotic. This proves that they came from many different places, and were then secretly gathered by a certain force." Thinking of this, a chilling feeling couldn't help but rise in her heart, because an organization that can recruit and command so many Dao retainers, the strength behind the scenes is probably more terrifying than anything they imagined. The mark one left on fellow Taoist Lu Lian and the M has also disappeared. I'm afraid their chances aren't looking good. If I hadn't met young Master Changge, I'm afraid I wouldn't have escaped either. Gu Yu Changge waved his hand, saying, "All right. Their life and death still needs to be verified. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Everyone leave quickly." They responded in unison, "Yes." The battle at the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. More than 4 Dao attainment experts fell. The surrounding forces were all heavily affected. The appearance of the Dark Heavenly Court. The news spread everywhere, causing countless Dao lineages to panic. Also, the fact that Gu Yu Changge, despite being heavily injured, still rescued Granny Yu Luo from the hands of 3 Dao attainment experts also spread throughout the upper realm. The strength and righteousness he displayed caused his prestige to soar, becoming a role model for countless young juniors. Scene shifts to Demon Mountain, where the aura is gloomy and terrifyingly cold. Outside the Ghost Gate, a human figure folded his arms and said, "Tell me, the Lord is clearly related to Gu Yu Changge, yet he still accepted his maidservant. Logically, he shouldn't have gotten involved or saved her." Old Azure Dragon Taoist sighed softly beside him. Who knows? Perhaps the relationship between them is not simple. Inside, a woman's figure was sitting gently combing her hair. With a curvy, S-shaped figure, she spoke softly. "You want to leave? Bai Hu Gengjin, and those forces are still hunting you down." Su Changge clasped her hands and replied, "Yes, thank you for taking me in, Grandmaster. With all the big shots outside acting crazy, I'm probably safer here. It's just that Changge is still unclear about one thing. The Dark Heavenly Court has been shaking the upper realm recently. Is it related to Grandmaster?" Chan Hongyi chuckled and said, "The Dark Heavenly Court? That's not my thing, but someone involved is very familiar to you." Hearing this, Su Changge was extremely confused and muttered, "Familiar?" Chan Hongyi said, "That's right, it's the person you're thinking of." Su Changge jumped in shock. "Young master," she said coldly, "do you think he's really a righteous gentleman? Why do you think you ended up on the path of inheriting demonic arts?" Su Changge said, "It was my choice. I never wanted to be a calamity. I just wanted to live in peace. I'm just a puppet." Hongyi laughed loudly, stood up abruptly, and approached Su Changge, saying, "Haha, you're so naive. Your destiny was decided long ago. The person you love and trust the most has always been looking down on you coldly from above, leading you to become his substitute." Not stopping there, she leaned close to Su Changge's face and growled, To bear his sins. Su Changge freaked out. No, that's impossible, Grandmaster, don't joke around, Chan Hongyi said. Even my abilities were taught by him, let alone your incomplete demonic arts. You think he doesn't know you're cultivating demonic arts with a parasitic soul? The touching moments you thought were real were just a play he orchestrated. How ridiculous, haha. After speaking, Chan Hongyi turned and left. In her heart, she thought, you want to maintain your gentle image in Su Chingge's heart? I won't let you have your way. At this moment, Su Chingge was completely devastated, and tears flowed like rain, utterly disappointed. She remembered the sweet moments with Great Yu Changge and felt extremely bitter. Just like that, Su Chingge sat down and covered her face, crying in despair. Scene changed to Great Yu Changge's side. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely in a chair, enjoying tea. Below him, Yu Tianzheng clasped his hands and said, Young master, since I ascended the throne, I have controlled more than 60% of the Great Yu territory. Apart from the Zhenguo general and the former grand tutor who have not submitted, all the other high officials are subservient. Great Yu Changge said, It seems you haven't disappointed me. Those old ancestors, have they all been dealt with? Yu Tianzheng continued. As long as the Yu dynasty still has the Yu bloodline, the royal ancestors won't interfere internally. But my granddaughter, Yu Feiya, seems to suspect you. She has been trying to meet the old ancestors these past few days. She is the eldest princess and has the protection of the royal ancestors. When she was born, she was also granted a secret technique by the Great Yu Immortal Scripture. Killing her might be a bit troublesome, but if we scheme carefully. Before Yu Tianzheng could finish speaking, Great Yu Changge immediately interrupted. No need. As he spoke, Great Yu Changge handed the teacup in his hand to Yu Tianzheng to hold and then casually asked, Where is she now? Yu Tianzheng replied, Reporting to you, young master, I have her under house arrest in the Eastern Palace. On Yu Feiya's side, she was dead drunk in a stupor. It was unknown how much she had drunk. Only bottles of wine were seen rolling on the floor, while Yu Feiya was sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in from outside. Awakened by the light, Yu Feiya slowly opened her eyes and observed. What she saw was Great Yu Changge. Great Yu Changge, Yu Feiya tried to say weakly. You promised to let Great Yu go. Great Yu Changge replied calmly. I'm just replacing the emperor, not touching anything else. Moreover, aren't you and your younger brother, Yu Ming, still living well? I haven't broken my promise. After speaking, Great Yu Changge gently lifted Yu Feiya and placed her on the bed, then turned to leave. Great Yu Changge glanced at her and said casually, If Yu Tianzheng becomes useless later, handing Great Yu over to you wouldn't be impossible. You are a smart woman. I believe you won't do anything stupid, right? Yu Feiya didn't say anything after hearing this, but she understood everything in her heart. Tears flowed uncontrollably, a feeling of extreme heartbreak. With everything settled, Great Yu Changge moves on to the next task. A majestic and magnificent building appears. Standing casually outside the entrance, Great Yu Changge says, I personally built this. She should like it, right? Yep. Ming Kong's palace is finally done. Next is for Chu Chu, Yin Mei, Yanji, Qingge, Tianlu, Hongyi. Forget that other one, she'd probably destroy the whole place before even moving in. Seriously, being me is not easy. Meanwhile, the most tired person right now isn't Great Yu Changge but Day. He's hauling massive pillars, gradually completing the building. Hearing Great Yu Changge complain, a thought arises in his mind. I want one too. Wah wah. So wasteful, he has more than he can use. A few days later, borrowing the Qiluk golden cauldron, he uses the faith, collected earlier at the ancestral human hall, to bestow upon the dark heavenly court and casually throws in some advertising. While Great Yu Changge is still busy with his work, many people are worried about him. A little girl laments. I wonder how young Master Change's injuries are now. Yuli. Don't keep thinking about brother Great Yu. Now that I think about it, the fact that my brother used to be on par with him back then is honestly embarrassing. Now whether it's the difference between me and brother Great Yu, or between the Yi family and the Great Yu family, we're not even on the same level anymore. Just then, a voice echoes from above. I am the great Jinzai Supreme Creation Emperor, Lord of Beyond the Heavens. Whoever chants my true name can guide a strand of their true soul to enter the dark heavenly court and attain eternal life. Hearing this, everyone below is stunned, looking at each other in confusion. How can this enchanting Sanskrit sound travel so far? Could it be that without us knowing, the dark heavenly court has already infiltrated every corner of the upper realm? Even the person next to us could be a follower of the dark heavenly court. The voice continues to echo. I am the great Jinzai Supreme Creation Emperor, Lord of Beyond the Heavens. Every corner of the upper realm can hear it, and everyone is horrified. What kind of ghost is pretending to be a god again? Why do I feel like the upper realm is becoming more and more incomprehensible now? Dark Heavenly Court, what the hell is that? Why do I have such an extremely uncomfortable feeling? The Great Calamity, the true Great Calamity is about to descend. With the Gu family and those top Daos in the upper realm, it should be fine, right? Damn it, the demonic art successor who killed Liar still hasn't been caught, and now this damned Dark Heavenly Court has appeared. Does even the world want to bully our White Tiger Gang metal clan? Scene change to the Gu family. As soon as he sees Gu Changge return, his worried father looks him up and down and asks, "Changge, how are your injuries? Why were you so careless?" Gu Riz. Changge replies casually, "It's nothing, just a bit of wind evil." He scolds in annoyance. What exactly is this Dark Heavenly Court? Daring to injure you, should your father invite the two old ancestors to take action and directly wipe them out? Gu Changge quickly waves his hand. No need. That force has a fierce momentum. Our Gu family should avoid standing out as the spearhead. That's right. At this critical moment, I'm afraid the hidden old monsters of other forces won't sit still either. Alright, Qingyi told you to visit her when you got back. She has something to talk to you about. Gu Changge is slightly surprised. Qingyi is looking for me? At the same time, on Qingyi's side, she stands absent-mindedly stroking her beast pet, muttering, "The immortal gate is about to open. The immortal domain that existed in the past will reappear. The barrier between heaven and earth will disappear. Everything will return to the age of immortal Tao. It seems like the upper realm will be in great chaos soon." Thinking about it, this life is really extraordinary. Just then, Gu Changge quietly approaches. Qingyi is still engrossed in her own thoughts, not only about the opportunity to become an immortal, but also about many futures and strange things. Gu Changge thinks to himself, Qingyi really knows a lot, and even with my current realm, I still can't see through her, but instead, I have the feeling of being seen through by her. Gu Changge speaks. What do you mean? You called me here just to say these things? Before Qingyi can speak, the pet in her hand angrily shouts, "You are such an irresponsible master! Qingyi is saying goodbye to you!" Gu Changge is startled. Saying goodbye? You? You want to leave the Gu family? Qingyi replies indifferently. It's more accurate to say that I'm just returning to where I'm supposed to return. Could it be the immortal domain? You should have remembered some things by now, right? Do you know why I came to the Gu family to be your protector? Gu Changge puts his hand on his chin and thinks deeply. A bet? Seeing Gu Changge still lost in thought, Qingyi speaks. It seems you still haven't remembered that bet? He pretends to agree. What bet? It's okay, you'll remember it sooner or later. After all, that's your ultimate goal. With your current strength, ordinary remnant immortals really can't do anything to you. But I can still sense some special existences hidden very deeply, such as your Gu family. So before everything is foolproof, Gu Changge internally. Is he reminding me not to get cocky? Gu Changge innocently says. That bet. But Qingyi didn't say anything more, quickly leaving, her figure completely disappearing from Gu Changge's sight. He stood there silently, lost in his own thoughts. Even after returning to his senses, Gu Changge was still mulling over it. Memories related to the Demon Lord? And those existences Qingyi mentioned. Isn't the opportunity to become an immortal in the upper realm related to the Epoch Dao fruit? Unless I allow it, who dares to become an immortal? According to records, the upper realm is also called the ancestral land. Anyway, during the Forbidden Epoch, the immortal realm and the upper realm were separated, but after endless years, some existences must have used various methods to connect the upper realm and the immortal realm. It's just that although the immortal path hasn't manifested yet, the major Taoist factions definitely have immortal power guarding them, so they absolutely won't lack immortal energy. Can't be too hasty. Gu family records state that tens of millions of years ago, immortal realm forces appeared, forcibly opening an immortal gate to guide, intending to bring the Gu family of this realm over, but ultimately failed. Looks like something might have happened in the immortal realm. Oh well. Stepping onto the path of immortality requires at least true immortal strength, and also needs. Outside, Ada was startled while closing the door. A panicked young girl running up to report. Young master, the madam has prepared the gifts. Gu Changge smiles slightly. Looks like my mother really likes this daughter-in-law. Cut to Ming Kong's side. She's sitting high up. In front of her a woman standing reporting. Your Majesty, news related to the Dark Heavenly Court is now spreading among the Taoist factions. Do we need to prepare defenses early? Ming Kong calmly replies. No need to worry. In her heart she thinks. Did Changge orchestrate this? What a country bumpkin, she happily continues. Young Master Chengge's fleet has set off from the Gu family. With immense fanfare, it feels like young Master Cheng wants the entire upper realm to know he's here to discuss the wedding with you. But as soon as this matter is mentioned, Ming Kong feels a pang of sadness in her heart, thinking, a wedding? This day has finally come. Images of Xie Er's wedding suddenly flood her mind, the opposite of happiness, but heartbreaking. In the pouring rain, she's tied up, hands bound. Then, Xiu Changge reveals his villainous face under the tip of a sword, rushing towards her. Ming Kong startles, clutching her head in pain, saying, Huang Ge, step back. She thinks, how strange. Recently, images I don't have in my memory keep appearing in my mind. I can confirm I didn't have them in my past life either. Eternal sky, fleeting moon, 1,000 autumns in a dream. What year is it now? Could it be that my rebirth wasn't an accident after all? It's just that in this life, besides changing a lot, nothing else seems particularly different. If I tell Changge frankly about my rebirth, what would he think of me? This life has been so hard to develop so well. Would he think that from the beginning I approached him with the goal of revenge? Just then Gu Changge appears, patting her shoulder. Ming Kong startles, her face turning pale. Gu Eel chuckles teasingly. Yo, pretty lady, why the frown? What are you thinking about? Ming Kong glares. You, when did you get here? In her heart she thinks, did he hear what I just said? Gu Eel innocently says, just now, only heard you mumbling something about rebirth or not rebirth. Ming Kong gives a forced smile. Just talking nonsense, aren't you coming with the fleet? I thought you wouldn't be here for another half month. Was the trip tiring? Gu Changge thinks, looks like she's still hung up on the past life. Perhaps it's time to completely erase those worries of hers. Almost immediately, Gu Changge sweeps Ming Kong into his arms, his embrace tight and domineering. Sitting snugly in his arms, Ming Kong blushes, both flustered and angry. What are you doing? Not here! Gu Changge chuckles softly, his tone teasing and gentle. Where's your mind at? Do I seem that untrustworthy? Before Ming Kong could recover, he leaned down and sealed her lips with a passionate kiss. Ming Kong completely didn't anticipate this situation, her eyes widening, her heart pounding wildly. Amidst the tangled breaths, Gu Changge whispers close to her ear, his voice husky. I was thinking we should go on a honeymoon. Ming Kong stammers, her mind blank. What? Honeymoon? And then finally, that day arrived. The day Gu Changge officially gave Ming Kong a title, proper and legitimate, that no one could deny. A moment later, the maid entered the room looking for Ming Kong. His Majesty panicked when he couldn't find anyone there. Huh? Where'd everyone go? Ming Kong had left, only leaving a message and a letter on the table. I have departed on a journey. During this time, all political affairs are entrusted to Father. When the Gu family's fleet arrives, I will return. Immediately, the maid reported this to Ming Kong's father, even bringing him a mountain of documents to process, causing the Duke to freeze in shock for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Ming Kong and Gu Changge are enjoying a sweet honeymoon together. Looking at the scenery before her, Ming Kong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is where you used to be. Gu Changge nodded. That's right, that force was called the Taishuan Holy Land. I even had a battle here once. Ming Kong teased. I wonder who was unlucky enough to fight you. At the same time, below, a guy standing high up declared loudly. New disciples, while you've just entered the sect and haven't officially started cultivating, do you have anything to say? They couldn't help but wonder. Holy Sun, we heard that this place used to be called Taishuan Holy Land. Why is it now called Xianxia Holy Land? Of course, it's because we have connections to immortals in the upper realm. That's also why our Holy Land can become the strongest Holy Land in this realm. This all started with a fool named Ye Chen back then. That guy. Then he recounted the tragic and ridiculous story of that guy in a grand manner. On high, Gu Changge said, so many years have passed, how is this guy still the Holy Sun? Soon they saw Gu Change's appearance. Just now he was acting all high and mighty, now he's completely shook. He frowned in fear, and immediately his legs went limp, and he knelt down, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Gu Gong looked at his pale face and incomprehensible actions, causing the people below to panic. Holy Sun, what's wrong? Why are you giving such a grand greeting to us new disciples? But Gu Changge continued to glide past, leading Ming Kong to another place. Upon landing successfully, Gu Changge introduced. This place is called Chongyu Ancient City, famous for its tall tower that pierces the moon. I wonder how the Lin family is doing now. Not far away, a guy rubbed his eyes repeatedly, not daring to believe what he was seeing. His girlfriend beside him asked in surprise, By you, Holy Sun, What's wrong? I think I just saw Gu Gongzi, who annihilated the Jialu Holy Land. Over here, Ming Kong said, is the Lin family Lin Qiuhan's family? Gu Liang couldn't deny it, only smiling. You even know her? Yes, so don't even think about hiding anything from me. Ming Kong, why do you say that? When have I ever lied to you? Never. Then wasn't Su Qingge also brought up from this realm by you? And Yin Mi and Jiang Chuchu, what exactly is your relationship with them? You've never told me. And? That woman who appears and disappears like a ghost, I think her name is Yan Ji, and that deer in the 8 Desolate 10 Regions, I heard she's also a Taoist. Oh right, before that, you even went to the demon realm, having unclear entanglements with Ho. Caught red-handed, Gu Changge jumped in fright. How did you know about that? Ming Kong replied calmly, I have my ways. Almost forgot. There's also Wang Zijin. Before Ming Kong could finish, Gu Changge interrupted hastily. Hey, that doesn't count. I don't have anything going on with her. Moreover, it's not even clear if she likes you or me. Maybe the person she loves most is Jiang Chuchu. Yeah, she's really a bit weird. Oh. Alright, I thought you didn't care about these things. After all, your status doesn't need to put them in your eyes. No, I care. After all, only I will be your properly wedded wife, and they all have to be behind me. Of course. Saying that, Ming Kong couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Nice. Compared to the previous life, being a playboy is still better than being heartless. Thinking this, she said unhappily, but whenever I think about the times when I'm not by your side, how many beautiful women are surrounding you? Gu Changge immediately stroked her hair to reassure her. Then just always stay by my side, Ming Kong said in a low voice. But eventually you have to leave the upper realm. If I follow you, who will manage your empire for you? Or do you simply not care, letting everything collapse? Before she could react, Gu Changge gently placed a kiss on her forehead, which made Ming Kong blush with shyness. In that romantic atmosphere, Gu Changge lowered his voice with determination. Half a year, I'll help you secure your position as the Empress of the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty, and half a year later, let's get married. I can't wait any longer. Half a month later, Gu Changge and Ming Kong are still enjoying the happiest moments of their lives, leaving behind all the burdens and pressures of life. They are both embracing nature. She plants vegetables, he fishes, a life that only exists in dreams. And then they both frolic together like little kids playing in the water. Now their life is full of laughter. Gu Changge even went full-on doting mode, styling her hair into super cute braids, but with a face as sly as ever, playing tag with Ming Kong. She ran, glancing back and giggling. This really suits you, haha! How dare you tease this empress? Now I'm hiding your clothes. Ming Kong pathetically hugged herself, screaming, I was wrong, I was wrong. And so, day after day, they enjoyed their blissful honeymoon. Your Majesty, is dinner ready yet? Almost. Set the table first, my dear. They were inseparable, together from dawn till dusk, watching the sunset, stealing passionate kisses. Ming Kong happily thought to herself, Change, this is the happiness I've dreamed of for 2 lifetimes. Scene change to the peerless Immortal Dynasty. Ming Kong said seriously, of the 7 Grand Heaven artifacts you had sent, I've only refined 4. The remaining 3 are too difficult. Gu Changge encouraged. It's all right, leave the remaining 3 to me. Looks like I underestimated the difficulty of this, but there's no rush yet. According to recent news, the Immortal Palace secret vault is likely not in the upper realm. The palace of the Immortal Palace Master was buried back then, and it's actually located deep within our peerless Immortal Dynasty's ancestral land now. Unfortunately, even my father and I are not qualified to enter. Change, what do you think? Is the Immortal Palace secret vault real or fake? Why did the Immortal Palace, which once ruled the heavens, collapse? Even the Immortal Palace Master, who was supposed to be eternal, perished in the river of time. Gu Changge nonchalantly replied, Perhaps the Immortal Palace faced some great enemy. Isn't that a common theory? You mean even the Immortal Palace Master faced an unimaginable foe? What kind of being could that be? If that person was in the upper realm, none of us would survive. Hearing this, Gu Changge could only force a smile in his heart. That's very likely me, your husband, standing right in front of you. Ming Kong, you're making me blush. Thinking for a moment, Gu Changge continued. Instead of thinking about such distant things, why not think about how we should organize our wedding in half a year? At the same time, Ming Kong's subordinates were struggling to transport the betrothal gifts that Gu Changge brought. Everyone was in awe, exclaiming, The gifts from young Master Changge are too extravagant. The plaza can't hold any more. Quickly store them using high-grade spatial storage bags. News of Gu Change's upcoming wedding quickly spread across the continent. Have you heard? The Gu family and the peerless Immortal Dynasty have set a wedding date. Young Master Changge and Empress Ming Kong will hold a grand wedding ceremony in half a year. Sis, brother Gu is getting married. Your chance to be the main wife is gone. The young miss is currently undergoing a legacy inheritance. Do not disturb her. Half a year from now? Haven't you been mentally prepared for this for a long time? The difference in status between you and him is too great. It's just that the news came too suddenly. While other girls were saddened by not being able to become Gu Changge's main wife, Yin Mei was surprisingly happy. Even her little maid couldn't help but be confused. Young miss, why are you so happy after hearing that young Master Changge is getting married? Weren't you? Yin Mei replied. Silly, the main wife can only be Yue Mingkong. Now that the empress position is set, how far away is my concubine position? One must know when enough is enough. When, by the young master's side, scene changed to the demon realm. When Shi Jiao heard the news that her crush was getting married, she was incredibly sad. Her friend beside her also felt sorry for her. You can't be the main wife. With your status, it's indeed difficult. What a pity, a fleeting connection in the 10 domains. Tianlu Xuannu was also shocked after receiving the information. He's getting married in half a year, so should I go or not? If I go, will Yue Mingkong ambush me? And the human ancestor hall. From within, streams of dark aura continuously poured outwards. Inside, Su Chingge collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood in pain. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, saying, Am I having a qi deviation again? Liar. Didn't he promise to marry me too? And so, Su Qing cried her eyes out, because the person she loved was really getting married. And just like that, Jiang Chuchu cried her eyes out in despair. Gu Changge, you're such a scammer! Wah, huh. Suddenly, right on cue, Gu Changge shows up and says, What did I do now? Following the sound, Jiang Chuchu looked up, and bam! There's Gu Changge standing right in front of her. In her confusion, she even thought she was dreaming, completely frozen, unable to say a word. Gu Changge continues. You're hurt? What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Jiang Chuchu replies resentfully. None of your business. Gu Changge says. Okay, you said it yourself. I'm leaving then. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changge's figure completely disappeared. Jiang Chuchu was extremely shocked and exclaimed, You? You're really leaving? Wah. How can you be like this? I've given you everything. I didn't really want you to leave. But in reality, Gu Changge hasn't left. He's still quietly observing her, feeling helpless. Women are indeed difficult to understand. While she was crying miserably, Gu Changge appeared. He sat in front of her, their eyes met, sparking with love. After a moment of silence, Gu Changge took out a spiritual mushroom and said, This is 100-million-year-old heavenly spiritual mysterious mushroom from the 8 desolate 10 domains. It can even heal the injuries of a Taoist expert. Jiang Chuchu accepted the gift, gradually regained her composure, but still spoke with a hint of sadness. Didn't you say you would marry me? Gu Changge immediately asked back. So you're telling me to abandon Mingkong? When asked, she flinched and said, Of course not. I didn't mean that. Gu Changge continued. Isn't it clear then? Whether based on order or hierarchy, Mingkong is always before you, Miss Chuchu. You can't deny this, can you? You mean you'll still marry me later? I rushed to see you like this because I was worried you were overthinking things again. I knew it! What's wrong? I've conquered so many lands and territories. Are you afraid there won't be a place for you by my side? You don't trust me that much? Jiang Chuchu could only force a smile at this time. Then how long will I have to wait after them? Gu Changge immediately reassured. Trust me, that day won't be too far away. Okay, I'll wait for you. Then smile for your husband to see first, you cute little idiot. And then what had to happen, happened. Gu Changge always coaxed her a little, and then got lucky. They had moments of pure bliss, reluctant to leave each other. After successfully using her, Gu Changge quietly observed the magic weapon in front of him, thinking to himself. It seems that during this time, the power of faith gathered by the human ancestral hall is enough for the dark heavenly court to manifest again in the world. Now the rewards for killing Sons of Destiny are no longer significant. Might as well try to recruit them as my followers, thereby increasing the power of the dark heavenly court. Through these mediums, I can create something similar to a golden finger. Then let it rain artificial golden fingers. Hopefully the Sons of Destiny in these myriad worlds won't disappoint me. Finishing his train of thought, Gu Changge immediately released his spiritual power around him, no hesitation, Qiyu Chenchu style. It quickly spread throughout the lower realms. In some lower realm, a guy was cornered. Behind him was a deep abyss. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by a group of people in front of him. Run, why aren't you running anymore? Cornered, covered in wounds, but he still shouted, Chu Shu, come out and see me. I considered you the person I loved the most. Even risked my life to steal the breakthrough profound pill from the city lord's mansion. For you, why are you treating me like this? At that moment, a girl stepped out, smiling faintly, and said, Wang Qi,
Even now you still don't understand? You're so stupid and don't even know it? Being liked by a piece of trash like you? I feel like I've been tainted. Don't worry, I'll accept your breakthrough profound pill, so when I break through to the Divine Sea Realm, I can join the profound spiritual sect and be with Song Shixiang day and night. He smirked. Today you can't escape this calamity, and the Wang family behind you will also be buried because of your pill theft. Wang Qi furiously shouted. You damn cheating couple! If I survive this disaster, I will definitely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent quickly approached and attacked. Fast as lightning, a powerful palm struck straight into Wang Qi's stomach. First, cripple your Danshin. You'll fall into the abyss and despair to your death. Carried by the momentum, Wang Qi was knocked off the cliff without being able to resist. He was fuming, thinking, if the heavens have eyes, give me one more chance. Up on the cliff, they looked at each other, confused. One said, think he'll find some cheat-level technique falling down there and come back for revenge? Hearing this, that chick Chu Shui chuckled and said, HMPH? He already took Song Shixiang's bone-melting palm. His Danshin shattered. Unless a divine artifact shows up, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he's dead. They quickly left, while the sky poured rain, and coincidentally, the wisp of spiritual power Gu Yu Changge dropped into the lower realm passed by this place. Gu Yu Changge was still sitting, waiting for the harvest. Jiang Chuchu asked, confused. What are you doing? Gu Yu Changge casually replied, mass-producing MCs. Jiang Chuchu was even more confused, her eyes wide and blank. Gu Yu Changge laughed. I mean, these young lads. These sons of destiny are pretty interesting. Interesting? This is just some backwater lower realm. There are tons of guys like this. What's so special? Even an ant can dream of devouring an elephant, let alone these motivated youths. The more, the merrier, Gu Yu Changge thought to himself. At the same time, somewhere in the lower realm, many cultivators received a surge of power from the sky, which was exactly what Gu Yu Changge released. Their strength instantly and unexpectedly leveled up. Cut to Spring Breeze Jade Tower. Inside, Gu Yu Wudi was bruised all over, his face swollen and pathetic. Leaning on crutches, he reported, My lord, if it weren't for Bai Luju's timely arrival, I fear this subordinate would have truly lost his life. Gu Yu Changge coughed lightly. We underestimated the 2 ancient assassin organizations, Hell and Fudo. Their foundations are unfathomable. We've lost too many people to them already. Cough. Seems taking them over won't be as easy as we thought. Standing beside him, Bai Lianfair was also looking rough, her face bruised and swollen, her features distorted. She said sternly, Please be serious, my lord. We're discussing important matters. Gu Yu Changge stood up and said, The rapid rise of Spring Breeze Jade Tower is definitely going to be a thorn in the side of those 2 ancient assassin organizations. Moreover, there are even remnant immortals sitting in those 2 forces. With your current strength, directly confronting them is like throwing eggs at a rock. If we can find their headquarters, I have a way to seriously injure them. But I've been investigating for so long and still have no clues. There's a reason they've been able to hide for so many years, not revealing anything. No need to rush. I'll think of a way to force them out, but this might require the help of your father. Bai Lianhe remained silent. Cut to the Dao Immortal Alliance's territory. Voices echoed below. Rumor has it that Dao Immortal Alliance's shipment this time is being escorted by Daozi Lan Yifei. No one knows what's in that shipment that's so important. We really have to thank Lan Shixiang this time. Without him, we would never have discovered such a large mine. Moreover, it contains million-year profound Jade Immortal Marrow. If we can successfully escort this batch of profound Jade Immortal Marrow back to the sect, we'll make a great contribution and definitely be heavily rewarded. However, the person they were talking about didn't think so. Rewards? What kind of trash rewards? These guys are so naive. What I need are cultivation techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts. As long as it can make me stronger, I'll accept anything. But not those cheap, worthless rewards. At that moment, he sensed something was off, glanced back, and frowned, yelling, Who's there? Get out here! A cold laugh replied. Ha! As expected of the Tao Source true body, rumored to be able to become one with heaven and earth, with astonishing senses. No wonder I almost got killed by you that year. If it weren't for you, those muscle-brained idiots from the White Tiger Gang Metal would never have found me in their dreams, he muttered in surprise. Is it the demonic arts inheritor we chased down and forced into Demon Mountain that year? Above, Su Chingge appeared, saying, Surprised? I safely made it out of Demon Mountain. He frowned and said, That's not right. You're not the real demonic arts inheritor. How could someone who repeatedly escaped Gu Yu Changge be as weak as you? Su Chingge was furious, dark aura radiating around her. She gritted her teeth and growled, Lan Yifei,
Even you think I'm a fake? Faced with Su Ching's question, he could only force a laugh and say, well, even if I don't know how you learned such powerful demonic arts, are you only good at finding scapegoats? If the inheritor of the demonic arts was as stupid as you, they would have been done for long ago. What inheritance are you even talking about? Provoked, Su Chingge couldn't keep her cool, and her murderous aura surged. She immediately yelled, "Shut your mouth!" Immediately afterward, no one knew what happened, only that dust was flying everywhere, showing that the two had started fighting like cats and dogs. However, when the dust settled, he was still standing there, unscathed. He created a perfect shield around his body, and mocked at her miserable state. Haha, long time no see, you've improved, but you're just using demonic arts to forcibly raise your cultivation to the great saint realm. You're courting death if you want to attack this Dao Vuzi. Su Chingje thought, why is it so easy for him to deal with people of his generation like killing chickens and dogs? But in her heart, Gu Changge's image flashed briefly, and she felt lost. Could it be that I really don't have the qualifications to be by his side? Lan Yifei didn't hesitate, and immediately formed a hand seal to create a barrier. Aura emanated from his surroundings as he said coldly, although you are not the real inheritor of demonic arts, killing you can still increase my reputation a lot. Unexpectedly, Su Chingge said, I know who the real inheritor of demonic arts is. Lan Yifei was skeptical. What? Are you kidding me? Su Chingje interrupted. Of course I know, you said it yourself, he uses me like this. Treats my life as a tool to transfer hatred, isn't that my enemy? Hearing this, he thought to himself, a nobody for 20 years. If I expose this real inheritor of demonic arts, wouldn't all the patience and silence of the past years finally have its day? Thinking about it with satisfaction, he excitedly asked, who is it? Su Chingge replied, if you're interested in his identity, then we can make a deal. I'll tell you everything you want to know, and you'll use your identity as a Dao Xian alliance to collect the origin essence for me. What do you think? Lan Yifei sneered. Haha, ridiculous. I could just kill you and search your soul. Why would I need to make a deal with you? Su Ching confidently said. Although I can't beat you, you can't stop me from running. If you don't agree, I can add another condition, for example. The mental cultivation method of the devouring immortal demonic art. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Devouring immortal demonic art? Lan Yifei secretly calculated in his heart. If I can get that supreme demonic art, not to mention ordinary geniuses like Ye Langxian and Wang Wushuang, even those at the level of Lu Guanwang, Little War King and Wang Ziqin would have to kneel down and call me daddy if they met me. Even that Gu Changge might not be impossible to catch up with. A great opportunity. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Chingge continued to lure him. Although the Taoist forces in the upper realm all hate the inheritor of demonic arts, if they really have the opportunity to obtain the mental cultivation method of the devouring immortal demonic art, do you think they would want it or not? Think carefully. I'm not the only one who wants to cooperate with me. Without hesitation, Lan Yifei decisively said, I agree. Her plan achieved, Su Chingge secretly rejoiced in her heart. You called me stupid? Wait until you know the real identity of the inheritor of demonic arts, and see who's stupider. Thinking this, Su Chingge released a stream of demonic energy towards Lan Yifei and said, This is half of the first part of the devouring immortal demonic art. I can give it to you first, you can comprehend it yourself. As for the second half. Before she could finish, Lan Yifei interrupted. Then who is the real inheritor of demonic arts? Su Chingge said angrily. Your appetite is too big. Giving you half of this mental cultivation method today is already enough. As for the real inheritor of demonic arts, shouldn't I see your sincerity? Lan Yifei pondered for a few seconds and said, To the east of the Kangxian Heaven domain is the 100 Realms battlefield. Almost every day there will be geniuses from various realms coming here to train and kill. Go to the Xincheng town boundary, and with this token, you can easily cross the sea. As he spoke, he handed a token to Su Chingge. Su Chingge took the token, her heart filled with thoughts. I must reach the Saint Realm before I meet Gu Changge again. At least that way I can stand in front of him and question him. Scene changes to somewhere else. Bai Kun painfully coughed up blood, spitting out a large mouthful. Bai Lianhe stood beside him worriedly calling, Father! Beside him, the disciple was also stunned, calling out in confusion, Shifu! Bai Kun struggled to say. The appearance of the immortal dew is related to a tree. When the daddio fruit matures, the rules of heaven and earth will completely merge, and the immortal dew will naturally appear. Hearing this, Gu Changge pondered in his heart, it must be referring to the epoch Dao fruit of the epoch tree. Currently, the epoch Dao fruit has not yet matured, so the matter of the immortal dew will be put on hold for now. I must deal with these two organizations, Hell and Fudo, first, otherwise it will affect my next plan. Suddenly, Gu Changge spoke up. You still have to help me deduce one more thing. Hearing this, Bai Lianhe angrily shouted, My father has already suffered such a backlash, and you still want to make him deduce more? You're too much. Gu Changge smiled, and said indifferently. I didn't say I would make your father deduce more. At this moment, all eyes turned to the disciple, who blankly opened his eyes wide in confusion, then raised his hand to point directly at his face, as if to confirm his guess. Without giving him time to recover, Gu Changge quickly made him deduce, until his body was withered and demonic, his mouth constantly coughing up blood. Watching Bai Lianhe worriedly from afar. Is the hiding place of hell and Fudo so difficult to deduce? It's been several hours and it hasn't ended yet? Gu Changge said nothing, only offering her a warm cup of tea. Bai Lianhe resolutely refused. I won't drink it. Meanwhile, Gu Changge is still chillin', sipping tea like he ain't got a care in the world. Girl beside him's like, why isn't this dude panicking? Right then, that disciple's body suddenly explodes with power. A blinding light erupts, and in like 1 second flat, he's charred to a crisp, clothes shredded, still smoking like a barbecue gone wrong. Gu Changge, all pleased, like, can conceal the heavenly secrets and resolve heavenly punishment. This kid's actually perfect to be your dad's disciple. Meanwhile, Bai Lianhe is freaking out. Bai Hua, you okay? He croaks. I saw it. Scene cuts to the battlefield of 100 worlds. Xicheng town boundary. All hazy, dreamy vibes. Someone's yelling, all right, line up. Anyone caught flying gets iced. Is this seriously the first town in the battlefield of 100 worlds? It's even more majestic than our Yun Tiankui. Up high, cultivators are gossiping. HMPH, these plebs must be seeing the upper realm for the first time, huh? Such pathetic appearances, weak sauce cultivation. They're just asking to die in the battlefield of 100 worlds. Pick out a few with decent talent and pretty faces to take back as cauldrons. Shuiyan, the sect leader's daughter, turns to Lu Ming, of Qinghong Ancient Realm's Heavenly Rainbow Profound Sect, and asks, Third Elder, are we after the victory token, or the world luck energy in the battlefield of 100 worlds? Lu Ming, my father told me to keep that on the DL. Lu Ming says nothing more, just thinks to himself. The victory token gets you into an upper realm sect. The world luck energy affects the evolution, growth, prosperity, and decline of our world. Looks like the sect leader wants both. Greedy bastard. Down below, the guards are yelling, anyone entering the city, whether you're from the lower realm or from who knows where, line up for inspection. Now! This one inspector is so perverted he's straight up groping girls' butts before letting them pass. Like, bro, get a grip. Go on, you're clear. What's the big deal? It's just an inspection. The girl is pissed but can't do anything, just clenches her fist in frustration. Next up, he smirks. Your turn. Dressed like that, 80% chance you're sus. Take off the cloak, let's have a look-see. But Su Changge doesn't say a word, just flashes a token in his face. He stutters. D Dao. Dao child token. WTF. You don't need to be inspected, go on through. The crowd's stunned. Shuyan's all like, Dao child token? What's that? Lu Ming. Probably a token from some big shot. Shuyan. Stick with us later, don't let anyone get handsy. Shuyan. Got it. Just like that, Su Changge slips through, thinking. His wedding with Yu Ming is in half a year. I heard the heavenly fiend ancestor is gonna pull something on the big day. Is she planning to crash the party? 2. I'm basically a nobody compared to them. Better not dwell on it, I won't be seeing him anytime soon anyway. Just then, a dragon-shaped silhouette soars overhead. The crowd's like, what's that, a Azure Dragon? Looks like it ain't landed. How dare you? Who is it that dares to disrespect the rules of our town boundary city? You think riding a Azure Dragon lets you ignore our town boundary city's rules? State your name! The guard behind him whispers, face turning purple. Boss, I think that's young Master Change. Immediately, the boss barks, quick! Open the barriers and let young Master Change through. You blind bastards, hee hee, welcome young Master Change. Down below they're all confused. Didn't they say flying was forbidden, and anyone who broke the rule would be killed? Lu Ming says, if you're strong enough, you can step on the rules. Shu Yan's bewildered. Lu Ming, our Qinghong ancient realm is so small. Even those guards are hard for us to handle. Yet some random person can come along and make them bend over backward and break the rules. Lu Ming replies. If we can become someone like that, we won't have to be so pathetic. And with that, Gu Changge struts deeper inside. Down below, Su Changge senses a familiar yet strange aura. Why is he here? Yeah, inside the dungeon, bones scattered everywhere, a chick was beaten to a pulp, but she still refused to spill the beans. I ain't saying shit. Hearing that, the dude snapped and attacked her with demonic energy. A wave of intense pressure crashed down. He said coldly, if you won't talk, I can just rip the answers from your soul. And so, he tortured a helpless girl with gritted teeth. What a creep. Then, he waved his hand and sent her flying. I always felt like Great Yu Pavilion and Gu Changge were linked. Why else would they keep getting intel and ruining our plans? Because of Gu Change's appearance, the entire 100 Worlds battlefield is stirring with hidden currents. The higher-ups think Gu Changge is basically at the top of the food chain in the upper realm, untouchable. What could be in the 100 Worlds battlefield that Gu Changge would even want? For him to show up personally? Choosing some capable lackeys? Or maybe some godly techniques? Or even some rare treasures? Go warn the other village chiefs to be vigilant. Absolutely no leaks. In the eastern part of the 6 major areas, in Vermilion Bird Ward, Gu Changge was leisurely sipping tea, listening to a report from his subordinate. Reporting, "Young Master, the 100 Worlds battlefield is divided into 6 major areas: Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Underworld, and Heavenly Emperor. Each ward has 108 cities. The cities are constantly at war, plundering resources, wealth, and even women. Almost every victory triggers a major war. Slaughter and chaos are the rules of this place. Anyone who breaks the rules gets ganked by the city patrol. There used to be a guy named Du Guihua, who almost single-handedly shattered the order here, but he was ultimately wiped out by a joint force of experts. For years, the 100 Worlds battlefield has remained stable. Cultivators from the lower realm don't dare break the rules, and can only obediently slaughter each other, becoming fresh blood for the wards. The guy reporting was a middle-aged man who looked harmless, always wearing a flattering smile. He was the branch manager of the Myriad Dao Business Alliance in the 100 Worlds battlefield, a quasi-supreme realm cultivator, in charge of all transactions here. To outsiders, he's super mysterious, rarely appearing in public. Even the big shots of the cities can't easily meet him. Because the Myriad Dao Business Alliance controls trade routes throughout the heavens, its power is unfathomable. Even the immortal forces don't dare offend it easily. After listening, Gu Changge put down his teacup, sighing softly, and thought to himself, "This is a perfect breeding ground for Gu worms. How did I not think of this before?" He came to the 100 Worlds battlefield because of the visions that Baihua showed him, indicating clues to paradise and hell were here. After sending people to investigate, it was as expected. This place constantly absorbs cultivators from the lower realm, becoming a never-ending source of cannon fodder, which is the foundation of those 2 ancient organizations. To cultivate killing intent from a young age, they deliberately pit the wards against each other. What a brilliant scheme. Gu Changge shook his head in admiration. Gu Changge understood the origin of the 100 Worlds battlefield. But if he wanted to take this opportunity to directly destroy hell and paradise, it wouldn't be easy. If he revealed his intentions too hastily, he'd stir up a hornet's nest. "I'll be staying here for a while," Gu Changge said casually. "Young master, rest assured, I've made all the arrangements," the man replied immediately. Gu Changge nodded, waving him away. But the middle-aged man hesitated, glancing at the girl beside him, then, gritting his teeth, said, "Young master, this is my daughter, Chingje. She has always admired you, and has grown up in the 100 Worlds battlefield since she was a child. If possible, please let her take care of your daily life. She's very familiar with the 6 wards and 108 cities here, and can help you with many things." Hearing this, Chinger's eyes widened, her small hands clenched slightly, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement. In the 100 Worlds battlefield, Xinger is a genuine young miss. Even the lords behind the 6 major wards have to show some respect to the Myriad Dao Business Alliance. As the daughter of the branch manager, she can basically roam the 100 Worlds battlefield without anyone daring to offend her. Yet, she proactively asked to serve Gu Changge. "Down bad much?" the girl stammered shyly. "Young master, Chinger." Gu Changge was a little surprised, raising an eyebrow, sizing her up and down, saying coldly, "Old man, you've got some nerve. Trying to slip someone next to me. Trying to climb the ladder?" Both of them knelt down immediately, their faces pale with fear. Chinghe said quickly, "Young master, father definitely has no other intentions. It's just that I genuinely admire you, so I took the opportunity to follow my father here." The old man stammered along. "It's my fault, I apologize." Gu Changge interrupted. "You're familiar with the 100 Worlds battlefield? Fine, then stay. Tell me about the Gu worm-raising rules of the 100 Worlds battlefield. I want to see it for myself." Getting his agreement, Chinger's eyes lit up with excitement, and she said hastily, thank you, young master." She understood Gu Change's meaning, referring to the rule that the wards are forced to slaughter each other. To external cultivators, it really is like raising Gu worms, choosing the strongest from countless survivors. She collected her composure, explaining seriously, "Once a month, the 108 cities in each ward will sound the war horn. All cultivators who have joined the ward are required to participate, or they'll be executed before the battle begins as a sacrifice to the flag. Only neutral forces are exempt from war. As for the young cultivators from the lower realm, After joining the ward, they'll enter the realm of fortune competition. Even within the same ward, they must kill each other, keeping only the strongest. Each person has a token to accumulate points, based on the cultivation of the opponent killed. The scoreboard arena. Gu Changge nodded slightly, understanding roughly. It sounded like a cruel survival game. Every cultivator who sets foot here becomes a pawn, using accumulated points to decide their survival. The one with the highest score has a chance to survive. Moreover, points can be used as currency in the cities, exchanged for techniques, divine powers, pills, and weapons. This is clearly a perfect method to cultivate young assassins, that those cultivators are completely unaware they are just seedlings being nurtured. Chingritter continued. In addition, in the arenas deep within the major ward markets, there are life and death battles every day. Among the watching cultivators, some specialize in betting, while others come from the outside world, specifically to recruit slaves or talented followers. So, there are death matches in Vermilion Bird Ward tonight? Gu Changge asked with interest. Chinger nodded. Vermilion Bird Ward has 108 cities, and almost every city has death matches. But the main city where we are has the largest arena, the most gathered cultivators, and those who participate here also receive more points. Then I'll go check out this so-called death match tonight. Gu Changge smiled faintly. Gu Changge believed that there were definitely forces behind these arenas controlling them. As long as he followed the clues, he would eventually find the hiding places of hell and paradise. Young master wants to go in person? Chinger was surprised. Then I'll make arrangements immediately. In her eyes, besides surprise, there was also a hint of barely concealed excitement. Chinger had grown up in the battlefield since she was a child, and she had long been accustomed to such cruel death matches, so she no longer found them novel. Meanwhile, Gu Changge was in the battlefield, secretly searching for the traces of hell and paradise, in a place hundreds of millions of miles away. On an island radiating brilliant light, immortal energy swirled like a fairy realm. A slender girl in white was staring blankly at a spirit pond covered in mist, her eyes full of disbelief. I passed your trial? Big Ching, you almost killed me. How did you find such a weird place? But doing so will make my strength skyrocket. When the time comes, I'll find Gu Changge to spar and scare him shitless. Gu Xianxia, still not recovered from what had just happened, muttered. Her face, originally as cold as a fairy, now a little dazed. Before, she was lured by the red bird, with some mumbo-jumbo, leading to this desolate island, which was countless miles away from the center of the upper realm. The island was covered with formation restrictions and countless terrifying trials that were set up long ago. To be able to leave, she had to overcome them all. She didn't know how many times she had failed, and she had even almost lost her life. After a long and arduous time, she barely managed to break all the restrictions and overcome all the challenges. But the price also brought great benefits. Her cultivation and comprehension improved dramatically. Don't stand there blankly. The pond of rebirth is about to dissipate. Don't you want to see anything? Big Red Bird said with disdain, glancing at her and urging. Pond of rebirth. Can it really see the future? Gu Changge was still skeptical, her bright eyes staring at the spirit pond in front of her. Finally, she closed her eyes gently. Compared to the past, she wanted to know what her future would be like even more. Boom! The water of Wangsheng Pond began to surge with ripples. The originally clear water suddenly shone brightly, glittering like an ancient mirror, reflecting both the past and the future. The image of Gu Changge appeared, terrifying and cold-blooded, with corpses piled high. It was as if Gu Changge had become a completely different person. Upon seeing that image, Gu Xianxia fearfully widened her eyes in shock. She stammered in horror. Why? Why is it like this? Why did the future turn out like this? She hadn't regained her senses, continuously muttering, her face pale. Gu Changge, he can't become like that. I have to go find him now. Far away, Gu Changge had no idea that just seeing a glimpse of the future had shaken Gu Xianxia's mental state so violently. At this moment, Gu Changge was heading towards the arena deep within the Vermilion Bird District's main city with Xianxia. As she led the way, she said, in the arena, besides those who accumulate points through slaughter, there are also many criminals brought in by various Dao Tong forces, using death matches to atone for their crimes. Around the arena are actually countless dungeons, holding criminals from ancient clans, supreme great sects, ancient royal families, and even immortal Dao Tong. For various reasons, they are brought here to accumulate points, exchanging them for something to be pardoned and leave. There are also rumors that these people are actually death warriors, secretly cultivated by their own Dao Tong, thrown into the arena to hone their life and death skills. In the arena, these criminals kill each other for the entertainment and betting of outside cultivators. Some are bought by customers and branded as slaves, living as slaves for life, while others personally enter the arena, using death row inmates to hone their life and death skills. Saying this, Changge turned to Gu Changge and said, "Young master, how about I clean up first, to avoid those insects ruining your enjoyment?" Gu Changge replied, "No need. I prefer to keep a low profile." Night deepened. Jade boats and phoenix ships glided across the lake like shooting stars. Cultivators from all directions flocked here, the stream of people endless. Among them, many came from the lower realm, wanting to witness the cruelty of the 100-realm battlefield. A group from the Azure Rainbow Ancient Realm was also here. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and a few young prodigies followed behind a Confucian, scholar-robed man, their guide. Once inside, you can only watch. Absolutely do not cause trouble. No matter what happens, you must endure. If there is a life-or-death conflict, I can't save you. The Confucian scholar-robed man's voice was full of worry, his heart filled with cold sweat. In this place he was just a small fry, not daring to offend anyone. What made him most uneasy was that there were several extremely beautiful young women in the group. In the battlefield, resources, cultivation techniques, and women were all things to be fought over. When the ship docked, the scene before them stunned everyone. Palaces and pavilions hung in the void. Array patterns flowed, and mist lingered, looking no different from a celestial palace. This is the arena? Lu Ming was astonished. Just then, a soaring aura came from the east. A group of beings with horned heads and wings on their backs, their chi and blood surging, descended from a jade boat. The surrounding ancient royal families immediately avoided them, and the Azure Rainbow Ancient Realm group also hurriedly made way. But their movements were still slow. Where did these insects come from? Daring to block our path? A burly man, his chi and blood as violent as a ferocious beast, coldly rebuked. He was from the ancient Mammoth clan, and as his murderous intent descended, Lu Ming and Shui Yan only felt their souls freeze. "We're done for!" Shui Yan exclaimed. "How can you do this? We're not criminals!" Hearing this, he immediately turned to Xu Yan and shouted, "If you insects don't understand human language, then go die!" As he shouted, his foot rushed forward. In a life-or-death situation, a hand suddenly reached out, blocking the opponent's attack. And then both Lu Ming and Shui Yan fell to the ground, surrounded by pitying gazes. In this place, no one cares if the weak die. Shu Yan was bewildered. "Lu Ming, what should we do now?" He thought to himself. "Too strong. If it were a normal one-on-one fight, I wouldn't be a match at all. Unless..." Just then, they turned to look at each other. "Chin, brother, I think these lower realm women have some charm. It would be a pity to kill them. How about we take them back as female slaves?" Another person chimed in. "If Jin, brother, likes them, then I'll kick that guy to death. As for this woman, I'll beat her half to death and offer her to Jin, brother." "Ha ha!" The group burst into laughter. Hearing this, Lu Ming angrily shouted, "You're taking things too far!" He sneered. "You? Do you have some misunderstanding about your status and position? You're just insects." Just then, Xianxia stepped forward and said, "I get it. You even dare to bring these two insects here to bore young master. Are you tired of living?" All the cultivators present widened their eyes, looking at the scene before them with both shock and fear. Who was Xingteker? In the Vermilion Bird District, even throughout the 100-realm battlefield, her identity had never been a secret. Many people who had been here for a while recognized her. But now, this person who was considered the young miss of the 100-realm battlefield was respectfully standing next to a young man in white. Combined with what happened yesterday in the Boundary Town, did they still need to guess this person's identity? Young Master Change, he actually appeared here. Countless cultivators, minds were buzzing like they'd been struck by lightning. No one expected that, in this situation, they would actually see Gu Changge with their own eyes. In the shadows, the big shots who were originally hiding also took a deep breath, their expressions changing drastically. No one dared to continue hiding. One by one, they hurriedly appeared, respectfully bowing. Because currently in the upper realm, Gu Changge was an existence of unparalleled power and influence. Just a word from him could change the world. Even the holy masters of the immortal great sects and the ancient ancestors had to be polite and cautious in front of him, let alone these young ancient royal families before them. They had just dared to send that red-skirted girl flying in front of Gu Changge, blocking his path into the arena. In everyone's eyes, wasn't that just courting death? In an instant, the gazes towards the ancient royal families turned to pity, even a bit of schadenfreude. They were usually so arrogant and domineering. Today they finally kicked the hardest iron plate. The faces of the ancient royal families were pale, they clasped their hands, and said in a pleading voice, We didn't know young Master Change was here. Please, young master, be generous and spare our lives. You're courting death, no one can save you today." Changge coldly looked at the ancient royal family member who had just attacked.
She didn't even need to give an order. In the shadows, the subordinates who always followed in secret immediately appeared, turning into streaks of black shadows that enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the ancient royal family member was sent flying into the river. A desperate scream rang out, and on the clear, mirror-like surface of the lake, fresh blood suddenly splattered. Giant ferocious beasts leaped out from the bottom of the lake, their mouths opening wide with terrifying fangs. They were like sharks smelling blood, instantly tearing his body apart. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and, in an instant, that body was crushed into a rain of blood, disappearing into the waves, not even leaving a complete corpse. The entire arena was silent. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. They had just been so arrogant and domineering, but now they had become food for the ferocious beasts in the lake. The remaining disciples of the ancient royal families had pale faces, their bodies trembling, afraid of being the next one thrown down there. Changge turned back, her eyes cold as ice.
Young master, what should we do with the rest?
She was born and raised in the 100-realm battlefield, and had long been accustomed to life and death. Killing a few ancient royal families was nothing to her. Moreover, today, Gu Yu Changge was behind her. Unexpectedly, Gu Yu Changge lightly let them off. He gently took a handkerchief from his chest pocket and said, "Young ladies, my apologies, this is not their fault. Moreover, this young lady is also a victim."
Saying this, Gu Yu Changge offered the handkerchief to Shu Yan, but that very calmness only made people even more afraid. Shu Yan received the handkerchief from Gu Yu Changge, her heart all aflutter. Meanwhile, Gu Yu Changge kept running his mouth. "This world is just like this.
The weak are devoured by the strong. All things fight for survival. If you don't want to end up like today, treated like meat on a chopping block just for getting in someone's way, then you need to make your fists stronger, or find a ridiculously powerful backer." Shu Yan quickly replied, "Yes. Thank you so much for saving my life, milord." Gu Yu Changge left just as quickly. Changge looked at the two ancient royal family disciples kneeling on the ground and asked, "Young master, what about these two?" Gu Yu Changge casually replied,
"Just let them go. They were just ignorant, and I'm not the type to go around killing people." Overjoyed to be spared, they burst into tears, thanking him frantically. "Thank you, young Master Changge, for your mercy and generosity in not killing us."
Lu Ming watched the scene, and an inexplicable feeling of discomfort welled up in his heart. Shu Yan hugged the handkerchief tightly like a treasure. She understood that from tonight onwards, no one would dare to make things difficult for her again. When Gu Yu Changge left, Lu Ming spoke up. "Third Elder, you've been to the upper realm many times. What kind of person is he anyway?" The elder said emotionally. "That's the famous young Master Changge. I'm actually lucky enough to be saved by young Master Changge. It's unbelievable."
"Shu Yan, you must keep this handkerchief carefully. Who knows, it might save our lives in the future."
She then tucked the handkerchief into her chest like it was the most precious thing in the world, and replied, "I will definitely keep it close to me." And where she tucked it was a bit sensitive, embracing her full, round assets. Lu Ming, standing beside her, was so jealous his eyes were popping out. He thought bitterly, "Seriously? Does she have to keep it that close?" And so, Gu Yu Changge and Changge went to the highest point to easily observe the arena, leaving behind a buzz of discussion. "So that's the real face of young Master Changge? I didn't expect to meet him here. Rumor has it that he has already attained enlightenment. I wonder if it's true, considering how young he is." Impossible. Those who attain enlightenment are all old monsters who have lived for millions of years.
Young Master Changge has only been around for a few years. Mixed in the crowd, Su Changge thought to herself. "You're still the same, casually releasing that fake kindness, making people spin around you, just like I did back then,
only to be ruthlessly used and discarded by you in the end." At this moment, the stands were packed with cultivators from all forces, all staring excitedly at the arena below, the atmosphere extremely lively. Between the seating areas, there was a special layer of formation separating them. However, for cultivators with high cultivation levels, this barrier was almost useless. They could still easily observe the movements around them. Even so, if they peeked around carelessly, they could easily be seen as a provocation by the old monsters. Therefore, no one would be foolish enough to do so, unless it was absolutely necessary. When he learned that Gu Yu Changge had appeared, the person in charge of the gladiatorial arena immediately came to greet him personally, arranging for him the best room from which he could observe the entire arena. Gu Yu Changge said, "It seems there are quite a few people here. Aren't you afraid they'll take the opportunity to join forces and escape?" Changge replied, "Reporting to young master, there are formation runes carved on the walls here, which can be activated when needed. Their power is considerable, and can control even cultivators below the supreme level. But many people participate in the fights here, mainly for the accumulation points on their opponents, so they wouldn't run away mid-battle." Gu Yu Changge continued.
"Changge, Bring me the list of those participating in the fights tonight.
Yes. Qing Haller quickly brought the list of participants from tonight's fights and presented it to him. Among these names were death row inmates from Vermilion Bird Ward and geniuses from the outside world who had come to train. Gu Changge glanced through it a few times and then put it down. Relying on this list alone, he couldn't find any clues about Hell or Fudo. Tracing back to their headquarters would be like finding a needle in a haystack. He frowned slightly. If Hell and Fudo are smart enough, they should be wary of my appearance here. The deeper I investigate, the less likely I am to gain anything. Thinking so, he suddenly changed his approach. The Jade Green Tower has risen rapidly in recent years, becoming a thorn in the side of Hell and Fudo. These two long-standing assassin organizations must have investigated the origins of the Jade Green Tower and even tried to plant people inside. And the Myriad Dowd Commerce Union has recently had close ties with the Jade Green Tower. Behind the Myriad Dowd Commerce Union, his shadow is everywhere. In other words, as soon as I appeared in the 100-realm battlefield, Hell probably took notice. If so, continuing to dig secretly will only make the other side more vigilant. Perhaps I should go with the flow and change my approach. He sighed softly. Throughout countless eras, Hell and Fudo have survived countless pursuits by major Dao lineages, so they can't be underestimated. For example, Hell is rumored to have 10 courts, each managing a different area of assassination and underground transactions in the upper realm. 30 million years ago, the head of one court, Xin Guangwang, was ambushed and severely injured in Mengyin Mountain and died. That event nearly collapsed one court, and even high-level officials such as judges, Meng Pa, and black and white impermanents were purged by other courts. From then on, the Dao lineages discovered that the internal affairs of Hell were not as united as they imagined. Gu Changge had read these records in the ancient books of the Gu family. He thought to himself, in any case, the heads of the 10 courts of Hell are not ordinary people, let alone the Lord of Hell. But I'm already here, so let's join the game. Time flies like a dog running in the fields, and the exciting matches explode. In the stands, countless cultivators watched intently, some with bloodlust and excitement in their eyes, others with anxiety. After the host announced the rules of the match and introduced the backgrounds of the two people, the fight officially began. The light of divine powers exploded brilliantly. Formation runes spread out like restrictions, sealing the space, dense killing moves, raging divine fire, sword qua tearing the sky, blood and bones everywhere. A shocking scene. If there weren't formations to suppress it, the shockwaves of the battle alone would be enough to destroy the entire area. The two who dared to step onto the stage were clearly not ordinary people. They fought hundreds of rounds, back and forth, a suffocatingly brutal battle. One person was torn apart, blood spurting like a fountain, but still remained expressionless, continuing to fight desperately. Die, Gale Slash! But she was not to be outdone, immediately wrapping herself tightly around the sword in his hand, causing him to be stunned. Not stopping there, she pierced through him in the blink of an eye, more savage than a goose. Looking at the jaw-dropping fight, the people on the fortress cheered incessantly. Good, very good. He calls himself the pride of Heishan, but he fights like garbage. What a waste. A girl standing beside Lu Ming softly spoke. Is this the kind of private fighting we're about to face? Senior brother Lu, are you confident of winning? He said sternly. It's a 50-50 chance, but I need challenges like this to become stronger. Junior sister Shu Yan, don't. But before he could finish, Lu Ming stopped abruptly, filled with disappointment, as Shui Yan's eyes were fixed on Gu Changge. In her eyes, there was a lingering infatuation, and she was completely oblivious to everything around her. Standing beside her, the elder stroked his beard and muttered, So young Master Changge is sitting there. Immediately, Lu Ming glared at Gu Changge with fury. Over here, he continued to fawn over Shu Yan. Miss Shu Yan, if that person has noticed you, you must find a way to approach him again. This will be infinitely beneficial for you, as well as the sect behind you, and even the realm where you are. You can easily obtain the realm's fortune chi without even participating in the 100-realm battlefield. Hearing this, Lu Ming's fist clenched in his sleeve, and he shouted angrily, What do you take Zhu Yan for? An object to be exchanged for benefits? Third Elder, you shouldn't speak nonsense anymore. The elder froze for a few seconds. Lu Ming. The person didn't let him finish. Shu Yan, interrupted Lu Ming. Third Elder is also thinking for our sect. What are you doing? All right, let's watch the match. On the stage, the match ended. The winner lives. The loser dies. And their accumulation points are immediately plundered. Immediately after, another death row inmate steps out, starting the second match, then the third, and so on. Gu Changge watched until the fourth match, and finally, with a hint of regret, shook his head and left. Let's bounce. Qing Changge was slightly surprised to hear this. Young master, aren't you going to watch anymore? Gu Changge smiled faintly. Just a bunch of noobs pecking at each other, nothing worth watching.
The people who were always watching his every move were immediately shaken. It seems he really came here to select something. Shui Yan, who was observing from afar, was also extremely disappointed. He's already left. She couldn't stop feeling flustered and then took out the handkerchief Gu Changge gave her, her cheeks flushed with emotion. Lu Ming watched her expression, green, with so much envy he could spit nails. Deep within the shadows of the 100 Realms battlefield, a gloomy palace stood. Several terrifying figures loomed within the swirling black mist, their gazes as deep as abysses, even showing scenes of collapsing stars and shattered worlds. Beneath their feet lay a mountain of white bones, including those of ancient sages, supreme corpses from recent Keyuan, and even the finger bones of someone who attained the Dao. Each bone shimmered, still radiating undissipated divinity. For assassins walking in the shadows, each skeleton here was a glorious battle achievement. Their owners once held distinguished positions. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify as exhibits in this hall. Hell had a total of 10 palaces, each existing in a separate, secret space. Even the palace lords didn't know each other's coordinates. That was why Hell could survive countless eras, narrowly avoiding encirclement and annihilation by the great Dalasio lineages. But today, 6 palace lords had gathered. Since Hell's inception, such a scene was extremely rare. Each occurrence signified a major event related to survival. A figure shrouded in black mist spoke, his voice deep. We can't rush this. We're still unclear about Gu Change's intentions. We shouldn't act rashly for now. The power behind him is too terrifying. If we confront him head-on, we'll only end up as minced meat. Another palace lord continued. If he only came to select followers, it'd be easier to deal with, but I don't believe that Spring Wind Jade Tower has no connection with him. Each Hell Palace lord is a being of overwhelming slaughter, with countless lives on their hands. They can make anyone disappear from the 100 Realms battlefield in silence. But this person is Gu Changge. His strength is so great that few in the upper realm can resist him now. Even heavily injured, he could still face several Dao attainers from the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty alone. Facing such a character, even Hell didn't dare to act recklessly. In the gloomy hall, the atmosphere turned heavy. A game of chess had quietly begun. One palace lord said in a deep voice, "Unfortunately, the first palace lord hasn't reached that realm yet. If all 10 of us joined forces to set up the Dusky Heaven Extermination Hell Immortal Slaughter Formation, we might stand a chance against Gu Changge." Another palace lord's eyes were cold, and killing intent overflowed. If we could kill Gu Changge, Hell's reputation would surely return to its peak. What would we have to fear then? The Dusky Heaven Extermination Hell Immortal Slaughter Formation was a secret great formation passed down from the ancient epoch, requiring all palace lords to jointly cast it. Its power was so terrifying that it was rumored to be able to slay immortals. But 30 million years ago, the previous first palace lord was ambushed, heavily injured, and disappeared. The current successor hasn't reached the previous realm, and isn't strong enough to maintain the Great Formation. Even so, they didn't want to directly confront Gu Changge unless absolutely necessary. On the Vermilion Bird faction's side, in an eastern palace area of the Vermilion Bird faction, after returning from the gladiatorial arena, the Qinghong Ancient Realm group explained everything to the elders, and then returned to their rooms to rest. Lu Ming returned to his room, carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirmed that no one was watching, closed the windows tightly, and set up isolation barriers. Then he calmly spoke, as if talking to himself. You promised that when I came to the upper realm, you would give me a great opportunity. As he finished speaking, a faint light suddenly flashed in his sleeve, and a fragment of stone like amber appeared in mid-air, radiating brilliant divine light. The surrounding space immediately became translucent. From within the stone fragment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out, calm and filled with vicissitudes. I never thought I would have a day to return to the upper realm. Lu Ming was used to this scene. His expression remained calm. Senior once swore on your Dao heart that if I reached the upper realm, you would grant me a great opportunity. He had picked up this stone fragment when he was young, after a star fell into his backyard. From then on, it absorbed the spiritual energy he cultivated, and returned it purer, helping him lay an extremely solid foundation. Later, he discovered that there was a separate space inside the stone fragment, where time flowed much slower. Techniques that required months, even a year to comprehend, only needed less than half a month inside. Because of this, Lu Ming quickly became famous, became a local genius, and then joined Shui Yan's sect, giving him the opportunity to come to the upper realm to participate in the 100 Realms War. But after joining the sect, he discovered that there was also a remnant soul within the stone fragment. That remnant soul once tried to seize his body, but failed, because his body was too weak at the time to accommodate it. From then on, Lu Ming remained vigilant, only accepting the promise to bring him to the upper realm. Inside the stone fragment, the middle-aged man laughed. Little brat, when I roamed the world, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. How dare you doubt me? The image in the stone fragment was blurry, but still exuded an arrogant aura, still carrying the invincible demeanor of his past, even with only a trace of a remnant soul. Lu Ming was neither arrogant nor servile. Junior wouldn't dare to doubt you. I only hope that Senior keeps your word. The middle-aged man snorted lightly. In those days, I stood shoulder to shoulder with the lords of the saints. Even though I was ambushed by great enemies, I still survived. How could I lack a small opportunity for you? Lu Ming remained silent. After tonight at the gladiatorial arena, he felt his weakness even more deeply. Even Shui Yan, who used to be close to him, was gradually drifting away. He had to become stronger. Only then could he keep everything. The middle-aged man continued. This stone was originally a 7-layered divine weapon that I found in the desolate starfield. After the Great War of the past, it shattered, leaving only this fragment. I will transmit to you the method to activate it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of golden light shot into Lu Ming's brow. An ancient heavenly scripture flooded his mind. Each word shone brightly, and was dignified, making it hard to look directly at. Lu Ming trembled with shock. In the Qinghong ancient realm, he had never seen such profound scripture. If I had this sooner. Quote. Joy and ambition arose in his heart, but the middle-aged man continued. Don't be too happy yet. I said before, after arriving in the upper realm, you must find an organization called Hell. Find their contact person, and at that time, I will grant you an opportunity many times greater. The 100 Realms War is not worth mentioning. His voice was full of confidence and pride. 30 million years ago, he was in existence that even the heads of great sects had to fear. And now, he was preparing to use Lu Ming to return to this game. Thus, violent battles erupted, and killings took place everywhere. Lu Ming and the others also had to struggle to withstand the torrent of blades. Miss Shu Yan, be careful. But just as he was about to kill Shu Yan, another person hurriedly stopped him. He was puzzled. What are you doing blocking me? Let's go, we can't kill her. This woman is protected by young Master Changge. Hearing this, Shu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He saved me once again. The girl behind her was also happy for her. This is truly a protective charm. I'm so envious of you, Shu Yan. But there was someone who didn't like this at all, and that was the love-stricken Lu Ming. He gnashed his teeth in resentment. So what was I risking my life in front for? At the same time, Qing was still leading Gu Yu Changge to explore this place. In his heart, Gu Yu Changge thought, these assassins are stronger than cultivators of the same realm. They must also be one of the sources of manpower for Hell and the floating pagoda. I just need to secretly plant the grafting immortal spell on them, then wait for them to be selected into the organization. And also those who win in the 100 Realms War. I must choose a few of them as well. After that near-death experience, Shu Yan's squad was still hyped AF. One of the girls squealed. Our Qinghong ancient realm might actually crack the top 30 this time, all thanks to Shimei Shuiyan. Shu Yan nodded. Yeah, we never even dreamed of top 100 before. It's all thanks to young Master Changge's blessing. Didn't expect him to be so OP and kind. She then thought to herself, wonder if he's married. Oh right, Shimei Shuiyan, what are your plans after the Great Battle of the Realms ends? Shuiyan paused. Well, I'll probably try to stay in the upper realm. True, Shimei Shuiyan is a genius in our realm. Plus, with that big shot's favor, staying in the upper realm shouldn't be hard. Exactly. If you and Lu Ming can both stay, our Qinghong ancient realm might actually rise up. In her heart, she secretly resolved. I will stay in the upper realm. Just then, a voice boomed from outside the gate. Is Miss Shu Yan here? Following the sound, Lu Ming glared at the guy and snapped, Who are you? How did you find this place? The old man smiled. I'm the manager of the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance on the battlefield of the realms, here specifically on young Master Gun's orders to invite Miss Shu Yan. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, jaws dropped. Total shock. The manager of the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance? He's here on young Master Gu's orders to invite Shimei Shu Yan? Just how high up is the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance's manager? His status isn't any lower than the overlord behind Vermilion Bird Pavilion. And he's super mysterious. Normally, meeting him is harder than ascending to heaven. Who would have thought he'd show up in person today and actively seek out Shimei Shui Yan and the young master he mentioned? That can only be that guy. Thinking of this, the Qinghong ancient realm gang was shook, and their gaze toward Shui Yan instantly filled with awe and admiration. But, completely opposite to their expectations, Lu Ming was super pissed about this. Which makes sense, right? Watching the person you simp for be head over heels for another guy? Pain. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, that guy definitely has ulterior motives with Shu Yan. Without hesitation, Shu Yan was pushed forward. This is a huge blessing, Shu Yan. Don't keep young Master Gu waiting. If you make it big later, don't forget about us.
Lu Ming froze for a few seconds, speechless, just stammering. Zhu! In a flash, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Chaotic thoughts gradually merging into images that he dared not dwell on. Immediately, his hands clenched tightly in his sleeves, fists cracking. Lu Ming took a deep breath, but his mood was still hard to calm down. He knew very well that no matter how you looked at it, Shimei Xueyan couldn't refuse. Even if she didn't want to go, she wouldn't dare to refuse. A big shot like that, just one word is enough to obliterate their Qinghong ancient realm behind them, thousands and thousands of times over. Faced with such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, it's unlikely any woman could refuse. In his head, he immediately imagined the scene of Xu Yan being tied up by Yu Changge and pinned down for some action. At that moment, Xu Yan, powerless, could not resist, screaming in vain, "Young Master Yu, no, please don't." But one thing he completely couldn't imagine was that Xu Yan meant absolutely nothing to Yu Changge. Yu Changge didn't even spare a glance for those three stunningly beautiful girls, yet he thought everyone was as dark and twisted as him? Heh. The manager happily invited Xu Yan. "Miss Xu Yan, this way please." Xu Yan nodded shyly. "Okay." Lu Ming watched the scene unfold, his face gradually turning green. In his heart, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged up, as if something that originally belonged to him was being snatched away by someone else. That anxiety and worry made it difficult for his heart to calm down for a long time. Just then, a soft voice with a hint of a smile suddenly echoed in his ear. "Just a woman, and you already can't take it? Fine. Then go find the contact of hell. I can help you reclaim the person you love." Lu Ming replied in his mind. "The contact of hell. I can make you the heir to hell of this generation. That status is no lower than that Gu young master." Lu Ming continued. "According to the people in the upper realm, that Gu guy is the young master of a long life family, and his strength seems to have reached the peak. HMPH, that's just those ants exaggerating, they always do. Just a kid still wet behind the ears, when this old man was wreaking havoc in the upper realm back then. He wasn't even born yet." Hearing this, Lu Ming said softly, "Then I'll have to rely on you, senior." The two people behind, seeing Lu Ming standing there in a daze, muttering to himself, looked at each other, confused. Cut to Yu Changge's side. Looking at the card in his hand, Yu Changge thought to himself, "Many geniuses with special physiques have disappeared strangely. Looks like that's Su Qing's doing." Heard she had contact with Chan Hongyi before. With her nasty personality, she probably deliberately revealed a portion of the truth to Su Qingge. No wonder she's in the same place but still won't come see me. But this isn't the thinking a well-behaved tool should have. While lost in thought, Qing'er walked in and said, "Young master, the girl from Qinghong ancient realm has been brought here." Xu Yan immediately bowed and clasped her hands in salute. "Xu Yan greets young master." Qing'er stood beside, displeased, and said, "Who told you to salute like that? Just an ant from the lower realm. Kneel down." Xu Yan replied helplessly and weakly, "Yes." Just as she was about to kneel, Yu Changge quickly used his spiritual power to support her, saying softly, "Hey Qing'er, don't be rude. In the future, when Miss Xu Yan meets me, there's no need to salute." Qing'er was still quite upset. "Okay, consider yourself lucky." To dispel the atmosphere in the room, Yu Changge said, "Don't be nervous. First drink a cup of tea to calm down." After speaking, he immediately brought a cup of tea in front of Xu Yan. Looking at the cup of tea in her hand, Xu Yan was stunned. "This is enlightenment tea, young master. This is too precious. Xu Yan doesn't dare accept it." Yu Changge chuckled. "It's just a cup of tea, nothing much. I just hope Miss Xu Yan can help me with something." Xu Yan was slightly surprised. "Young master, what do you need Xu Yan to do?" Yu Changge projected Lu Ming's image and said, "Help me keep a close eye on this person and report all his actions to me." Xu Yan's expression froze. "Lu, senior brother Lu Ming." The teacup in her hand immediately fell. Xu Yan's face turned pale. Why? Can you tell me the reason, young master?" Seeing this, Yu Changge reassured her. "Don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions towards your senior brother. It's just that I discovered a dangerous person's mark on him, so I want to find that person through him." Miss Xu Yan, you can take this enlightenment tea back and share it with your fellow senior brothers and sisters. Qing'er took out a jade hairpin and said, "This is a jade token for contact. In the future, when you work for the young master, you will not be short of benefits." Xu Yan murmured to herself, disappointed. So that's how it is. She thought to herself, so I was overthinking. That's right. With young Master Gu's status, which heavenly beauty hasn't he met? How could he take notice of me? After that, Xu Yan quickly left, and the door closed. In the room,
Only Ji Yu Changge and Xianxia remained. He seriously instructed. All the people from the Green Mist ancient realm, keep a close eye on them for me these next few days, especially that Lu Ming. Xianxia clasped her hands in response. Don't worry, young master. I will arrange it immediately. Ji Yu Changge thought to himself. Although Lu Ming's luck isn't high right now, he's still a lower realm prodigy, so that's reasonable. Who knows, he might be related to those two organizations. At this moment, in the Ming Luo Bazaar, in the battlefield of 100 Realms, inside an extremely quiet small courtyard, Xiu Changge was also present. At this moment, a figure approached her from behind. Before she could see who it was, he spoke. Truly a forbidden demonic art. It's only been a few days, and your aura has become so much stronger. Xiu Changge glanced back, startled. Lan Yifei, how did you know I was here? He said coldly. Behind the Ming Luo Bazaar just so happens to be my Dao Immortal Alliance, so the fact that you're here can't be hidden from me. Xiu Changge said. What do you want from me? Of course I want to know who the real inheritor of the demonic art is. Xiu Changge replied. HMPH, what's the rush? When the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Lan Yifei said. How do I know you're not setting a trap for me? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lan Yifei didn't say anything, just stared at her. Xiu Changge's eyes widened in surprise. And then, boom, 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 a loud explosion rang out. Xiu Changge quickly dodged and retreated. He said calmly. I didn't originally want to attack you, but unfortunately, you're a little too uncooperative. I've sealed off this space. You can't escape. Xiu Changge snapped, her whole body bursting with power, and shouted, You think you can still win against me now? But that demonic energy was immediately sucked into a magic treasure of his. Xiu Changge was completely flabbergasted. What? My demonic energy? Lan Yifei said calmly. This is my Dao Immortal Alliance's demon-devouring pot, specially used to deal with evil heretics like you. Speak, who is that person? Xiu Changge replied. You are not qualified to know his identity. Very well. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then I will suck you dry first, and slowly interrogate you. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ji Yu Changge appeared at the perfect moment, and said coldly, You looking for me? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The smile on Lan Yifei's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold, sweaty, and pale expression, stammering. You are Ji Yu? Ji Yu Changge? He quickly retreated in shock. You are the demonic art itself? Xiu Changge was also extremely surprised by Ji Yu Change's presence at this time. Her lips trembled slightly. Young master. Ji Yu Changge said calmly. What's wrong, Changge? Has it been so long since we last met? Has our relationship become so distant? Are you afraid of me? Ji Yu Changge was all like, Looks like you don't want to be my maid anymore, huh? Then, Lam Yifei, eavesdropping like the nosy neighbor he is, bursts out. Wait, hold up, she's your maid? Xiu Changge, caught red-handed, can't even deny it, just stutters. I. Lam Yifei is internally screaming, Holy SHT! These two have that kind of relationship? Damn it, I didn't investigate properly. Was I being played the whole time? Am I just a clown to them? Just then, Ji Yu Change's footsteps start getting closer. Lam Yifei, freaking out, puts his hand up to stop him. Don't come any closer. My soul-devouring pavilion specializes in suppressing evil and heretical forces. No matter how strong your demonic arts are, they're useless against me. But life ain't a fairy tale, and his supposedly legendary family treasure can't control Ji Yu Changge. He freezes up instantly, face as white as a sheet, sweating bullets, and filled with utter dread. And then, boom! The bottle in his hand backfires and explodes. Ji Yu Changge doesn't even glance at him, walks right up to Xiu Changge. Xiu Changge, voice trembling with confusion, asks, Why are you treating me like this? What did I do wrong, don't you know? I'm all alone, no family, I followed you to the upper realm, and I've been scorned, bullied, hunted, and you're the only person I can rely on in this vast upper realm. At this point, Xiu Changge can't hold back anymore. All the pent-up feelings just explode out. Tears of hurt start falling, she cries out, But you see me as a tool, a pawn. Is my entire existence just to become a pawn you can discard? Ji Yu Changge says nonchalantly. So, do you hate me now? Xiu Changge replies, I thought I could hate you a lot, but now I see it doesn't even matter anymore. If I have to blame someone, it's myself for being useless. Only good enough to be a pathetic pawn. Witnessing this drama, Lam Yifei is completely lost. WTF are they doing? Putting on a tragic play? They're not still acting for my benefit, are they? Crap, the soul-devouring pavilion just got blasted. I gotta get out of here. Xiu Changge continues. If I had the background and inheritance of the Ming Kong Empress, maybe things would be different. Yu Changge gently cups her face, comforting her. Still the same obedient girl. Actually, Changge is helping me in another way. But if you feel this job is too tiring, then you can take a break. We can just switch you out. Lam Yifei, scared witless, turns tail and runs, thinking, Yu Changge has been playing everyone in the upper realm like a fiddle. It's terrifying. I have to. But before he can get far, Yu Changge is standing right in front of him, holding Su Chingge in his arms. He says, looks like you've been cultivating forbidden demonic arts. Lam Yifei drops to his knees, begging, Don't kill me. I'm a Dao child of the Dao Immortal Alliance. Maybe I can still be useful to you. Yu Changge says, but it's not complete. I can grant you the complete version of the forbidden demonic art. Hearing this, his jaw drops, eyes wide as saucers. Yu Changge says coldly, then, you will become a true successor, the inheritor of the demonic art. Scene changed to Shuiyan's side. After returning from seeing Yu Changge, she pours the enlightenment tea bestowed upon her by Yu Changge and invites everyone to drink. A female member of the group, staring at the tea in front of her, says in amazement, Shimei Shuiyan, this enlightenment tea was really given to you by young Master Gu? Just from the aroma, my cultivation bottleneck of so many years is showing signs of breakthrough. Thanks to Shimei Shuiyan, because young Master Gu loves you so much, we're lucky enough to taste it. The elder in the group can't help but sigh in admiration. This is truly a rare and precious item. This old man hasn't had it more than a few times in his entire life. I just thought you would be staying overnight. But Lu Ming isn't happy. He thinks suspiciously, is this really enlightenment tea? A voice echoes in his head. This is definitely enlightenment tea. That young Master Gu is indeed very generous and extravagant. Just then, Shu Yan brings a cup of tea to Lu Ming, happily saying, Xixiang Lu Ming, try some too. Lu Ming says nothing, and then, a second later, he turns his head away, refusing without hesitation. Such a precious item. I don't have the good fortune to enjoy it. You guys keep it for yourselves. I'm going to the arena to train. You guys enjoy. Shu Yan feels a pang of disappointment. She thinks to herself, Xixiang Lu Ming, what exactly are you hiding from us? Half a month later, Su Chingge wakes up from a long sleep, completely confused to find herself in a strange place. Confused, she wonders, where am I? My cultivation, what happened to it? Just then, a woman walks in, saying, oh, you're awake? Su Chingge is startled. Qingshuan? The Chaos Star region? Why am I here? Qingshuan replies, of course, the young master had someone bring you here. Your cultivation has been sealed by the young master, so I can retrain your stubborn personality. And this beautiful girl with curves that could kill is Jin Qingshuan. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the crowds are getting thicker by the second. Lu Ming's there too. Some random dude behind him whispers, you fight kinda like us, and your moves? Straight out of hell, spill it. Which division are you with? Lu Ming's like, nah fam, no division. Just stumbled upon the skills, you know? So, you're looking for me, cause? Lu Ming cuts him off. I want to join hell. Dude's visibly shook, then turns to leave. As he walks, he whispers back, can't talk here. Follow me. And just like that, Lu Ming's trailing behind him. Zhuiyan sees Lu Ming's sus behavior. She's still tailing him, per Yu Changge's orders. Cut to Yu Changge, chillin' like a villain. After Chingge reports, he's like, finally, a lead? Zhuiyan's not disappointing. She's kinda weak though. Doubt she can keep up. You got eyes on them? Chinger. Relax, young master. We're on it. Yu Changge keeps going. Hell and the floating pagoda have been around for ages, made tons of enemies. Now that they're crumbling, everyone wants a piece. Chinger asks, should we leak their info? They're massive. Can't just disappear overnight. Yu Changge's like, hold your horses. Gotta catch the big bosses. Find their HQ first. I want a knockout punch. Chinger's stunned. She freezes. Just then, a Dao rips through space and pops up. Chinger jumps out of her skin, screaming, ah ha 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 ha, Yu Changge is still chill. You're coming with me tonight. A Dao happily swings the young master's chair. Yes, sir. Chinger's still recovering, feeling totally abandoned and bummed. Scene change. Someplace, somewhere. Spaceships are zooming in, ready to dock. Looking around, Lu Ming's face is red. Why'd you bring me to a brothel? I'm not here for fun. The dude teases. Oh, blushing? Still a virgin, huh? Lu Ming, hit where it hurts, shouts, I have someone I like. He laughs. Chill, we're here. Watch your mouth, don't think hell's inheritance makes you hot stuff. This lady's got more kills than you can count. A voice pops in Lu Ming's head. Sounds like he's taking you to a subordinate of Meng Po. Lu Ming replies, Meng Po's subordinates are at least Supreme Realm. Leading Lu Ming to a door, he stops. Go on in. Good luck. Inside, Long-legged girls are dancing and twerking like their lives depend on it. In the middle, a woman's lying on a bed, puffing on a cigarette. She says, "So little boy, you wanted to see me?" Lu Ming's speechless, totally awkward. She continues, "If I don't like your answer, you're staying here as my male slave." Lu Ming stammers, "About me inheriting hell's power." The dialogue's cut off, but she's shocked. "You're serious?" Lu Ming, "Cross my heart and hope to die. If you don't believe me, look at this." He pulls out a glowing stone. She snatches it, clutching it tightly, amazed. "It can't be the Grand Elder who fell years ago." Lu Ming thinks. "Senior, how strong were you to shock her this much?" He replies, "Back in the day, I was a top-tier Dao comprehension cultivator, a big shot among big shots." Looks like she remembers my rep. "Relax, I'm here. You're practically guaranteed the air position now. But plot twist, their every move has been seen through. There's nowhere to run." She continued, "You go first. If what you said is true, someone will look for you in 3 days." Lu Ming was confused. Before he could even finish speaking, the door suddenly burst open, and a subordinate flew into the room in a tragic state. Everyone inside was utterly shocked. What the fuck? Before kicking the bucket, with his last breath, he struggled to utter each word with difficulty. "Run away." But life ain't a fairy tale. While they were still trying to figure out what was happening, Gu Wudi stepped in. With a confident smile that could kill, Gu Wudi smugly said, "Who would have thought the contact point for the notorious Hell organization would be hidden in this dilapidated chicken coop?" She angrily turned to Lu Ming, looking at him suspiciously, and shouted, You dare scheme against me, this lady?" Lu Ming's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly denied, "No, I swear I didn't. I'm so wronged, milady." "Don't want to say much, huh? I'll immediately—" And smack! Right in Lu Ming's face. So much for being wronged. The slap was so strong that Lu Ming's face contorted as he flew to the side in an instant. Sure enough, her internal energy was extremely profound. One slap sent a young man flying dozens of meters. So unlucky for Lu Ming. Without hesitation, Gu Wudi rushed towards her like a rocket, excitedly saying, "Ha ha! So the two of you idiots were followed." She refused to back down and immediately activated a formation, retorting with a stiff upper lip, "I advise you to obediently surrender, lest you suffer later." And then boom! An attack exploded, sending Gu Wudi flying. Afterwards, she calmly lit her pipe and puffed away, looking at Gu Wudi with cold, disdainful eyes. "HMPH. I remember you're just a Jizun. Have you forgotten when you were beaten by us? Chunfeng Bu Lu. You seem to only have the Luzhu who is a quasi-emperor, right? Where did you get the guts to act tough with me? HMPH. Break my misty smoke formation first before you talk." With that, she immediately exhaled a seductive breath that spread throughout the space. In her heart, she secretly calculated, "For safety, this place has been exposed, so it's best to retreat first." But before she could retreat, unexpectedly, someone shoved 2 fingers straight into her gaping mouth. Well, the feeling was kinda good, but also kinda weird. A throbbing sensation in her head, really. It was none other than A Day. Every time this guy appears, it's always impressive, and this time was no exception. Adak stood there calmly shoving 2 fingers into her mouth, immediately freezing her in place. Adak calmly said, "Master said, don't let him inhale secondhand smoke." Sensing the aura on Ida's body, I was shocked and thought to myself, Emperor Realm. Just then, Gu Changge slowly walked in and said, "You're right. Shanfeng Bu Lu is indeed lacking high-level power. I will improve that." Gu Changge's appearance made Lu Ming extremely bitter, gnashing his teeth. "Gu Changge, it's him, but how did he know my exact whereabouts? Senior, what should I do?" "Senior!" Suddenly, from behind, Lu Shuiyan rushed over, calling out in a panic, "Xixiang Lu Ming!" Lu Ming finally understood, half believing, half doubting, and said, "Shuiyan, did you sell me out?" Shuiyan ran to Lu Ming and explained, "Lu Ming, I'm also doing this for Ji Yu Qinghong and for the sect, and to save your life, Xixiang, don't harm yourself any further." Gu Changge stepped towards them and said, "Shuiyan, according to our agreement, if you help me with this matter, I will naturally not take your Xixiang's life. Tell him to hand over the item." Shuiyan quietly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, a wise man submits to circumstances. Besides, young Master Gu is not a bad person. He really didn't do anything to me that night." Lu Ming was utterly shocked. Really? Gu Changge coldly said, "My patience is limited. Will you hand it over yourself, or should I personally take action?" Lu Ming looked at the stone in his hand with great reluctance. Whether he wanted to or not, he no longer had any choice. The soul inside the stone angrily said, "Damn it! Why was I so foolish as to choose a useless guy like you? Selling me out for a woman." With that, he immediately released a powerful demonic aura, attacking Lu Ming. Shui Yan worriedly called out, "Xixiang Lu Ming!" The girl hurriedly turned to Ji Yu Changge and pleaded urgently, "Young Master Ji Yu, can you save Xixiang Lu Ming?" Ji Yu Changge remained silent, standing there analyzing. This is wanting to protect his remnant soul and escape by devouring the host's soul and blood essence. But it seems this is the son of destiny of the mass-produced kind. The durability is far inferior to the real deal, so easily backfired by his golden finger. Ji Yu Changge immediately reached out his hand and restored the stone. In an instant, it returned to its original form. Ji Yu Changge coldly said, "You won't escape." He was mind-blown. What? Such a reversal technique? Have you reached that realm already? Holding it in his hand, Ji Yu Changge thought to himself, "This is a remnant soul of a Chengdao realm expert, and now he's begging me for mercy." Ji Yu Wudi stepped forward and reported, "Master, everyone has been controlled. What should we do with these people?" Ji Yu Changge casually replied, "Deal with them as you please. Just make sure they can't open their mouths to talk anymore." Thus, Ji Yu Changge led the people from hell to a secret base for interrogation. His remnant soul pops up like, "Young man, spare me, and I'll tell you everything I know." Girl hears this and throws a hissy fit. "Xin Guangwang, how could you betray us like that? You were the Grand Hall Master after all." Ji Yu Changge just laughs. "Oh, so you want to die for the cause? Simp. That shut her up real quick. She thinks for a sec and pulls a complete 180, suddenly simping hard. "Turns out you're young Master Changge. Such extraordinary talent and charisma. This humble one is, quote, well, a supreme realm expert with decent looks. By chance, are you lacking handmaidens?" Her blatant flip-flopping leaves her buddy's soul speechless. Girls, am I right? One second they're screaming, the next, Ji Yu Changge. The Hell Hall Master probably knows more than you, but your intel is valuable, cause it's fresh. I need all the contact points. Plus, you're too thirsty. Not my type. With zero hesitation, Ji Yu Changge shows no mercy and offs the babe. The silent space is then filled with her blood-curdling screams. Ji Yu Changge, the organization won't let you get away with this. Ji Yu Changge just chuckles. The Kanglan Ancient Realm? The reach of hell is actually kinda impressive. Looks like this 100-realm battlefield is just one of their training grounds. Ade. Take those 3 saint-level puppets and wipe out all of hell's contact points in the 100-realm battlefield based on the intel in her Sea of Consciousness. Then, leak all the info on hell's training grounds so the upper realm army can eradicate them. The news spreads like wildfire, and countless saint-level warships flood the skies. The cultivators below are all like, "Yo! That's the upper realm's army! Why are they here? I heard the entire 100-realm battlefield has been surrounded by the upper realm army to purge some super-secret assassin organization called Hell?" A gatekeeper sweats bullets and asks his bro, you still gonna block him? DUH? I want to live a few more years. Meanwhile, back at Hell HQ, they're raging. The Hallmaster roars, "Damn it! Ji Yu Changge is definitely targeting us. Hallmaster, what do we do now? What do you think we should do?" Retreat immediately from the 100-realm battlefield and rendezvous with the second Hallmaster in the Kanglan realm. Besides the Immortal Slaughter Formation, he's the strongest existence in the 10 halls. Just then, the barrier shatters, and a terrifying force descends. He screams, "Who's there? Ji Yu Changge, Ada!" And the crew show up and flash a bright smile. "Ooh, look! My master scared you so bad you're wheezing." "Haha, don't worry, I'll chop off your head and bring it to him right away." Outside, it's a chaotic bloodbath. "You dared to assassinate our sect leader back then. Turns out, hell, you'd have this day coming." Ji Yu Wudi yells excitedly, Over here! Kill them all!" A few days later, the entrance to the upper realm is packed with warships. People are whispering. They occupied the 100-realm battlefield for so long, but in just a few days, all the GU raising grounds they painstakingly built were wiped out. Hell's good days are finally coming to an end, all thanks to young Master Changge. Bai Lian Care says, "While we were sieging Hell, the Buddhism side also made a move. Looks like they got spooked too." Gu Changge replies, "Yeah, Buddhism is not as deeply rooted compared to Hell. It won't be too late to deal with them later." "Oh yeah, I heard the 10 Hall Masters of Hell know some kind of combined attack formation called Immortal Slaughter Formation, and said that if the people forming the formation are strong enough, they can even kill immortals. Do you want to prepare a way to deal with it in advance?" Gu Changge smiles slightly. "If I just kill the strongest one first, then won't they no longer be a threat to me?" Though he says that, Gu Changge thinks to himself, But these hallmasters are great materials for refining puppets. Sounds like a gift for the dark heavenly court. Right now in the upper realm, besides the two troublesome forces, hell and Buddhism, there's also the problem of the dark heavenly court and the primordial era fruit. The primordial era fruit is showing more and more signs of ripening, and even the will of the world is beginning to seep out from within the inner universe. If it continues like this, those old monsters will discover the anomaly sooner or later. Looks like after dealing with hell and Buddhism, I have to immediately begin my layout around the primordial era fruit. Thinking this, Gu Changge flies into the sky and proclaims, I believe many of you here have had family members assassinated and harmed by hell, a grudge that has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. I, Gu, am from the Changsheng Gu family of the upper realm, and naturally share the same hatred for the enemy as you all. As long as hell exists for one day, we will not have peace. Today, we must destroy hell. They shout in unison, swear to wipe out hell, swear to wipe out hell. Gu Changge waves his hand. Follow me to the Kanglan ancient realm. Besides those who agree with Gu Changge, many are also skeptical. Hell doesn't seem to have offended the Gu family, so why is he so active? Don't you guys find it strange? Are there few strange things about this guy? His growth rate in recent years can be described as terrifying. Have you ever seen such a young saint? Even among saints there are differences in strength. If he doesn't go all out, even we can't see through his strength. It's not that we, the Buddha Mountain, are bearing grudges and targeting Gu Changge. But you should still be careful in this action. Don't let him use you as cannon fodder. Holy Monk is right. After entering, if you encounter Hall Master level characters, let that Gu family kid go first. Let's probe his strength first. The battlefield was a chaotic mess of explosions and tension. Someone yelled, Hell's luck is gone! Just give up already! Even if my hell is destroyed, you'll all pay the ultimate price. Death's too good for you. Consider it a mercy. Deep within Hell's hideout, a panicked girl reports, Yanluo Dianju, Si Dianju, Gu Changge is leading the Shangji army here. Someone replied in shock. Wait, he found us this fast? A chilling voice echoed from the darkness. Laosi, stall them with Meng Po. I'll be out soon. He immediately responded. Got it! I've been itching to see what makes Gu Changge so special. With that, he barked orders and zoomed off. His subordinates could only obey. Dianju, No Cap, Si Dianju and Meng Po are on the move. Meanwhile, Hell's forces are getting wiped out faster than you can say, Isekai. It's a massacre. Suddenly, Ata Day charges towards the Si Dianju, coldly stating, Hell's Dianju, huh? I'm here to end you. The dude literally just walked out the door and is already getting jumped. Who TF is this beefcake? He quickly recovers, casually swatting away Ada's attack with a wave of spiritual energy. Get lost, newbie! You think you can stop me? He angrily brushes Adak aside, feeling insulted. Kings only, scrub! Didn't you get the memo? In an instant, he's face to face with Gu Changge, unleashing his ultimate move. Waitian Juelin Daf. A vortex of dark red energy erupts around him. He coldly declares, Gu Changge, today I'll test your limits. Before he can even finish his trash talk, Gu Changge casually flicks his wrist, one-shotting him straight to the afterlife. R.I.P. Bozo. The Shangji crowd is shook. A Dianju was taken out like that? The man beside him responded, Rumor has it he can fight Tiandao. Guess it's true. Gu Changge smirked. He glances at a trembling beauty, drenched in sweat. Gu Changge said with a chuckle, You must be Meng Po? She bolts, screaming internally. Gotta run! This guy is stronger than Yanluo Dianju. Probably a banished immortal. Retreat to the palace and wait for Yanluo Dianju. Gu Changge, not chasing, turns to the frozen Shangji crowd. Intel says there's another heavyweight inside. Want to join me in taking him down? Without waiting for an answer, Gu Changge dives into the palace. Watching him leave, one guy says, No cap. This guy's involved in every major power struggle, and some strong dudes always die, but he always wins. We gotta be careful. Turns out Shanfeng Biu Lu is in cahoots with Hell, probably him. He pretends to cleanse Hell for Shangji, but he's really just eliminating threats and expanding his power. With the Xianlu about to appear, Shangji will change a lot, and his moves are kinda sus. A girl chimes in, Humph. At his growth rate, he'll target us soon. Gotta deal with him ASAP. But the Gu family's foundation is deep, and they're connected to the Xianyu. An old monk chuckles. Millions of years ago, Beiming Hu had a peerless genius who achieved Tao in 1,000 years, overshadowing everyone, but he became everyone's target and died. However, Gu Changge's presence is scarier than Beiming Hu. Calling him a reincarnated Xianwang isn't far off, so we must strategize carefully. When the Xian men reappears, Gu Changge will probably be the first to reach that realm. Then, if we really move against him, any bright ideas? attack in the open while scheming in the dark. Unless his Gu family wants to fight the entire world, he'll have to compromise. Both open and hidden? The girl asks. What do you all think? Slap the label of the heir of demonic arts on him? Cut to hell, where Mengpo runs back, screaming, Yanluo Dianju, save me! As she finished, a chain whips out, binding her. She turns pale with fear. Before she can react, Yu Changge walks in, followed by Ade. Yu Changge commands, Ade, deal with her. Ade replies, yes boss. Yu Changge adds, if she submits, spare her life. Having said that, Yu Changge zoomed off like a bolt of lightning straight into the space within, so fast that only a streak of light could be seen. The moment he stepped inside, Yu Changge arrogantly declared, you must be the second Hall Master, Yanlu? Truly a remnant immortal, you don't disappoint me. The Hall Master, sitting high above, spoke. Gu family brat, this old one truly underestimated you. Do you know that back in the day, during the Shu Manor battle, the Gu family old ancestor who helped you didn't dare to underestimate me like this? In these tens of millions of years, those who attained the Tao, who died by my hand, number at least 80 or 100 million. There were ancient tribes, royal clans, supreme elders of the Tongtian sect, and even the great Fate Buddha Mountain, and the peerless Immortal Dynasty. Oh, and the demon race great emperors of yesteryear, but never anyone from your Gu family. We've always kept to ourselves. Why must you be so heartless over a mere spring breeze jade pavilion? Yu Changge cockily replied. The current head of the peerless Immortal Dynasty will soon become my waifu, didn't you know? Old man said. I've been in seclusion for too long. I've missed some news indeed. Yu Changge continued. Your strength isn't bad. I just happen to be short of manpower. Release your divine sense, and let me plant a slave seal. How about following me in the future? Faced with Yu Changge's arrogant proposal, the old man burst into laughter. Haha, brat, you dare to humiliate me, you're courting death. The space immediately fluctuated violently, with heavy pressure suppressing the space. It was so terrifying that even the space outside felt the earth shaking violently. Everyone braced themselves, and many fell to the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. They panicked. WTF is going on? What's happening? In contrast to the panic of the people from the upper realm, the surviving denizens of hell were extremely smug. Haha, Hallmaster Yanlu has made his move. Gu Changge and all of you are doomed. To cause such a commotion in the inter-realm, he must truly be a remnant immortal. The old Buddha said, it seems Gu Changge won't have an easy time this time. It would be best if he died. Even if he's only seriously injured, it's not without opportunity. Below, even though Mother Meng was very scared, she still mustered a spirited laugh. Ha ha! Hallmaster Yanlu has finally made his move. Then she turned her head to look at Adas smugly and said, even though Gu Changge is terrifying, I've never seen the second Hall Master fail. HMPH, I see you've already entered the Emperor realm. Why must you be a follower? If you release me now and submit to my hell, the positions of several Hall Masters are currently vacant. It wouldn't be impossible to appoint you as a Hall Master. She kept talking, but Adan didn't show any emotion or movement. She took the opportunity to continue. Hee, not saying anything? Could it be that you've already been planted with a slave seal? It's okay. Being a fellow Tao attainer, if you drink this bowl of Mengpo soup, Gu Changge won't be able to control you easily. As soon as she finished speaking, Ade reached out to grab the bowl of Mengpo soup. Seeing this, she laughed secretly in her heart. What a dumbass. Just a second later, Ade suddenly poured the bowl of Mengpo soup into her mouth violently, gritting her teeth. Am I subduing you, or are you subduing me? Now stay there and be a dumbass. Haha, that's more like it, no? You think everyone is easily fooled? The girl's face turned green with fear, her mouth pursed tightly. At the same time, inside the hell space, the chaotic scene still hadn't stopped. The Hall Master said, I admit, to have such heaven-defying cultivation at this age is truly terrifying, but even if you unleash all your tricks, you can only fight me to a draw. Gu Changge said nothing, only looking at his hand, thinking to himself. After absorbing the will of the heavenly Tao, and the origin of the sword profound world, is my surface strength already enough to suppress a remnant immortal? Thinking this, Gu Changge immediately erupted demonic energy around him, smugly saying, Who told you I've unleashed all my tricks? You only have one last chance. The Hall Master was stunned. Could it be the legendary thing that the prison master mentioned? Ba Huang Mo Tai and Da Dao Bao Ping? Perhaps he's lived long enough to doubt his own existence. If you can't afford to play, don't play, old man. Seeing Gu Changge's terrifying murderous aura, the old man was scared witless, quickly clasping his hands and chanting mantras. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha. I'm screwed. I'm totally screwed. Seeing the old man's panic, Gu Yu Changge chuckled. Oh, why so distraught? Didn't I just humiliate you? He continues. You didn't mention you were a reincarnated demon lord. Gu Yu Changge thought to himself. Reincarnated? But he cut to the chase and asked, about the demon lord, what do you know? The old man replied gloomily. HMPH. Although this one has reached the level of a remnant immortal, it was through acquired cultivation, not bound by rules, nor was I forced to fallen realm. News about the demon lord is scarce, and was only revealed to me by the Lord of Hell. He is the true powerhouse of the immortal realm, the strongest in hell. The strongest in hell? Does he come from the immortal palace? Does he possess immortal energy? All I know is that the Lord of Hell's origins are extraordinarily complex, but the specifics are unclear to me. Gu Yu Changge said, Then release your divine sense. The old man flinched. I can cooperate with you. Can you spare my remnants? They no longer pose a threat to you. Gu Yu Changge sneered. Unexpectedly, a Hell Lord, a great figure at the remnant immortal level, cares about the lives of his subordinates? Aren't you the same? Not letting your subordinates scout the way, but barging straight in yourself. Moreover, I only like killing the enlightened, but I still have some compassion for the weak. Gu Yu Changge said, Compassion? Your skin is really thick. The scene shifts to outside the entrance, where A Dai is controlling the Granny Meng. Seeing the reaction of the door in front of her, she blurted out, It's coming out soon! Just a second later, the Yama Hell Lord stepped out. But his face wasn't happy at all, his expression gloomy and melancholic. But Granny Meng didn't subtly notice the abnormality. She cheered happily. It's the Yama Hell Lord, haha, too good! But reality ain't always a dream, and the smile on her face was quickly extinguished by the person who appeared behind. None other than Gu Yu Changge. He stepped out calmly, even more shocking when the Yama Hell Lord bowed respectfully, inviting Gu Yu Changge to step out. Master, please. Gu Yu Changge was satisfied. You got into character quickly, bro. Granny Meng was shooketh, her face paler than a frog's butt. What? What? Adanga burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Gu Yu Changge stepped forward and asked, Why hasn't she surrendered yet? Then, kill. The words had barely left his mouth when she immediately knelt down. Subordinate Granny Meng greets the master. Ade continued. She just tried to betray me. Please forgive her, Lord. Meanwhile, Granny Meng was completely immersed in her role, bowing her head to the ground and saying, May the master live for 10,000 years and unify the upper realm. Then Gu Yu Changge turned to the Yama Hell Lord and introduced, His name is Ada. From today on you'll be called A-Er. The old man was powerless to say, Again with the second? Master. Regardless of age or strength, I should be Ada. Ada smugly mocked. He, I came earlier. The Yama Hell Lord angrily growled, I am a remnant immortal. Ada chuckled, I came earlier. Lao Dianji opened his mouth wide and shouted, But I'm older than you. Ada still said calmly, I came earlier. The two just stood there bickering. Ada grinned, still only saying one sentence. But I came earlier. Meanwhile, Granny Meng just sat there with wide eyes, watching the two argue. Gu Yu Changge said nothing, just thinking to himself, Adag was transformed from a drop of my true blood when I was still the demon ancestor. The scene shifts to outside, where the infighting still hasn't ended. Just then, a ray of light flashed, and none other than Gu Yu Changge appeared. He created a wave of pressure, forcing everyone to stop and focus their attention on him. They were extremely surprised, young Master Changge. Gu Yu Changge smugly said, The second Hell Lord has been subdued by me. Next you guys take care of yourselves and run. They were shocked. What? Impossible. How could the Yama Hell Lord? It's probably true. If the Yama Hell Lord hadn't been defeated, he would never have allowed Gu Yu Changge to retreat unscathed. They turned to each other and said, The Yama Hell Lord's fate is unclear. Let's retreat first. And then they just left. Gu Yu Changge didn't even bother to send people to chase after them. Seeing this scene, the people from the upper realm wondered, Why did you release the tiger back to the mountains? Gu Yu Changge said, Esteemed seniors, why didn't you follow Gu Yu Mao into the attack just now? Being asked this, their faces paled, and they stammered. This, one of them quickly muttered, clasping his hands and saying, Young Master Changge, please calm down. The opponents have quasi-emperor-level experts, and the number of enlightened powerhouses is also not small. It would be difficult for us to escape in a short time. Only, we didn't expect young Master Changge's cultivation to be so heaven-defying that even a remnant immortal was subdued. Since this place is cleared, let's hurry and reinforce other battlefields. After all, the Hell Overlord hasn't shown up yet. Gu Yu Changge said coldly. What you say makes sense. Then, let's eradicate Hell completely before moving on. A few days later, The war still raged on, the starfields of hell drowning in a sea of fire. Who knew this Hell Palace Master would be so tough? We almost capsized twice. But thankfully, we've dealt with him. It's just strange that now only the third Palace Master remains, yet the Hell Overlord still hasn't appeared. The third Palace Master, huh? Wonder if Gu Changge is there. Heard he single-handedly took down Hell's strongest Palace Master. No matter what, Gu Changge reaching this point has made many existences lose sleep. After the Hell affair ends, someone will probably make a move on him, and it's probably not far off. Oh yeah, Yi brother, have you met Gu Changge? Heard your two kids had a pretty good relationship with him before? Yeah, I met him once before in the immortal ancient continent. Those two little ones were even used by him, helping him count the money. I just hope that if he provokes our clan in the future, he'll show some mercy for old times' sake. The Hell's forces hadn't run far before they were caught up. Crap! The upper realm is attacking! Run! But before they could escape, an entire dark curtain descended. A giant axe descended from above, smashing countless people to smithereens. Countless airships arrived. Killing Hell is at its end. Today, we must annihilate Hell. One person wondered strangely. Only the last realm remains. Why hasn't the Hell Overlord shown up? Could he have already died? Figures at the Remnant Immortal level will leave behind some tricks, more or less. If we just let Gu Changge lead the way, aren't we just becoming stepping stones for him? Elder Tongtian's words are very true. After this matter is over, let's implement the plan to deal with him. On a certain warship, Bai Lianhe stood beside Gu Changge and said, according to intelligence, only 2 palace masters remain in the third palace right now. It's just unknown whether the legendary Hell Overlord is also in the third palace. Gu Changge said, if he is, then that's great. I'll conveniently wipe him out too. That way, your Spring Breeze Jade Pavilion can sleep soundly as well. Bai Lianhe said, actually, there's a question I've always wanted to ask. Before you weren't as strong, I understood you using me. But now that even a random Hell Palace Master could beat me, why do you still want to use me? Gu Changge replied casually, because you're beautiful, easy on the eyes. Hearing this, Bai Lianhe's cheeks suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. Gu Changge teased, oh, you know how to blush too? She didn't say anything more, just telling herself, Bai Lianhe, get a grip. This guy isn't good husband material. Work, work. Just then, someone shouted loudly, there's a situation! The person in front seems to be the third palace master of Hell. The one who appeared had a bloodthirsty face and long, eerily shaped claws. He accumulated a ball of spirit energy in his palm and said coldly, even if you can destroy us, today, you'll pay a heavy price. True world in the palm. The space suddenly changed abruptly. Not good. The aura of this world has changed. He's changing the rules. It's the thing in his hand acting up. Our speed has slowed down. The old heads were shocked. Even we who have attained enlightenment are affected. It seems that thing is very likely an immortal artifact. It's probably the Hell Overlord's possession. That third Hell Overlord laughed loudly. Ha ha! A bunch of self-proclaimed clever people. Did you really think numbers alone would work? Did you think we endured for so many years without preparing anything for today? Go to hell together. As soon as he finished speaking, the power around him erupted violently. It swept across the space. Explosions rang out continuously, and the space shook violently. Some with stronger strength immediately used their power to form a protective shield. They were furious. Damn it, they set up a trap long ago, just waiting for us to go deep inside to catch us all in one fell swoop. Everyone, although this thing's power is strong, it also consumes blood energy. He won't last long. Gu Change's warship was also firmly protected. He thought to himself, this true world in the palm is actually a refined small world of gods. This Hell Overlord's background is truly earth-shattering. If the Hell Overlord is truly an ancient god still alive, then his origin is absolutely a great tonic for me. Thinking of this, Gu Change's face was so cold that the surrounding air seemed to freeze. His eyes widened, devoid of emotion, but hidden beneath was a burning desire like a beast that had been starving for too long. Extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha, I want it.